Superintendent Rob Drummond.
And what did you understand his role to be then? Just to, what, was he going to be partly negotiating what was going to happen?
Well, he wasn't negotiating. It wasn't really well, I suppose it could be characterized somewhat as negotiation, but Acting Superintendent Drummond's role was to work out the operational details, right down to where, when, who, logistics. Like he was leading that on our behalf when the group came to see us in the mayor's boardroom on Sunday night. And so he had the map out, and they were mapping out how it would work, who the contact people would be on the police side, who the contact people would be on the protester side. He was basically laying out how that operation would unfold the next morning.
But by then, the idea that they would be relocating to Wellington had already been determined,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay. In your call earlier that morning, or at the noon call, did anybody on the call, Steve Bell, Trish Ferguson, Peter Slowly, did anybody raise any concerns with the arrangement that had been reached?
Yes, Chief Slowly raised concerns about the resource requirements to be able to enact this kind of operation depending on the scope. He was concerned about his ability to do that, and he was concerned about what happens if we go through all this effort and it's not successful. We're back to square one, and we put a lot of resources into it. So he expressed that concern. The two deputy chiefs, the acting and Chief Bell and acting Deputy Chief Bell and acting Deputy Chief Ferguson both expressed that they supported this because it would reduce the footprint and make it more manageable for their resources, because they were spread too thin, covering that larger geography. And so they expressed support for the movement of the trucks.
And so despite Chief Slowly's reservations, did he ultimately agree that this should move forward?
I don't recall that he actually said he agreed, but he didn't object to the point where, because he could have obviously stopped it, but he didn't. I never heard him say, "We're a go." He was basically silent on that point.
Right, but he did provide you Superintendent Drummond as an OPS representative.
He did.
Okay. And so now we're at this meeting, February 13th. You said it was you, Mr. Ayotte, and who else was there?
I don't remember everybody's names that was on the list. Superintendent Drummond was there. I think, I'm trying to remember, Keith Wilson was there. No, Eva was there. Keith Wilson was there, I believe, or maybe not. I'd have to go back. You'd have to go back to show me the document. I don't remember the other people's names. Tom Barber was there, I know that.
Chris Barber?
Chris Barber, sorry, was there.
Was Tom Marazzo there?
No.
No?
I don't remember him.
Okay. How many protest individuals would you say were there? How many protesters were there?
I think there were 6 of them altogether. Okay. I don't know if Keith Wilson was there. If I saw it in front of me, I saw the document in terms of the notes that Acting Superintendent Drummond took, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know if they're available. They weren't available yesterday, but I'm not sure if they're available now. But in any event, there were a group of protest leaders that were there, you, yourself, Mr. Ayotte, and we don't have a lot of time, so if you can just briefly maybe tell us what happened at that meeting, and then we will have to get my friends to pick it up from there.
Effectively, we discussed how it could unfold, what the expectations were, what we all wanted. The people that represented the protesters were clear that they don't represent all the protesters, so they're going to have some trouble getting everybody convinced based on who was on the streets to all participate and move, and that they would be going out that night and working truck by truck, talking to everybody to get them in line or aligned to support the movement, because it was a good thing for them. They also made it clear that not everybody will want, some people may not want to go to that other alternate site, the farmers area they rented. I think it was in Armont, I don't remember. They wanted to extend the footprint a bit more down to Deschamps, but we said no. and Rob Drummond was effectively leading those discussions in terms of where the trucks would go, how they'd be placed, and as I said, how that process would work in the morning, who'd be assigned out there from Ottawa Police. And so when we left the meeting, it was understood we had a map of where the trucks would be moved, what areas we wanted to clear out, and Rob went back then to talk to his command and the NRCC and his incident commanders to bring the resources required to be able to do that. And we left that night after a couple hours, and the operation started the next morning.
And I understand at some point the operation stopped. Do you know why it stopped?
Yeah, mid-morning it stopped because, and there were some exchanges. I think I don't know if it was a phone call or text with, I was mostly communicating with Keith Wilson at the time, where he was expressing that what he was being told on the ground is that there was miscommunication between some of the police officers and what the orders were, and or the operation was, and weren't allowing some trucks to move on to Wellington. Eventually that got sorted out, and they did move a number of heavy trucks. I think the count was around 40, but that's still in dispute. And a number of light trucks also left, and we ended up clearing a number of streets. But yeah, there were some communications issues, some logistical issues where some of them, my understanding was some of the light vehicles didn't want to move and were blocking other vehicles from moving. So there wasn't an alignment of purpose by everybody that was on all those streets. They had different reasons for wanting to stay.
And I'm just going to take you to the last document, OTT 7480. And this is an email. If we go down, this is 7480. Yeah, that does look right. Okay, let's go up for a second. Yes. So Larry Brookson, do you know who he is?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He's I believe his position is he's the director of the parliamentary precinct security. But I've known Larry. I know Larry personally.
Oh, okay. Yes, because the email is quite informal, so I figured you must have had some pre-existing relationship with him. Yeah. He says, "Hi, Steve. My office is looking to set up a call this morning. Wanted to provide you with some context of my concern regarding the City of Ottawa's recent decision, which led to Wellington being turned into a parking lot of 200 plus trucks. Quite honestly, Steve, I'm at a loss as how this sort of agreement could have been worked out with a clear disregard to security, especially considering that we just finished a bomb blast assessment, which included the threat of explosives being transferred via large vehicles, hoping we can find time in the morning." So is it your understanding that PPS, the Parliamentary Protective Service, did not have notice or information about what was going to be happening with the relocation of the trucks onto Wellington?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on that, but I do know that the PPS was embedded in the National Capital Regional Command Center. They are a member of Intersect. I know that Mr. Brookson spoke to Chief Slowly the late afternoon the day before when the trucks were being moved. So, you know, I think it's a fair assumption for me to make that Mr. Brookson was well informed in terms of what was happening on the ground from a situational awareness perspective. You know, the bomb blast assessment, quite frankly, I'm not disregarding it, but it was a little late then. We already had hundreds of trucks up on Wellington Street to be concerned about moving another 40 trucks up there. So, you know, that's his role to take care of the security of the Hill, and it's an important role, and I respect that. But at the time, I felt that Mr. Brookson, when he reached out to me, had the information, especially after he spoke to Chief Slowly, and I spoke to Chief Slowly after he had spoken to Mr. Brookson, and Chief Slowly advised me what the conversation was about, where he informed him what was happening. So I know there was some reporting about I didn't call him back. Events kind of overtook things on the 15th. Chief Slowly was in the in the late stages of his tenure, and the deal had fallen apart in terms of moving the trucks anyways up onto Wellington Street by Tuesday.
Okay, and so, and did you tell anybody at the federal level yourself about this deal? I know February 8 is when you kind of had that discussion, and it also coincided with a tripartite meeting. Is that something you would have brought up at a tripartite meeting?
I told, I'm not sure when, but I know I told Rob Stewart, the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, and I also sent Rob Stewart the letters that were agreed to, the agreement letters.
And so ultimately, the mayor never met with the protesters, is that right?
They never fulfilled their end of the bargain, so we never met with them.
Okay, thank you. And those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. So we went a little bit over, which I regret, and but we'll take the morning break at the moment, and we can start with the cross-examinations right after the 15-minute break. And I will show a little latitude in cross-examination, given the excess of in the direct, which is pursuant to our rule when in chief or the evidence presented by the commission will be matched in terms of cross-examination time. So 15-minute break. We'll be back at 5 minutes to 12. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
moving to the second phase of the evidence, which is the questioning by the various parties. So if I can call on the convoy organizers to go first. Okay. So there's some technical issues with the document production?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll work it out. It'll be fine. I just wondered if I could go last, let's pick it out. We sent an email.
Okay. Okay, well, can the Ottawa Police Service then go ahead?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanalakis. My name is David Michikowski, and I act for the Ottawa Police Service. Mr. Kanalakis, I understand that David White, in his email to you, and I can pull up the email if it will assist you, but in the interest of trying to shorten my questions, I won't, but if you do need it, please let me know. My understanding is that he said to you on January 30th that obtaining an injunction to shut down a protest was an extraordinary thing given the Charter of Rights. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what Mr. White told you at that time was that OPS's concerns were, and this is the first weekend, correct? Were the noise, the traffic impact, and the public frustration and pollution, correct?
Correct.
But from his perspective, there weren't any public safety concerns or violence.
Correct.
And Mr. White also told you there was an issue as well from his perspective about the potential that enforcing the injunction could give rise to violence as well.
I seem to, without having the document from me, I seem to recall that, yes.
Okay. And that same day, I understand you then spoke to Chief Slowly, and he indicated that OPS would support the city in providing the injunction, but you made it clear it would be up to the city to decide whether to seek it, would have the final say.
That's correct.
And you ultimately did instruct Mr. White to proceed with that injunction.
I did.
The names Omar Ansari, Mary Sims, and Stuart Huxley, those are individuals who work in the city's legal department,
That's correct.
and they report to David White.
That's correct.
And my understanding is, and perhaps if you need the document, I can show it to you as well. My understanding is that Mr. White was informed that the OPS said they could provide evidence of the vehicles and the registered owners. I'll pull up the document if that will assist.
I would, thank you.
If I may please have OTT 29695. Oh, sorry, I wonder if we could scroll down. I may not have the correct document.
It's over there. They're scrolling, I think.
Thanks. Never mind, I'll proceed without the document. Ultimately, the city was the one, I understand, who made the final decision about an injunction on February 11th and then proceeded on the 14th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there were cooperation with the Ottawa Police in working with the city on that injunction, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, I believe that from the Ottawa Police, the city obtained some language with respect to what the enforcement clause of the injunction should look like.
I don't know that personally. That'd be better posed to Mr. White.
you speak just a little
Oh,
louder?
I'm
please?
sorry, Mr. Commissioner. It was working fine before. I'll just put it a little closer.
Sorry, what was that answer? I had a hard time.
I said I'm not aware of that personally. That'd be better posed to Mr. White.
And although there hadn't been written responses to the questions that Mr. White had posed, there had been verbal discussions between the party's legal
That's correct.
staff. And from time to time, I take it you were kept apprised of some discussions between the OPS and its policing partners, such as the OPP and RCMP?
Could you elaborate better in terms of what aspects?
Sure. Were you made aware that the OPP and the RCMP, various officials there, had expressed serious reservations about the police getting involved in injunctions?
Not at the time.
Did you subsequently learn that?
Yes, in preparation for this hearing.
And you then understood that the commissioner of the RCMP and the commissioner of the OPP both had some concerns about injunctions in the context of these type of protests?
Yes, I did.
I think you told us Ottawa has lots of protests and demonstrations, correct?
Many.
And it's a fact of life. And again, I can turn up the document if you need it, but there's a series of text message exchanges you have with Mr. Ayat in which you're discussing an article. This was on January 30th that someone sent you talking about the sentiment of the citizens in Ottawa as of January 30th. And your response to Mr. Ayat with respect to the article that had been sent to you is that it's a bit naive for somebody to believe that the police and the city should have just prevented the protest from happening. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And we'll be hearing that some of the convoy that came from out west, and I guess was the first group, convoys started to arrive in Ottawa.
Yes.
And the major impacts at that time were on Wellington and the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway.
Initially, yes.
And I understand we will be hearing that the spaces filled up very quickly. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, I do know that.
And once they filled up very quickly, it would not, I believe, was your perspective, be a viable solution on its own of ending the protest by simply towing vehicles, correct?
I did not share that view.
You
I
agreed.
shared that view, sorry.
Right, thanks. And on January 30th, and again, I can turn up the document, but in the interests of time, I won't unless you need it. So please do let me know if you need it. On January 30th, there's an exchange that you have with Councillor Menard, and he asks about the option of having the vehicles ticketed and towed. And then Mr. Ayat forwards it to you and expresses concerns about that approach. And I think your response is you agreed, and you said, where will we put the vehicles that are towed? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on February 6, 2022, I understand you have an exchange of texts with Kim Ayat about towing the vehicles, and Mr. Ayat points out to you that with 500 vehicles in the core, towing obviously isn't an answer, and you agree that towing these big rigs will not solve the problem. And if I could ask as well, if we could please turn up document OTT 01239. And if we, that is 01239. I'll find the document if you need it. I was just going to refresh your memory, but perhaps you'll agree with me. I think what the point you make in a series of exchanges in which you're discussing Councillor Fleury's request is no way can you tactically tow a heavy truck in this scenario. The way they are parked nose to tail, and it would require a huge amount of police resources. You agree with that?
I do.
And a few days later, I understand the city made an agreement, or an agreement was made with the mayor, which in fact resulted in some additional trucks moving on to Wellington, correct?
We did, yes.
With respect to the city's authority with respect to streets, I understand that the city gets its powers from various statutes. Is that right?
Authority bylaw, we have a traffic and parking control bylaw that we can use to close streets.
And you agreed, as I understood your evidence this morning, and I believe in your institutional report, you've agreed that the city independently does have the authority to close down roads and highways, correct?
The city does, yes.
And they have that authority both under bylaws as well as under statutory authority, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand, though, that you work cooperatively with police when you do exercise that authority.
Always.
And in fact, since the Freedom Convoy, the city has exercised its delegated authority to close down roads, for instance, for Rolling Thunder.
Yes, in collaboration with police.
And for Canada Day as well.
Yes.
And so in effect, since the protest, the parties have in effect created exclusion zones. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you'll see Councillor Leeper is proposing a motion. I don't know if you recall that.
I do.
And the motion being put forward by Councillor Leeper is for the General Manager of Public Works to work with city councillors to close some roads to diminish the volume of vehicles able to access the downtown core. Do you recall that motion?
I do.
And that was, I guess, his concern was the weekend coming up of February 19th and 20th. And Mr. Gontier, you'll see if you scroll up it, then shares that with Kim Ayut and says that the city does have the last sentence. While we have the delegated authority to close roads, I would suggest in this case, we would only proceed to do so if supported by OPS. Filled or parked on the Queen Elizabeth Drive, and the request by some councillors to have them ticketed as of January 30th.
Yes.
All that?
Yes.
And you've expressed the view that you did not see what ticketing would accomplish in that scenario. Is that right?
Well, would you like me to expand or just say yes or no?
Sure, feel free to.
You know, ticketing, it's like everything else. You can give someone a ticket, and if they don't care they got the ticket and they're willing to pay, no action necessarily results from the ticket. It's like your car parked on the market and you get a ticket, your car still stays parked there with a ticket on the windshield. So without some kind of enforcement action to move it, the truck basically stays there. People might feel better that we ticketed the car or the truck.
This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Ayat. And if we could turn, please, to page 11 of the document. And if you look at 10:08, 32, and you can read up above just to give yourself the context. But one of the concerns that Mr. Ayat expressed about this is ticketing will also anger the demonstrators.
Well, that was a concern for sure.
And in fact, there had been experiences. In fact, we see in the next line below a situation in which demonstrators got aggressive in another scenario, correct?
That's correct.
And so that was always a concern throughout the protest, that any reaction that the city or the police take may create a very volatile situation.
That was the police assessment, which we shared.
And the demonstration from your experience working with the city was a volatile situation?
Potentially, yes.
And enraging protesters, you shared the police concern that that could be counterproductive.
Yes.
And in fact, Deputy Chief Ferguson communicated with Mr. Ayot about this situation, about leaving the vehicles on the Queen Elizabeth driveway for now, and said that the police had decided to leave them for now, and you agreed with her, as did Mr. Ayot.
Yes.
Right? And I believe at 11:37:47 in that same email chain, you indicate 11:37:20, Steve Kanalakis slowly got back to Mayor. Mayor agrees that it's not worth inciting the crowd, so he's good and supports police decision.
That's correct.
If we could please go to document, or again, I won't turn it up because we did see it this morning, but if you need it, let me know. On January 25th, I understand that some information was forwarded from the Ottawa Hotel Association. And actually, I will turn up the document just because there's something attached in the chain. So if we could please have 0070.
Council, can you provide the complete document ID number?
It's OTT. It'll be 6070. So if you just scroll down to the bottom, if you can then just keep going up, and then go up, it says Hi, Sam. This is from Beth. Beth Gooding is the Director of Public Safety for the city.
Yes.
And she's writing to Sergeant Eustace Roberts at the police. And she indicates, hi, Sam. We don't know if this is valid or some kind of attempt to purposefully distract, but sharing an exchange that was sent to the mayor's office, obviously, please treat as confidential. And then that was what you were talking about, the information from the Ottawa Hotel Association.
Yes.
And then if you could please turn up OTT 0392. And while that's being turned up, if I told you that the police did subsequently speak to the Hotel Association, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me, would you?
I have no personal knowledge of that, but I have no reason to disagree.
This is on January 26th, so this is just before the protesters came. You'll see, if you look at your email at the bottom at 9:28, 9:30, one of the things you told the councillors is that although planning, I'm in the second line, has been very difficult because the leadership of the protesters are poorly organized and you need their cooperation and you have to work through a number of scenarios. More information will be released as it gets firmed up. And that was a problem, was that the information was changing frequently. Is that right?
Yes, I said that earlier in my testimony.
And the city and police, you said to me, have worked well together, and you would agree with me that on several occasions during this event, you expressed the view that they were indeed working together well.
Yes.
I understand, if I might just ask you a question with respect to the baseball stadium. I understand you talked about the parking there. I understand at one point the mayor wanted to know if the city had allowed the parking and you at the stadium, and you asked Mr. Ayotte, and he confirmed that the city had in fact agreed to it.
We did, yes.
And with respect to, if I might just ask you a couple of questions with respect to the agreement with the protesters, I understand that the result of the PLTs letting you know that the protesters wanted to meet on February 8th, that you in fact met, and I think you said you met with Tom Maratza, Eva Chipyuk, and Keith Wilson that day.
That's correct.
And my understanding, but I may be incorrect, is that the PLTs were not present during the meeting. They brought them to the meeting, however.
No, that's incorrect. The meeting started with me and Tom Marazzo, and then we were joined by everybody else. The PLTs were actually in the room, and even at one point they asked me to leave so they could continue the discussions with the people that were in the room, and I refused to leave.
And so the initial part of the meeting was just you and Tom Maratza alone.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's
okay.
right.
And I understand that meeting was about an hour and a half, right?
In total.
Right. There are no notes of that meeting or
I didn't take any notes.
emails exchanged about what was agreed to in that meeting?
No. Not that I have. Other parties may have them.
And the meeting to deal with the logistics was on the 13th, I believe?
That evening, yes.
And that was, I think, at 5:30, correct?
Yes.
And that was after the letters had already been signed by the mayor and Ms. Litch?
Yes.
And then the actual move of the vehicle, of the trucks, then started on the 14th, correct?
That morning, yes.
And there were about 40 heavy trucks that ended up being moved as a result of that.
Yeah, that number varies, but that's our estimate, yes.
And on the 15th, you learned that the police on the ground were not going to continue assisting other trucks in going to Wellington, but would only be letting them move if it was to leave completely. Is that right?
That's right.
And in fact, Rob Drummond, you understand, Superintendent Drummond, had some exchanges with Kim Ayotte, and he was pretty definitive at that point on the 15th that the OPS was not going to move any more trucks on Wellington.
That's
correct?
right.
And although he told you that, I believe you were still hoping to try to get things to continue.
I wanted to do everything I could to relieve those neighborhoods of the pain they were going through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanellakis. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Who's up next? Is the convoy organizers, are you still? Okay, still organizing. The organizers are organizing. Okay, Mr. Slowly's, former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Mr. Kanellakis, I'm Tom Curry.
Hello.
For former Chief Slowly. Good morning to you. You have a long experience, not just here as the city's most senior public official, but also previously in police services, I understand.
That's correct.
Taking the entirety of your experience, this event that the commissioner is here to understand is completely without precedent. Is that true?
I've never seen anything like it in my 37 years.
And I don't reckon you got a number for us, but you have seen in your capacity, either as a senior official in the former Ottawa Carleton Police Service and others, or as city manager, it's no exaggeration to say you have been through many hundreds of events and protests in the nation's capital.
I've lost track. That's correct.
I'd be right, many hundreds.
Yes.
And there is a significant difference between protest, in your experience, between protest and events. One of my colleagues asked you about I think about a parade. A big difference, correct?
Significant.
Canada Day is not normally associated with protest. It's an event and celebration.
It's not characterized that way, absolutely.
Right. And so what was, when the commissioner considers your experience in dealing with the kinds of things you have seen in Ottawa here, or the kinds of things that you observed your colleagues in the Ottawa Police Service dealing with, what was coming to Ottawa through the Freedom Convoy was something that no one expected. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And it's one thing to, one of the documents that you just reviewed with one of my friends made the point about the challenge of trying to understand what the convoy organizers had in their own minds as to their intentions. And you were never able to get that information. Is that fair?
As I said earlier, the information leading up to the actual event was a typical situation where it was changing on a regular basis every day.
Right. This wasn't the Santa Claus parade.
No.
Where someone would ask for a permit, you would understand and make plans and organize crowds. Now, you were also, and I think you told Commission Council, the city has learned to become very experienced, through its experience, very respectful of the right to protest.
Yes.
You are here in the city of our Parliament, and Parliament has, of course, in Canada, we respect the right to protest, and you do here in Ottawa.
Yes.
And these were, I think your colleague, Mr. Ayotte, described in an email that appeared briefly, I won't go back to it, that he felt that police were doing a very good job in balancing, on the one hand, the right to protest, and on the other, the risk of riot.
Yeah, that comment was made in reference to the initial weekend, but yes.
Right. And when, I just want to ask you about that if I could, but before I pull up a document, can I just ask you about your relationship with Chief Slowly? You had a good working relationship with him, correct?
I did.
Were you part of his recruitment?
No,
Did you meet him in that process?
no, I met him after he was announced, but before he actually was sworn in.
Understood. And you learned through that discussion, I assume, about his long experience as a national police leader?
Yes?
And including significant experience in managing public order disruptions and protests.
Well, I certainly knew his resume, but he never discussed that directly with me.
Okay, fair enough. And during the time that you worked with him in your capacity as city manager and his leading the police service, you agree with me that he acted in good faith and tried to the best of his ability to solve this problem?
Yes.
Now, a couple of things, if I can. Could I please ask for a document to be shown to the witness? It is OPS 405187. This should be, if I've got the number right, Mr. Kanellakis, and everyone on earth calls you, except us today, calls you Steve K.
Correct. And feel free to do so.
I won't today, but this is a document dated January 31st, 2022, and it is notes of a meeting that concern a number of officials, one of whom present was you. Do you recall this meeting?
I do.
Could we please just scroll down for a moment? There was an update, maybe just to there. This is an update from Chief Slowly. I won't read it all, but there was a thorough update from the chief to the group, including you and the mayor, correct?
That's correct.
And then one of the things that, just look about maybe two-thirds of the way down, do you see the bullet point that begins 100% of resources tied up with demonstration downtown?
Yes, I do.
Members are stretched and tired before and are more now. The same with the citizens and businesses and with demonstrators. Patience is low and everyone is looking for confrontation. That was not just, you heard the chief make that report, but that was also your own observation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And from the beginning, once you understood and everyone understood that this was not a protest of the kind you had seen before, but rather an occupation, I think you told us that there were never enough resources in the Ottawa Police Service to bring this occupation to a successful completion. Is that true?
That's my opinion, yes.
And indeed, you have said previously, I believe, that you needed support, always needed support from other police agencies and police services, correct?
Yes.
Now, and just one of the questions that I know came up, I just deal with this very quickly. Bylaw services. Bylaw services comes under Kim Ayotte, not the Ottawa Police Service, you told us. Am I correct that there was never going to be any effective solution through bylaw services once you saw what you were dealing with here?
I think we have 132 bylaw officers for the entire city. I don't think they could have ended this protest.
And they don't get paid, do they, to engage in fist fights with people with whom they're trying to enforce bylaws or rolling around in physical confrontations, correct?
They get trained in conflict resolution and other skills, but they don't have the training a police officer does or the equipment.
Every bylaw officer who was going to go into this area of high conflict was going to have to go in with police escorts, correct?
That was my assessment and my team's assessment.
And because there were too few resources, it was not a viable option to rely on bylaw services, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a couple of other things, if I can. There was, just talking about resources, am I right that there was some confusion at the level of the province of Ontario as to how many OPP officers had been made available to the Ottawa Police Service? Do you recall that occurring?
It was less OPP, it was more RCMP.
Do you recall, though, Minister Jones, Sylvia Jones, making a statement that there were, I believe, 1,500 OPP officers deployed here?
That was inaccurate.
It was inaccurate, and indeed there were it was a small fraction of 1,500 at that time.
It seemed to be a cumulative running total of a whole bunch of days. We couldn't figure out where the number came from.
Right, but there were, at the time the minister made the comment, forget who made the calculation error, it was never accurate, correct?
It was not accurate.
Do you recall, though, that it did create some challenges for the OPS because while that information was in circulation, people felt that, well, you've got these resources, what are you doing?
Exactly.
And do you agree that there were never those resources at that time available to the Ottawa Police Service?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. One or two quick things, if I may, please, Mr. Kanellakis. The commissioner is concerned, among other things, to consider recommendations, how to avoid events of this kind in the future, if that is a view that anyone takes. You had an experience with something. Well, let me go back one square. Chief Slowly has described this event as a paradigm shift, a change in the way public protest had previously been understood here. You agree with that?
Yes.
And you referred yourself to one previous episode here in Ottawa that had occurred that involved something I believe called a snake march or snake marches.
Yes.
And as a consequence of the appearance of that, and I won't take the time to have you explain what that is, but when that occurred, you as a city manager learned from that experience and took some steps to address that, correct?
Well, the concept there is, that's correct. The concept there is that protest strategies and tactics evolve over time. And police tactics sometimes are a step behind, and they have to evolve to catch up with the tactics that protesters are using. And that's what this event was. The tactics and strategies of police had to evolve immediately after we experienced the trucker convoy.
Understood. Can you assist the commissioner, how many trucks were actually embedded in the geographic areas that you have described?
Well, it varied. I mean, the one count when I think it was the second week, Ottawa Police went and did a physical count, and it was somewhere close to 500 trucks.
Right. Now, one or two then final things, if I may, please. Chief Slowly made a statement, I believe February 2nd, that there was no policing solution alone to this problem. And by that, did you understand, or do you now understand that to mean that the Ottawa Police Service was never going to be able to provide the solutions on its own, whether with bylaw or otherwise?
Well, at the time, I didn't understand what the statement meant. We assumed it meant that there'd have to be negotiations with some other level of government, but that was a supposition on our part.
Understood.
Even now, I'm not sure. I never discussed that with Chief Slowly.
Okay, fine. And then, in terms of the negotiation that did take place that you explained to the commissioner, I'll just leave it on this basis. Am I right that you and Chief Slowly didn't have any detailed operational discussions as to where the trucks were going to be moved from the residential areas, where they would end up?
Well, there was a meeting with himself, myself, Kim Ayotte, Trish Ferguson, and Steve Bell. My recollection is we were talking about Wellington, but it wasn't. I don't think we got into the specifics of Wellington from the perspective of we had all the logistics worked out. That didn't happen till the 13th, where we worked out the logistics. So I could understand if someone left that call not being clear on where the trucks were going to go, but it was discussed.
Understood. And in any event, acting superintendent, I think it was Drummond, had the operational
Yes.
Responsibility on the ground.
Yes.
Can I show you one last document, if I may, and just to have your identification of it for the commissioner's assistance later, perhaps? OPP 401521, please. And I'll just need you, Mr. Kanellakis, to help us with one thing. Did you participate in a call between representatives of the City of Ottawa, the federal government, and the provincial government on 6th of February?
Yes.
And I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at these notes, but lots of people were taking notes. These ones appear to have been taken by the provincial representative.
Yes.
You see that bullet point describing some comments attributed to you, a concern that local councillors, that would be City of Ottawa councillors, I presume, pointing the finger at the province and federal government to provide assistance. Mayor Watson to declare a local emergency in the City of Ottawa. Expressed intent of this declaration to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. You've described this, and it goes on. I won't have time to take you through it, but you were present at that meeting, and you knew that people were recording whatever everyone was saying was the situation at the time.
Well, I didn't know specifically that people were recording, but obviously someone thought that was quite important that they took the time to bold it.
Right, understood. And that was ultimately the mayor's intention in addressing this matter through the declaration of emergency was to get the resources that Chief Slowly and others had said were required and that you agree were required.
Exactly.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is either the organizers or the Ottawa Coalition. Do you want to take another pass? Okay. Okay, well, it's okay. We're all trying to get to the same things here.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. For the record, the organizers owe us all, I think, next time around.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Kanalokas. My name is Paul Champ. I am the counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, Community Associations, and BIAs from downtown.
Good afternoon.
I'll start off, Mr. Kanalokas, asking you about the information that was known by the city before the protest started. Now, you told us that the information that the city got, the hotels and so forth, you shared that with the OPS, or the Ottawa Police Service. But then the OPS provided you and the city with an assessment that they thought it was only going to be 3 days or so, correct?
That's correct.
But there was some information, even in the hands of the city, to suggest that this protest could or would go on for much longer than 3 days, correct?
There was.
And, but I understand the city police did not view that, they didn't think that's what was going to happen. But did they tell the city about any contingency plans in the event the protest did go on for longer than 3 days?
I'm not aware of any.
Did you have concerns about that? Did you ask for any contingency plans?
No.
You were aware, Mr. Kanalokas, that you were saying, the numbers vary and you never quite know about who shows up. But in this particular case, you were aware that a very large number of people were coming from very far away in a large number of trucks. You were aware that those people were coming to Ottawa for several days, correct?
The number, as I said, evolved from the start of the week to the actual weekend. So the number was changing on a regular basis as more information was coming in across the country. And Ottawa Police was collating that information, sharing it with us. City of Ottawa has no intelligence capacity to gather that information.
Right. So the City of Ottawa just relied essentially completely on the Ottawa Police for their assessment of that.
We have to. We don't have the complete intelligence picture available to us from all the other agencies at the federal and provincial level. That they do.
And unfortunately, we now know that that confidence was misplaced, correct?
Well, it went longer, obviously, yes.
And in terms of the response, allowing the trucks to come downtown, the trucks to park on Wellington Street, you've told us that that was all based on the call of the Ottawa Police. That was their decisions and their decisions alone to make, correct?
That's correct.
So the City of Ottawa was essentially at the mercy of the Ottawa Police and their decisions on these issues, correct?
I wouldn't say we're at the mercy. It's their decision. It's our job to support that decision. And it's, quite frankly, our job to assess when they make that decision if we can fulfill the request that they make of us.
Now, in terms of protecting the people of Ottawa, that's a responsibility of the City of Ottawa as well as the Ottawa Police, correct?
When you say the word protecting, can you be more clear what that means?
Well, the safety and security of the people of Ottawa, whatever the threats or cause of those risks may be, whether it's from propane tanks or open fires or potential crime, that's protecting the safety and security of the people of Ottawa is responsibility of the Ottawa Police and the City of Ottawa, correct?
It's mostly the Ottawa Police, but the City of Ottawa obviously has a role in the health and safety of our residents, but it's a much more restricted role compared to police.
Right. Now, on the decision to allow the trucks heavy commercial trucks to come in and park, you've told us that there was a legal opinion. The Ottawa Police were telling there's a legal opinion that under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that these commercial trucks had the right of mobility to come and park anywhere they wanted. Is that right?
No, I never referred to a legal opinion. I've never seen a legal opinion or reference to legal opinion. We were advised that Chief Slowly and others in the police made that statement publicly in terms of infringing on people's rights, preventing them from coming in.
So they couldn't prevent them from coming in because of the Charter of Rights. That's what you were hearing.
That's what we heard publicly. That's correct. And in internal meetings.
Okay, so you did hear that from the internal meetings. And did you ask your own city solicitor to provide you with an opinion on that issue?
No.
And why was that?
Well, first of all, at the time, I didn't realize they had a legal opinion, but the second part of it is that, again, police are responsible to keep public order. And as I said in my previous testimony, they're very experienced at doing it. The first weekend, we had no reason to question the intelligence and the strategy and tactics that they were employing to deal with what they believed was going to be an event similar to another event they had in the past with the farmer convoy.
Now, Mr. Kanellakos, I'm not talking about their strategy and tactics. I'm just talking about this first point about their opinion that they didn't have legal authority to stop the trucks, perhaps because of the charter. You did not instruct your City of Ottawa Council to look into that issue. Is that right?
No.
And you had occasion, we've heard evidence, to deal with federal government officials and provincial government officials, including ministers. Did any of them ever express a view about whether the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects commercial trucks?
We didn't have meetings with them till well after the first weekend. Leading up into that weekend, I didn't have any conversations, or I don't know any of my team that had conversations on that topic with the federal government.
In your evidence, though, Mr. Kanellakos, this morning, you were telling us that even by the second weekend, when there was, you were hopeful that perhaps the police would stop more trucks from coming in the second weekend, but that, again, they told you that because of the charter, they didn't have the legal authority to stop the trucks from coming in. So by the second weekend, that was still your understanding of what the police were telling you?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions about this event protest distinction. So events, those are things where there's someone's holding a celebration or marking a day or whatnot, and they want to go into a park or a parking lot or it can be a private location, it can be a public location, all of these things. If they want to put up tents, if they want to have a large number of food served, all of those things, they need to get permits from the city, correct?
Yes.
And we've heard evidence, and we understand that, though, for protests, the city does not require do not require permits, because that's an exercise of charter rights and freedoms, correct?
Well, we tried to look at, we tried, the permit, one of the benefits of the permit, or the purpose of the permit, is to understand, even if it's a protest, what the plans are of the protesters, so we can mitigate some of those effects in advance with respect to traffic, city services, et cetera, barricades, whatever it happens to be, garbage pickup. And so, but we can't force a protest group to buy a permit from the city, and if they don't get one, there's nothing we do about it.
Does the city have any, but if someone puts on an event and they don't get a permit, the city will shut them down quite quickly, correct?
If they're protesting.
I'm not talking about protests.
On an event, yes.
Yeah, protest versus event. But for an event, you'll shut them down quite quickly.
That's right.
On Friday, one of our clients testified, director of the Vanier BIA, that they put on events all the time, and they understand very well the types of permits they need. And they also said about the purpose of permits is often about safety. Whether you're putting up a big tent, there has to be engineering requirements and so forth. So it's all about safety, correct? The permits?
Safety is one of the key considerations, but not the only one.
Right. And so the city has in mind some difference between a protest and event.
Yes.
And now, do protests typically have fireworks and tents?
Protests?
Yeah.
No.
Or barbecues or hot tubs?
No.
or stages and dance parties?
No,
They sound a bit more like an event. Would you agree with me, Mr. Kanellakos, those kinds of things?
no, I don't agree with you on that. In the context, it was a protest where people were doing things that were illegal. That's not an event in my mind.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple questions about the impacts, Mr. Kanellakos. It was your view that a lot of these different activities that were going on in downtown Ottawa were presenting a serious danger and threat to the safety and security of the people of Ottawa, correct?
Elements of it, yes.
For sure. And we also know that it's substantially interfered with a lot of the public services, garbage pickup, correct?
Yes,
The fire trucks had difficulty getting downtown.
yes.
We heard about one incident with the Chateau Laurier that fire trucks couldn't get to them. You were aware of that event?
That's actually not true.
It wasn't true.
No,
Really?
no. One fire truck couldn't get it, but there were fire trucks that got there from other routes. We have contingencies built in for all our emergency operations, so the fire response actually did arrive. That particular truck that was witnessed couldn't get through, but we don't send fire trucks from just one location. We send it from multiple places.
Well, sure, the general manager of the Chateau Laurier will find your evidence interesting, Mr. Kanellakos. Now, what about the gas truck underneath the Rideau Center? That was a serious risk and danger, correct?
I don't agree with that assessment.
It wasn't a risk or a threat to have a truck of fuel in an underground parking lot. That wasn't.
You described it as a serious threat. The truck was removed. I don't characterize it in that kind of urgency.
Well, you can review the emails yourself, sir. I believe the Rideau Center did believe it was quite a risk and a threat.
I can't speak for the Rideau Center.
The paramedics sometimes had difficulty getting downtown, correct?
That's correct.
What about garbage services? They were basically not happening at all in that area, correct?
Yes, in some of those areas, that's correct.
In the red zone?
That's right.
What about home care services? Home care services also stopped in the red zone, correct?
Well, could you describe what you mean by home care services? Because there were other social services that were still being provided. And there was an effort made to do that. So could you please clarify?
Yeah, people who live in their home who have mobility or other physical disability issues who require home care services. Those services were interrupted.
There were issues getting services into the neighborhoods. That's correct.
So some of our most vulnerable and disadvantaged citizens were put at risk. Is that right, Mr. Kanellakos?
They were.
And snow removal was also delayed.
Yes, in some areas.
Right. And there was also all kinds of large numbers of fake 911 and 311 calls, correct?
That's correct.
That interrupted or interfered with our services in Ottawa?
That's correct.
The hospitals of Ottawa also reached out to the city of Ottawa about concerns that they were having interference with their services because of emergency calls being jammed, and also about difficulties of their workers even getting into the hospital. Also, patients having difficulty getting in for critical treatments and appointments.
That's true. Yes.
That's true. Okay. Now, just want to ask you a bit about your meetings with the organizers. Now, you said to us that you spoke with Mayor Watson to say that the PLT had reached out to you and had suggested this, and Mayor Watson did not have an opinion. Well, initially he was reluctant, but ultimately he didn't instruct you one way or the other. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And then you met later that day with Mr. Marazzo, Mr. Wilson, and Ms. Chipiak, correct?
Yes.
And in that meeting, you told them that if they could do some things for you, you could arrange in a meeting with the mayor, correct?
Yes.
So it sounds there like Mayor Watson did tell you he was open to those negotiations. Is that right?
No, no. The conversation that I had with the people that were in that room was that based on an agreement, I would try to get a meeting with Mayor Watson. I couldn't commit Mayor Watson until we had an agreement.
Okay, well, I guess we'll hear from the protesters what they're understanding, but you're telling us now today is that you did not say you could get a meeting with the mayor. You said you tried to get a meeting with the mayor.
I couldn't until we worked out the final details.
Right.
At that meeting, it was way too early to be able to commit Mayor Watson to a meeting.
Right. And you referred to Mr. Marazzo as Tom. Did you know Mr. Marazzo before then?
No.
Okay.
First time I met him.
And you've had a number of interactions with him after that, is that right?
No, just one other one. The night that I was incorrect. I checked. He was at the meeting on February 13th, a Sunday night, when we were discussing the operation to move the trucks. So that's the only other time I met him.
Right. Now, you also told us that in meetings with federal government officials and also with the provincial solicitor general, there were concerns raised about the Ottawa Police operational plans, correct?
Yes.
They felt it wasn't fully fleshed out and so on and so forth?
Yes,
Now, and you shared that with Mayor Watson?
yes,
He was in on some of the meetings, too, I
Yes,
believe, yeah?
yeah.
Did you share that information with the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
I don't recall.
Why not, sir?
It's not my role to talk to the Police Services Board Chair about what's happening in policing.
So if you're hearing that there's a serious concern, so just to take one step back, your understanding from those federal and provincial officials that one of the reasons why there was a delay in the deployment of the RCMP and the OPP was because there were concerns with the OPS plans, correct?
They were concerned about the readiness of the plan as the way it was characterized.
Right, and that was delaying their deployment of their
That's what they
resources.
said, yes.
And you've told us before that those additional resources were essential to bring this occupation to an end, correct?
Yes.
And so again, sir, why didn't you share that information with the Ottawa Police Services Board?
The Ottawa Police Services Board doesn't have a role in that operational aspect. So I tell you the truth, I didn't see a need to share that with Councillor Deans or Chair Deans at the time.
You didn't think it was important for the Police Services Board to be aware that other police services were telling you and the mayor that there were concerns with the operational plans of the police?
Ottawa Police was aware of that. The actual police officers were aware of that, the senior command.
Okay. With respect to Ontario, I think you suggest to us it seemed to be that there was a high level of indifference to the City of Ottawa's plight from provincial government officials. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say it's indifference. I think they were trying to be clear that this is a police matter. And as a Solicitor General, I think she believed it wasn't her role to go further than that.
You told us about, in the terms of the meetings with the organizers, you later had some interactions with Dean French, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. French, in your interactions with him, was it your understanding that he was aligned with the protesters, that he was representing the protesters?
Yes.
And Mr. French was the recent former Chief of Staff to Premier Ford, is that right?
I was aware of that, yes.
Right. So Mr. French was representing and was sympathetic to the protesters?
I can't judge whether he was sympathetic, but he certainly was taking a position that he was a facilitator between the protesters and us.
I think we'll hear some evidence later that he thought they were patriots, but I'm just wondering if you ever had a sense that perhaps Premier Ford had some sympathy for these protesters and that was the reason why they weren't cooperating?
I never spoke to Premier Ford.
No, but you did give us evidence earlier, Mr. Kanellakos, that you had some sense that deputy ministers at the provincial level weren't interacting with you or providing all the assistance they perhaps could, perhaps because of direction from their political masters, correct?
Perhaps, but that's speculation.
Right. And just the last question or last narrow area, just on the injunction. So the Ottawa Police on January 30th, Chief Soley said that he would like the City of Ottawa to pursue an injunction, correct?
Yes.
And, but you felt that or not felt, it was your understanding the Ottawa Police was not providing sufficient information to your solicitors, is that right?
Yes, according to my solicitors.
And you gave instructions to your solicitors, though, to proceed with an injunction at some point?
To proceed discussions with Ottawa Police to seek an injunction to prepare one.
Right. And in terms of the Lee injunction, the Zexi Lee injunction, were you aware that the City of Ottawa Police, the Ottawa Police were cooperating with Ms. Lee's counsel in framing the injunction order and assisting with that process?
I was not aware of that, no. At the time, no.
So you don't know why the Ottawa Police would be cooperating with Ms. Lee, but as you say now, not providing information?
I was not aware of that information, sir.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Lee was also reaching out to City of Ottawa for assistance in their injunction? Were you aware of that?
At that time, I was not aware of that.
So during, when you say not at that time, not during the
I've been
occupation?
advised just recently this weekend in preparation for this hearing, but I was not aware at the time when it was happening.
So you didn't give instructions to City of Ottawa Council, Mr. White and others, not to provide information or assist Ms. Lee in her?
I wasn't aware that that advice was sought or cooperation was sought.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kanellakos.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have just sort of 5 minutes before lunch. Can I ask for the Democracy Fund maybe to go ahead since they're a 5-minute examiner, and we'll then take the lunch break, and I'm sure Mr. Kanellakos needs a little time, and there's almost an hour of cross left, so go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Kanellakos. My name is Rob Kittredge, and I'm counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, and I just have a couple of questions for you, and I want to start my stopwatch because I have a very limited amount of time granted to me here. I understand that approximately 34 vehicles were towed in the zone between January 28th and February 14th, and some limited amount of towing took place outside of the zone during the same period. Does that sound about right to you?
It sounds right, yeah.
All right. To your knowledge, none of those tow trucks were damaged by protesters. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any damage, but I believe they were light vehicles that were being towed.
Sure. To your knowledge, none of the tow truck operators were assaulted by protesters. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any, no.
All right. Some parking tickets were issued to illegally parked protest vehicles during the same time period. To your knowledge, none of the bylaw enforcement or police officers issuing these tickets were assaulted by protesters, were they?
I think there was one incident where they were, what's the word, surrounded, but I'm not aware of any other incidents. That's better put to the police. I wasn't aware of
And they
that.
were simply surrounded and not assaulted?
I don't know the details.
Okay, you're not personally aware of that
No.
incident? All right. You mentioned earlier that you felt that ticketing alone would not get rid of all the vehicles, that if all the ticketed vehicle owners simply didn't care about tickets and no towing was taking place, then no trucks would move. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Well, I'll grant you that ticketing alone might not have moved every single one of the illegally parked vehicles. Did it ever occur to you that mounting ticket costs might have motivated at least some of the owners of illegally parked vehicles to voluntarily move?
That's a possibility, but you wouldn't move everybody.
Sure. And the knowledge that tickets were being issued to illegally parked vehicles on a daily or even hourly basis might have kept some vehicles from traveling to Ottawa to join the protests. Wouldn't you agree?
That's speculation. I'm not speculating on that.
Fair enough. Regarding ticketing and towing outside of the red zone, you mentioned that the city was concerned that they would get the wrong people, and I understood that to mean that there was a concern that Ottawa residents might be boiled in and ticketed and towed along with the protest vehicles.
That was a consideration, yes.
And wouldn't the city have had authority to to ticket and tow illegally parked vehicles, whether they were part of the protests or not?
Well, we don't normally tow illegally parked vehicles on city streets. I mean, there's a certain set of circumstances when a vehicle will be towed, so no.
But, I mean, under these circumstances where the city was being brought
Well,
to
it depends where the vehicles were. If we're talking the Byward Market, there were still a mix of vehicles, protest vehicles and resident vehicles in the Byward Market based on the nature of how many people live in that area. So you can't differentiate easily whose is whose.
But the city would have had the authority to ticket and tow vehicles regardless of whether they were involved in the protests or not. Is that correct?
We have the authority to ticket and tow, yes.
All right, thank you. You indicated that the city has a number of what you called standing offer towing contractors, but that they were all unwilling to tow protest vehicles. You remember saying that?
That's correct.
Did the city try and negotiate with these standing offer towing contractors?
I don't know what the extent of the discussion. I just know that I had asked that they all be called and asked, so those phone calls were made. What transpired I don't operate at that level. But what transpired in individual discussions with tow truck operators, I don't know.
So you instructed your people to call the tow truck operators and simply ask if they would help
That's
tow
right,
the trucks?
if they'd be made available.
Did you instruct your people to offer to cover any damage to the standing offer contractors towing vehicles?
I didn't instruct that specifically, no.
Did you instruct your people to make any offers to increase compensation to standing offer towing contractors once it became clear that they weren't willing to help?
I didn't give specific directions to that level. That's not the level I operate in.
Sure, but don't you think it might have made a difference to increase compensation to tow truck
Well,
operators?
based on the reasons I outlined why they didn't want to do it, that they were telling us, I don't know. Again, that's speculation.
As I recall, you mentioned that they were concerned about damage to their trucks. They were concerned about their safety. They were concerned about, and some of them were sympathetic to the protesters, essentially.
Yes.
Is that a fair
Yeah.
characterization?
Well, there were 4 areas, yes.
So if they're concerned about damage to their trucks, I would think that offering to compensate them for damage.
Even if well, maybe so, but I would argue that, and I shouldn't say that. I would submit to in my own opinion that maybe damage to a truck, even though they're compensated, still isn't worth the damage to your truck. They're very expensive trucks. And then you start getting into a whole other situation about the compensation for that. So they had their own reasons, and I don't know if our people offered them anything else outside of the standing offer contract. I didn't instruct that. I just instructed to try and get tow trucks retained and make them available for us.
All right, well, we've just ticked over my 5 minutes, so thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, well, we're a few seconds away from 1 o'clock, so what I'd suggest is we'll take the lunch break. Everybody, I think, needs a little time, so we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, good afternoon, bon après-midi. This is just a reminder that there's no recording allowed in the room. Il n'y a pas d'enregistrement qui est permis. It is all live streamed, so it's available to everyone. But I mentioned it last week, and I mention it again, and if there's a failure to cooperate, I'm afraid we're going to have to exclude people who are not cooperating. So just a reminder, please, no recording of the proceedings in the room. Okay, so with that brief comment, is the convoy organizers, is this a convenient time? Okay. Well, let's see the product.
Deliver. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is an entity that represents the protesters that attended in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. And thank you for coming here today, sir. Sir, I just want to begin dealing with the issue with respect to the agreement that then went awry on February 14th and 15th and 16th, okay? So I first want to put to you a statement from one of your colleagues, Mr. Arpin, and I want to ask you if that is an accurate understanding of what he said. And I'm doing this to be fair to you because he's testifying next, right? So as I understand it, this is Mr. Arpin's evidence on that point, is that on February 12th, 2022, an agreement was reached with the protesters who promised to remove 75% of the trucks from residential areas. Mr. Arpin had several conversations with Mr. French, including an in-person meeting to finalize the details of the agreement. Mr. Arpin spoke only with Mr. French and held no discussions with protesters. The mayor did not take part in the discussions between Mr. French and Mr. Arpin. Per the agreement, some vehicles would be relocated to Wellington Street. The city's understanding was that some protesters wanted to leave entirely and the others would relocate to sites outside the city, in brackets, for instance, Vanklick Hill, close brackets. According to the city, it was understood that the agreement was not a permanent solution, but it was nevertheless considered a short-term victory for residents overwhelmed by the protests. On February 13th, 2022, some senior members of the Ottawa Police Service, including Chief Peter Slolly, Deputy Chief Steve Bell, and Superintendent Rob Drummond, were advised of the content of the agreement. They shared no concern about the plan. Furthermore, during the meeting with some senior OPS members, they stated that the agreement could ease tensions with the protesters and increase the police's capacity to respond, since they would have a smaller footprint to manage. Also, it was Mr. Arpin's understanding that the Superintendent Drummond took part in a meeting where he was involved in elaborating the plan's details with Mr. K, if I'll call you that, I'll butcher pronouncing it, a meeting in which Mr. Arpin was not involved. According to Mr. Arpin, there was no doubt that Deputy Chief Bell and Superintendent Drummond were aware that a number of vehicles would be added to Wellington Street. Chief Slolly was advised of the agreement during a meeting whose attendees included Kim Ayotte, General Manager of the city's Emergency and Protective Services, and Mr. K. He also received by email a copy of the letter from Mayor Watson to the convoy organizers confirming the agreement. The agreement was announced to council members that day. On February 14th, 2022, the protesters began moving the trucks with the support of OPS. In the afternoon, according to information provided to Mr. Arpin and for reasons unknown to him, the OPS ended the operation. It was his understanding that approximately 102 vehicles, in brackets, roughly 25% of the vehicles, had been moved in the meantime, including approximately 40 heavy trucks. Is that correct?
May I ask what you're reading from? Because I missed that part at the beginning. If you said it, my apologies.
It's your colleague, Mr. Arpin's statement.
Oh, his statement.
That's what he said happened.
Sorry, I think we might have to take this fact by fact. That was a fairly long read to ask whether the witness agrees with whether that entire description is correct.
Sure.
In addition to that, Mr. Commissioner, I just point out that Mr. Miller is seeking to ask a question about a statement of a witness who hasn't testified yet, and leave needs to be sought to question on that statement.
I'm not going to question you about it. I just wanted to know whether or not it's accurate. I have to put it to you in order to make sure that I'm fair to you. And so I can break it down.
I think that comes pretty close to questioning
Yeah.
on it. You're asking him to confirm that
Right.
information. So perhaps we can go at it in a different way, and you can put to him questions about certain facts, and does he agree with that, and go at it one sort of block at a time without reference to the memo, because in the end, he can't confirm what Mr.
Right.
Arpin said or didn't say, and he'll be up, if all goes well, pretty soon.
Right. So, Mr. Kay, on February 12th, 2022, there was an agreement reached with the protesters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that agreement, they promised to move 75% of the trucks from the residential areas?
I don't recall the specific 75% of the trucks, but so I can't confirm that.
Okay. And per the agreement, some of the vehicles were to be relocated to Wellington Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that some of the protesters wanted to leave entirely as well?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that others were going to relocate to sites outside the city?
That's what we were told.
Yep. And according to the city, it understood the agreement was not a permanent solution,
That's correct.
but the city can nevertheless consider it a short-term victory for residents overwhelmed by protests.
Yes.
Right. And so on February 13th, 2022, there was a meeting between members of the Ottawa Police Service, including Chief Peter Sully, Deputy Chief Bell, and Superintendent Rod Drummond, and they were advised of the content of the agreement. You're aware of that?
I'm not sure that Superintendent Drummond was on that call because he didn't get assigned till after 3:30 that day when I emailed Chief Slowly asking for a representative from police. I believe who was on the call was Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, Deputy Chief, then Deputy Chief Bell, Chief Slowly, myself, and Kim Ayotte.
But is it fair to say that none of the Ontario Police Service members on the call shared concerns about the plan?
Chief Slowly did share some concerns about the plan for my operational capacity to be able to affect the plan, as I stated earlier.
But they did state, the OPS members that were present did state that the agreement could ease tensions. Is that right?
Yes.
And by carrying out the agreement, it could also increase the police's capacity to respond.
Yes.
So is there any doubt at all that Deputy Chief Bell knew about this agreement?
No, he knew about the agreement.
And even though he may not have been there, Superintendent Drummond eventually found out about the agreement that day. Is that fair?
He would have been briefed up, I would assume, after he was assigned or before he was assigned, yes.
Right. And Superintendent Drummond never raised any concern with you with respect to that agreement?
No.
So it's true that on February 14th, 2022, the protesters began to move the trucks with the support of OPS. Is that right?
They did that Monday morning. They started, yes.
Right. And is it not true that it was OPS who ended the operation?
Yes.
Right. So it was not the protesters or the truckers who didn't follow through with the deal. They were stopped by OPS from following through with it. Isn't that correct?
Well, not exactly. There were two aspects to it. There were also people parked in the street who were refusing to move their vehicles. So they weren't accepting the deal as part of the deal. And Ottawa Police eventually stopped it, and that's a question for them. But there were people who refused to participate in the deal on the street.
Right. And so wasn't there approximately 102 vehicles moved, roughly 25%, and they had moved in the meantime approximately 40 heavy trucks? Is that not correct?
Well, as I said earlier, that number is in dispute. I had heard 40 trucks and possibly up to 100 total vehicles, but I don't think that represents 25% of all the vehicles because the heavy trucks might have been about 500. The numbers were not nailed down, and even that day on how many were moved, we couldn't get an accurate count.
Okay. So you did have dealings with Mr. Keith Wilson throughout these negotiations. Is that fair?
Yes,
All right. And that included both texts and phone calls?
yes.
All right. So if we can bring up document HRF 0001333, please. And can you scroll down? Just down to the text messages, to the first, to the beginning, right there. That you scroll back up, page 2, please. Just right to the top. Okay, so, Mr. Kay, is that a set of text messages between you and Mr. Wilson?
Yes,
All right. So, Mr. Wilson there, he's in blue and you're in gray, is that fair?
I'm in gray, that's right.
Right.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no. So there you state, or Keith there, Mr. Wilson states to you, trucker logistics delegation of 5 persons will be arriving for a 5:30 p.m. meeting at the City Hall. Please confirm receipt. Thank you, Keith here. And you confirmed it, and you said, call me when they arrive and tell me what City Hall entrance they are at, and I will come and get them. Thank you, Keith. Steve K., right?
Yep.
So you guys met. And if we could scroll down. And that was on February 13th. And he says, will do. I have given Eva and Tom, being Eva Chipiuk and Tom Barrazo, your cell number. And you said, perfect. There was then some issues, as I understand, with some misunderstanding on social media, and you had an exchange about that.
Yes,
And that's that exchange. If you could scroll down, ma'am. And Mr. Wilson got that fixed.
yes.
Right. And Mr. Wilson then let you know, if we can just scroll down, I think the whole thing's there too. On February 14th at 10:13 a.m., FYI, trucks are ready to be moved, but are being blocked by police. And you responded, I'm fixing that. We are allowing 10 trucks now as a sign of good faith. And he responds, thanks. Eva is heading to Chris B., being Chris Barber, to be on the ground there. And you said, okay, good. Then he stated, FYI, Tamara Lynch, former Premier Peckford, planned to hold a press conference, if you could scroll down. At 3 p.m. today, the sole and exclusive focus will be on the federal government's announcement of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. No other topics will be discussed. No comment will be made about the arrangement with the city to relocate the trucks to de-escalate pressure on the residences. And you say, thank you, this is very good to know, appreciate the heads up. And then the next day, he asked whether, that's telling you that the truckers want to move 40-plus trucks tomorrow, starting in the morning. They have room on Wellington to fit it. That would just about clear out almost all of the residential areas. And you then advise him that you're having some issues, if you could scroll down, with the Parliamentary Protection Services, and the new interim chief is engaged, and you'll know more tomorrow morning, and we'll share that with him. You then, after that, on February 16th, as I understand it, you ask him if he's available for a call, and you have a phone conversation with Mr. Wilson. Isn't that correct?
According to this, yes. I don't recall it, but yes.
Yeah. And in that phone conversation, as I understand, you apologized that the deal fell apart because of some issues arising with the Parliamentary Security Services, and that it was not the protesters' fault. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall saying that specifically because I don't have a record of it, but I remember we did have a conversation of that. I was disappointed that we couldn't move more trucks out of the neighborhood.
Right. And it's fair to say that at all times through all of this, Mr. Wilson was engaged with you and he acted in good faith with you in your mind?
He did.
And he did everything he could in his power in order to move these trucks?
He did.
Right. And these individuals tried to move their trucks under the agreement onto Wellington, and it was the OPS who didn't allow it.
Well, I don't know if it was the OPS or PPS. I'm not sure how that worked ultimately, but events had overtaken that day. As you know, by that time, Chief Slowly had resigned, and I was made aware that Ottawa Police and the other police service were getting ready to move into tactical operations. So at that point, I think that was probably the greater reason why they stopped moving trucks up on Wellington Street.
Okay. So I want to kind of take you to another point, and there's a lot of folks watching this. Part of these commissions is to get a better understanding for the general public. And so I want to kind of use your very unique background to do that. I understand just from looking at your background that you have an extensive amount of experience in policing as well as in municipal governance and general public governance generally. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. So you attended and graduated with both an undergraduate and master's degree from Carleton University,
Yes.
and you graduated with your bachelor's degree in public administration in 1982.
Yes.
You then graduated with your master's of public administration from Carleton University in 1985.
Yes.
And what I would like you to do in your own words, because a master's of public administration is actually a very important program. Can you explain for the folks at home, if people hear about what those programs are about in your own words?
Like generally what the programs are about?
Yes, those degrees, the public administration.
Well, I would say in a succinct manner that that the public administration program is about understanding good governance and what the role of the public servant is in working within a governance structure.
Right. And it's fair to say that a Master's of Public Administration is one of the primary degrees for such positions as deputy ministers, clerks of the Privy Council, et cetera, and it's quite common for individuals who hold office like that.
Yeah, it seems to be common, yes.
Yeah. And between 1985 and 1989, what did you do for employment?
Which years?
Just after you graduated from?
I was at Gloucester Police, which was pre-amalgamation policing. There were 3 police services in the area.
Okay. And that's the Gloucester Police Service, and you were there as the director, is that correct?
Yes. The event when I left, yes. Well, when we amalgamated, yes.
Yeah. And the amalgamation between that police service and with Ottawa and Nepean, that occurred in 1994, is that fair?
It went into effect January 1st, 1995.
Okay. And then it became Carleton Regional Police Service, is that right?
Ottawa Carleton Regional Police Service, yes.
Okay. And you became the Director General of the Carleton Regional Police Service?
That's correct.
And you were in that position between 1994 and the spring of 2000?
That's correct.
And can you explain what are your duties as a Director of the Police Service?
Well, as the Director General, I was on the executive command. It's basically a civilian deputy chief, and I was responsible for the administration of the police service, for everything from finance, HR, evidence room, facilities, fleet, IT, 911. For a while, I had the court liaison function, so it was all the support functions, training, HR. So I had all the support functions that supported the operations of the police service.
Right, so you were involved in, unlike your current position, you were involved in the operation of the police service and their operations in that position?
Yes.
Okay. So can you also explain for the folks at home as well, and they may not understand, about the separation between municipalities and general executive government from the police service and how they're independent?
Yes, it's clear in the Police Services Act that the police is an independent authority reporting to the Ottawa Police Services Board, or a police board. The board has defined responsibilities over the police, but not to direct the police chief operationally. And certainly the mayor, city councilors as a body or as individuals, or city administration officials cannot direct the chief of police on any matter.
Right. And so it's fair to say that police constables and the chief make all of their operational decisions, such as what to do with a protest, as well as what to do when arresting someone or if they're going to lay charges. That is all independent of any other branch of government.
Yes,
Okay, or supposed to be.
supposed to be, yes, but it is.
Right. And on January 30th, 2022, I understand you had a phone meeting with Chief Slully, and that's when he asked you about getting the injunction, isn't that right?
Yes,
All right. And you had agreed to prepare to seek that injunction, but it was also agreed that the final decision was going to be with you.
yes.
Now, after January 30th, 2022, did Chief Sully, did he say to you that, or Chief Slully, sorry, did he say to you that he no longer recommended pursuing that injunction?
No,
Were you aware that on January 31st, 2022, that Commissioner of the RCMP, Ms. Brenda Lucky, told him that he shouldn't pursue it?
at the time, no, as I stated earlier in my testimony.
Okay, and did you have any dealings as well with Ms. Brenda Lucky during these events?
Only never as individually or Commissioner Carrick. It was always in the group discussions with the deputy ministers themselves and us for the situational awareness and the resource requirements.
Okay. And I take it you did have several meetings, though, with the executive branch of the federal government. Is that right?
Can you please clarify what you mean by executive branch?
Prime Minister and ministers.
Never with the Prime Minister, but several ministers.
Right. And so were you kept apprised, at least by Mayor Watson, of his contact with the Prime Minister?
He informed me that he spoke to the Prime Minister and generally what they talked about, but not in any great detail.
Okay. Did he relay to you that on January 31st, 2022, that he asked for additional officers from the RCMP from the Prime Minister?
Yes,
Okay. And I take it that you were probably not privy to this call either, but were told about it. On February 3rd, 2022, Mayor Watson had a phone meeting with Minister Mediciano.
I heard about it, but I was not on the call.
And again, he reiterated his request for more officers?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And did you participate on February 3rd, 2022? There was a meeting with the representatives of GoFundMe. Do you remember that?
Yes, I didn't participate in that call.
Right. And is it not true that you talked the representatives of GoFundMe into freezing the funds for the convoy and for the protest, and they did so?
When you say you, are you referring to me specifically or city at large?
The city at large. My apologies. It was both yourself were present, Mayor Watson, and the city solicitor, David Wright, with some GoFundMe reps.
No, I wasn't present at that call, even though I don't know what you're referring to, but I did not participate in the calls with GoFundMe reps. I was advised of it after, and it was the city solicitor in the mayor's office that had that discussion with them.
Okay. And what was the influence for the city not getting the injunction right away after Chief Slully said to get one?
What was the
What was the reason? Why didn't the city go out and get the injunction?
As I said earlier, the request was very broad. It wasn't specific. We never discussed the specifics with Chief Slully. I didn't. And we left it to the two legal teams on the police side and our city solicitor to work out what an injunction might look like in terms of scope, what evidence they were going to bring, and how it would be enforced. Those were the key issues that we were referring to. So we didn't have that information up until, well, we never did get it completely, but we were never in a position to satisfy that request until later on when we stuck to the municipal scope of operations and enforcement.
And I take it throughout your history in working in policing that you've participated in obtaining injunctions in the past, right?
No,
You've never participated in obtaining an injunction?
no.
Okay. And so you don't have any understanding of how that proceeding would work?
Well, in advance, I didn't have a good understanding, but I certainly have a pretty good one now, because I was working with our city solicitor, and I had lots of questions about injunctions, so it was explained to me, and I think I understand how it works.
And you had said in your evidence that one of the biggest problems that you faced was not having tow trucks.
In relation to the injunction or in relation to other
In
things?
relation to removing the protesters or getting them to leave.
Tow trucks was a tool that would be required in an integrated operational enforcement plan. On its own, tow trucks weren't of a big value with that many trucks that were there. It had to be integrated into an operational plan, and to infect the operational plan, you needed to have those tools available to you to finish it off.
Right, but you knew that the OPS and OPP had already, quite shortly after the weekend that they stayed longer than you anticipated, had already gathered the license plates, registration, et cetera, for all of those trucks, and they had them in their possession.
Yes.
Right. And so I understand the issue with tow trucks, but having all that information in their possession, and given that you were the director of police, you know what a BOLO is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So it's a be on the lookout, right? And if one were to drive a truck here, they would have a set of keys?
Yes.
Right. So no one issued a BOLO for the drivers to have them arrested and take their keys, did they?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why?
You'd have to ask the police that. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know about that as an option, wasn't something you considered when you were trying to deal with this issue?
It wasn't in my purview or my scope of operations to consider something like that. As you said earlier, that's a police scope issue in terms of how they choose to arrest or detain somebody.
Okay.
Hey, just to let you know, I think you're now on borrowed time, so.
Oh, I will just wrap this up then. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Willing to be accommodating, but
Yes,
there you go. There you are also. Okay, thank you. So next, if I could call on the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanellakis. I'm Andrea Gonzalez, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada. And I have just a few questions for you. I think I understood from your evidence this morning, but just to be clear, it's fair to say that during the period of the protests in Ottawa, there were some areas where the protest activity was more volatile and some areas where it was less. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And where the situation was more volatile, the risk to bylaw and law enforcement officers was greater.
Yes, it was.
Some areas had greater potential for violence, greater risk of weapons being present.
Yes.
And for example, are you aware that the Rideau and Sussex intersection was considered a more volatile, higher risk area?
Yes, Chief Slowly fully briefed us on that.
Right. You recall him briefing you that there was a Quebec contingent there?
Yes.
They had an aggressive stature. They were well organized, right?
Yes.
Now, we've heard a lot of evidence today about the city's injunction application, and I'd ask that document OTT 301305 be pulled up. Mr. Kanellakis, on the screen you'll see City of Ottawa and Persons Unknown application record. You're familiar with that as the application record filed by the city in support of its injunction?
Yes, generally, yes.
Generally, if we go down, I think it may be a couple of pages in. Actually, if you can go back to the next page where the index is, you're aware that Mr. Ayotte was the city's affiant. He provided the evidence in support.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then the notice of application issued February 11th. Are you familiar with that document?
I have to see it again, but I'm
Sure, let's just go ahead there. this is the document prepared by the city that set out the basis on which it was requesting the injunction, right?
Yes, okay, yeah, I know what you're referring to.
And from the city's perspective, the injunction was necessary at this point in time because of the extent of the bylaw infractions that were going on, right?
That's correct.
It's in the document, but I'll just summarize. The protesters' actions were interfering with the city's ability to maintain roads,
Yes,
perform snow removal,
yes,
regulate the flow of traffic,
yes,
enforce bylaws,
yes,
provide public transportation,
yes,
perform waste removal.
yes,
The document describes all of these behaviors as a public nuisance that threaten public safety, right?
yes,
And by this point, despite over 2,000 bylaw tickets having been issued, these bylaw violations were not stopping, right?
that was my point earlier, yes.
Right. And Associate Chief Justice McWatt of the Ontario Superior Court accepted the city's position, correct?
That's right.
And have you read her reasons?
I did,
You recall she described the city's evidence as overwhelming,
yes,
and she granted the injunction being sought under Section 440 of the Municipal Act, right?
yes,
And that injunction, I appreciate there were more details than this, but in a nutshell, it was an order requiring the protesters requiring the protesters to stop violating bylaws.
yes,
That injunction was granted on February 14th, right?
yes,
And that's the same day that the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act.
yes,
And on its own, the court issuing the injunction was not enough for those protesters to get in their trucks and drive home, right?
well, it's hard to determine that because we just got it, but
But my point is it needed to be enforced.
yes,
Right. And that enforcement, along with all of the other tactical enforcement measures, came within the days after February 14th, right?
yeah, yes,
That was your concern from the very beginning if the injunction was brought at the wrong time and the enforcement capacity wasn't there.
exactly.
Just a couple questions on the arrangement with protest leaders. Again, we've heard a lot about that, and I don't intend to cover what's been said. But just to be clear, in response to my friend's question, this was never intended as a long-term solution, right?
No, it was clear in the discussions we actually had with the leadership that this wasn't going to end the protest. They planned to stay. This was a relief for us, for me, when I first initiated this. It was about relieving those neighborhoods of those trucks and the noise and all the other issues that came with it.
Right. And if it had accomplished its goal of providing some relief to individuals in the residential areas, it still would not have cleared the streets of Ottawa of the trucks and the protesters.
I don't believe it would have, no.
It was contemplated within the agreement that trucks would remain on Wellington,
Yes?
on SJAM, for instance,
The ones that were there already, yes?
right, and other non-residential streets.
That's correct.
And there was, for example, no effort as part of this arrangement to remove the concerning groups from those more volatile intersections like Rideau and Sussex.
No.
And even the modest goal of helping to achieve some relief for the residents, that's something you hoped could be achieved, but you were uncertain as to whether compliance would in fact occur, right?
We were concerned whether everybody that was out there would align with the objectives that the group we met with had and whether they participate.
And in fact, as things turned out, there wasn't complete alignment, right?
There was not.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the CCLA. And they'll be on the video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, what's
Kanalakis.
CCLA? I don't know what CCLA.
Can you hear me?
CCLA is she'll introduce herself.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Kanalakos?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I am a lawyer for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. We're a nonprofit organization. I just have a few questions for you. Sorry, just give me one moment. And I'm just going to note what time it is because I know my time is limited. I just want to ask about, in your testimony when you were being questioned by Commission Counsel earlier today, you talked about the agreement that was being worked on with some of the convoy organizers. I just wanted to ask about communication of that agreement to the federal government. I think you said in your evidence that you had passed that information along to Mr. Stewart in, is it in Minister Mendicino's office? Is that right?
Yes, he's the Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada.
Okay. And so you passed along the correspondence between Ms. Litch and Mayor Watson.
I did.
And did you communicate, was that on the, do you recall whether that was on the 13th or the 14th when the?
I believe it was on the 13th, either just before it went public or when it went public, so that he had a copy of it.
Okay, thank you. And did you have discussions with anyone else, discussions or email correspondence with anyone else at the federal level about that agreement?
No, my main contact was Rob Stewart, who was the Deputy Minister. He was a liaison. It sort of formalized, but it started informally. But him and I were organizing the meetings that we were having with the other parties.
Okay, thank you. And did you have any discussions with anyone from the federal government, any of your contacts, or receive any notice before the federal government announced the decision to declare an emergency under the Federal Emergencies Act?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I think in your the witness statement that was introduced earlier, that you gave to Commission Counsel, you mentioned the Emergencies Act providing some assistance to the city, and I think the way you put it was that it discouraged people from attending and helped to shrink the size of the protests. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, so it was sort of a deterrent role in your view.
Well, it enabled the police to basically establish a control zone and limit, not add to the number of people and grow the number of people that were in that zone, which would have made the final operation much more difficult if more people started pouring into that area.
Okay. And you felt that people were discouraged from attending that area because the announcement had been made about the Emergencies Act?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kanalakos. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the Criminal Lawyers Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanalakos. My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council for Criminal Defense Lawyers. These are two organizations with a joint grant of standing. Both represent criminal defense lawyers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I only have a couple of questions relating specifically to bylaw enforcement and whether you can help us put any of the numbers we've seen in some of the documents into context. In the city's institutional report, it says that 3,182 parking tickets, so specifically parking tickets, were issued between January 28th and February 22nd. Does that sound familiar?
I saw that number, yes.
Okay, and in the city's injunction application, Mr. Ayotte swore in his affidavit that 2,000 tickets had been issued between January 28th and February 11th in relation to the demonstration. Does that sound right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
I believe that was a number that had just recently come up in questioning. And Mr. Ayotte's affidavit also says that 1,732 of these 2,000 tickets were parking tickets. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so am I right in understanding that the other, those that are not parking tickets, but were other tickets, so 268 tickets, that these were issued for other infractions in that same 15-day period, like the illegal fireworks, fires, noise, idling, so non-parking infractions?
No, I don't have the specifics of that. I think that's better posed to Mr. Ayotte when he appears this week.
Okay. And I'll only have a couple other questions, and if it's the same answer, then I'll pose those questions to Mr. Ayotte. But my understanding from reading these documents is that the primary goal of the parking enforcement piece within the perimeter of the demonstration was to ensure that the emergency lanes were clear. Is that right?
Yes, initially that was the objective, correct.
And do you have a sense of these sort of bucket of parking tickets, do you have a sense of how many of those would have been devoted to this primary goal of keeping the emergency lane clear as opposed to other parking infractions?
I'm sorry, I don't have that available. I don't know that.
Okay. I also understand that bylaw and regulatory services received approval for an increase to the set fines for various bylaw infractions on February 8th. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's correct.
And do you have either any data or an opinion on whether these increased fines had any impact between when they were changed on February 8th and I suppose when further enforcement measures came in on February 14th?
I don't, sorry.
Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now if I could call on the City of Ottawa.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Kanellakos, we've heard about the city's emergency response structure, the EOC, the EOCG. We've heard that OPS was the lead agency on the enforcement, and we've heard about another entity, NCRCC, National Capital Region Command Center. Can you explain a little bit what the NCRCC is and what its role was in the response to the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, well, to answer that, you have to put it in the context of the way our incident management system is structured in the city and is best practice through the Solicitor General's guidebook on dealing with emergencies of Ontario. And effectively, you have an incident commander who deals with an incident. If the incident grows larger and that commander needs more support, you'll start scaling up your emergency operations. And what ended up happening in this situation is that you have an incident commander. The National Capital Regional Command Center then was formed because we had multiple jurisdictions and multiple law enforcement entities that were engaged in the event. And so the incident commander had the National Capital Regional Command Center as a support function to help the lead, which is Ottawa Police, be able to enact all the things they needed to enact on the ground. And flowing down from that would be command centers at Ottawa Police, command centers at City of Ottawa, which we called our Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, and other organizations would have the same, which when requests came from the incident commander through the National Capital Regional Command Center, it'd go down into the, for instance, City of Ottawa, the EOC, and the EOC would make sure that what they needed was actually actioned in the departments and in the service areas. And each one of those service areas stood up its own departmental command center so they can coordinate all the efforts. Because these aren't things that we do in the corner of our desk. It's a full line of accountability structure from the top, the incident commander, right to the front line.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned incident command. Who was incident command for the Freedom Convoy, just so we're clear?
Ottawa Police.
Okay. And you've mentioned the role of the NCRCC. Thank you for that. Who sat, and I appreciate there may have been quite a few, but can you give us an idea beyond OPS and the City of Ottawa, who was embedded in or sat on NCRCC during the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I probably don't have an exhaustive list off the top of my head, but it would have been all the police services, OPP, RCMP, the PPS would have been there. OC Transpo is there. Our public works are there. Corporate communications are there. The public works certainly was there. Traffic management incident group was there. Some of the federal agencies were also represented. Some of the ministries were there. Some of the intelligence functions were also linked to the NRCC. So they had all the representatives of anybody that was actually involved or had a role in managing the event were all embedded in a coordinated fashion in that NRCC.
And I think you mentioned earlier, you made reference to Kelly Cochran, if you'll recall.
Yes.
And can you just remind us, I don't think her name's particularly important, but what her role was in the response?
Kelly Cochran was a liaison back to the EOC, our EOC. So that structure is set up so that there's a person embedded in the NRCC who links back to our command center, which is Emergency Operations Center. So there's a clear line of communication about what the requests are, what information we need to know, what they're planning, et cetera.
And now you mentioned earlier the EOCG provides strategic direction and looks ahead with respect to resources and staffing rotation needs and so forth. Who does the EOCG provide strategic direction to?
To the EOC. So once we get to that level of event, the EOCG, which is made up of the city department heads and the outside police, library and public health, their role is to set the policy direction and the strategic direction for our command center to be able to implement for city services effectively.
So we've described the role of the NCRCC, EOCG, and I skipped one. Can you describe in your own words the role of the EOC in responding specifically to the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, the EOC is made up of representatives of every service area of the city, including police, and sometimes we bring in external partners. And their job is to action the requests that come from NRCC, whatever those actions are.
Thank you. And I'm just going to take you to two documents, and then that'll be it, Mr. Kanellakos. The first is OTT 30-29985. And could we scroll down to the bottom, please? Thank you. Or, well, up a little bit. Yeah, we'll start there. Perfect. Now, this is in relation to Coventry, Mr. Kanellakos. You were asked a number of questions about the use of Coventry Stadium. And this is an email from Michelle McElligott at the City of Ottawa to other individuals at the City of Ottawa. Do you know what Ms. McElligott does?
She's a program manager, I believe, in our traffic operations group.
Okay, and she writes, "Hi, Amanda, thanks for taking my call. As discussed, we are looking to obtain permission to use the RCGT parking lot." What's that?
That's the baseball stadium parking lot.
Is it the one you were referring to earlier in your testimony? For the overflow of vehicles that arrive for the trucker convoy between evening Friday, 28th of January and Sunday, January 30th. She's mentioning 2021. I think we can just assume that's a typo. This site is ideal as those who won't fit on Wellington can take a quick train ride if they so choose to demonstrate at Parliament Hill. I've spoken to Roads and they will send someone by the lot to see what type of snow clearing may be required. Thanks for your help. And can we scroll up a little bit, please? Now, there's a new individual on this chain, Regan Katz. Do you know who he is, Mr. Kanellakos?
I believe he's part of the ownership group of the Ottawa Titans.
And who are the Titans?
The professional baseball team in Ottawa.
Okay. And you've mentioned that this is the parking lot for the baseball stadium. Do the Titans own or use the stadium? What's the relationship there?
They lease the stadium from us and the parking lot.
Okay. So the chain sort of keeps coming up. Can we scroll up again? Right. And there's a list of questions. And at the top there, just a little bit higher, please. Mr. Katz finally responds. Oh, a little lower. Sorry, it's harder to do this when you have to direct someone else. Mr. Katz responds, "Amanda, sounds like this wouldn't have any negative impact on us. We have no objections to the lot being used." Now, you mentioned earlier that the Titans did express frustration with the use of the parking lot. When did that objection arise?
I'm not certain exactly, but it was probably after the first weekend as it extended and as the presence on that lot grew and it became a logistics center basically to support the protesters. I think that's when they became very worried.
Thank you. Final document is OTT 4, and I apologize, I actually realized I have the wrong number. I have our doc ID. Ms. Tompkins, can you figure out what the control number is for doc ID OTT 401313? I apologize. Our doc ID is OTT 401313, but I need the control number. Mr. Commissioner, this is my last question, so I think I'll still be within my time allocation.
That's fine. I think you're just showing how the system works. Ultimately, I hope people are appreciating how all these documents come up and are controlled. It's obviously a lot of work behind the scenes. Much appreciated.
The doc ID number is OTT 401313. Perhaps you could just read out the control number directly.
OTT 00030030.
Thank you.
My apologies. Can you repeat the number?
Yes, it's OTT 00030030.
Thank you.
There we go. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. Mr. Kanellakos, this is a letter dated April 28th, 2022. And if we can scroll to the bottom, you'll see it's signed by Mr. Ayotte. You've told us who he is, but that you're copied on it. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Perfect. And if we can go to the top now, it's a letter addressed to Steve Bell, who at the time was interim chief of police. Now, you discussed earlier the authority that the city uses to close roads. And so I want to draw the second paragraph of this letter to your attention and then ask you to explain the approach that was taken. This letter, of course, is in respect to the Rolling Thunder convoy, which postdates the Freedom Convoy. And so Mr. Ayotte says to Interim Chief Bell, in light of the information that the city has been provided with respect to the proposed rally, including the intelligence that OPS has shared with staff, the city remains of the view that the use of vehicles in the Rolling Thunder Ottawa 2022 rally will have a significant impact on the orderly movement of traffic in the city and could pose a serious potential for injury or damage to persons or property. As a result, in addition to traffic measures along the motorcycle route, the city and OPS have jointly agreed on the necessity of restricting vehicular traffic in the designated downtown core area. So can you just explain the approach to road closures here?
Well, the Rolling Thunder was obviously had the benefit of the learning from the protest we had in February, and at that time, we started discussing, as we were planning for that, what authorities we had to be able to close the roads. And Interim Chief Bell and myself had a conversation about exercising that authority to close the roads. We got legal opinion at that time in terms of what our authorities were, what were the actual statutes and bylaws that allowed us to do it. And Ayotte was brought into the discussion, and based on the information that was shared with us by Ottawa Police with respect to what they were expecting for Rolling Thunder, we made the decision that we would create a no-go zone, basically a red zone, for the inner core to prevent vehicles from permanently taking route. So we changed, as I said, sort of the snake march example. We changed our tactics based on the learnings that we had from that event in February, and it was quite an effective strategy.
You said we created no-go zones. Who's the we in that sentence?
Well, that's Ottawa Police in collaboration with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Kanellakos. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Is there any re-examination or? Yes, go ahead.
Hi again. Very briefly, I'm going to take.
Just reintroduce yourself for the
Yes, for
public.
the record, it's Natalia Rodriguez, Commission Counsel. If I can take you to COM 693. And just briefly, you had, in response to some questions from Mr. Champ, you had indicated that the city treats parades and other types of events differently from protests. Do you recall that?
Well, they're actually the same, but we treat them differently in terms of how we prepare for them.
Okay, so I'm just going to take you to the special events on city streets bylaw. And I want to take you to the definition of special event on page 2 of the bylaw. And it's section 1K. And you'll see that there, special event includes a demonstration, parade, sports event, festival, carnival, donation station, street dance, residential block party, sidewalk sale, outdoor mass, and other like events. So a protest is a demonstration, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so under the bylaw, a protest would be included as a special event.
Yes.
And so if we go to section 2, special events permit required. And it says, no person shall participate in a special event on a highway unless such special event is carried out under the authority of a permit issued by the general manager pursuant to this bylaw. So according to the city bylaws, even protesters should be getting permits in order to participate in a demonstration, correct?
Yes, we asked them to do that, yes.
Okay. And the word there is shall, so it's not discretionary, it's they must get a permit.
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to section 5.1, which is on page 3 of the bylaw, there it is, the general manager or the chief of police. And here the general manager refers to a city manager, is that right?
The general manager, in this case, I believe, is the general manager of Public Works, who oversees our transportation and parking bylaw.
Right, so it's a city official.
That's right.
Okay. So the general manager or the chief of police may at their discretion cause to be closed one or more highways or parts of highways, and in this case, highway just means a city road, like any road, essentially, right? To pedestrians or vehicular traffic or both, and cause to be erected such ropes, barricades, and other barriers as may be needed to preserve public order and protect persons and property during the time of such special event. And so Mr. Champ had put to you that the city has a responsibility to protect the public, and you indicated that that was mainly the responsibility of the police. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And under this section here, it looks like the general manager or the chief of police, so either the city or OPS, has the authority to barricade or close roads in order to preserve that public order. Is that right?
Yes, but it's very rarely, especially on a special event that's considered a demonstration, that one party, whether it's police or the city, would do it arbitrarily and unilaterally without consulting with the other, because you can't close a road without both participating.
Right, but the bylaw grants authority to both independent of each other.
Yes.
Okay. And so finally, my last question relates to a proposition that Council for the Government of Canada put to you in terms of enforcing the City of Ottawa's injunction. And the suggestion was that enforcement of the injunction came in the days after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And my question to you is, was the city's injunction ever used as a measure? Are you aware?
No, it wasn't used as a measure.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you,
Mr. Commissioner.
Steve Kay, for your contribution and for coming forward.
Thank you, sir.
So you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next witness that's being called.
Mr. Commissioner, Jean-Simon Schoenholz, Commission Counsel. We'd like to call Steve's in my head, Serge Arpin as our next witness.
commissaire.
Voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire un
Would you like, we have the Bible or the Torah or the Quran? Please take the Bible in your hand. For the minutes, please spell your name. Serge Arpin, Sergearpin. Do you swear that the testimony before this commission will be the truth and only the truth? So help you God? Yes, I do. You do.
Will be in French, so there are obviously, no, it's going to be in English, I'm sorry.
In the end, Monsieur Alpin asked to testify in English.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I was misleading you.
It was a last-minute change, but Commission Council was made aware.
Okay.
And agreeable. Thank you, Mr. Schoenholz.
Okay, well, Mr. Arpin, you are, of course, free to testify in either language. If you're going to switch, as an earlier witness did, if you could give us a warning so that people can put on the translation equipment, because it's we're not all bilingual in the room, and everyone's entitled to follow the proceedings. And so if you are going to switch, please give us fair warning. Okay, I'm sorry to have interrupted that. Go ahead.
No problem. Mr. Arpin, could you start by telling us your title?
I'm Mayor Watson's Chief of Staff.
And I understand you had an interview with Commission Council on September 8th.
I did.
And that interview was held in French.
It was.
So WTS 6015, I'll pull that up on the screen. This is a summary of your interview, and that's drafted in French, correct?
Yes,
And you've had an opportunity to review that summary.
I have.
Okay. Do you have any corrections?
I don't.
Okay. And you didn't review the English translation, though?
I did not.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So this summary is going to go into evidence. So I'd like to start talking about the discussions that you facilitated with the protesters. According to your summary, you facilitated negotiations between the mayor's office and a group of protesters. Those discussions were facilitated by Dean French. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could you explain the genesis of those discussions?
On or around February 8th, the city manager approached myself and Mayor Watson to inform us that he had been approached by the PLT team as they posited that the city's relationship with the truck convoy representatives had broken down, and the PLT team sought the city manager's support to engage with representatives from the truck convoy protest. The city manager approached the mayor and myself. We had a brief discussion in the foyer of the mayor's office. I think it was around 5:30 p.m. that day, asking us for our views on this proposal. My initial reaction and my advice to the mayor is that it was extraordinary. It was an extraordinary request. We would normally not take part in such a meeting. We were not aware of the individuals. We had no dealings with those individuals. We had no history of reliability. And hence, I made the recommendation, the mayor accepted the recommendation that we would not take part in the meeting, but the city manager was free to proceed with the meeting if he felt it would be beneficial to better understand the concerns, issues, and demands of the truck convoy protest. And my understanding is he proceeded to grant that meeting on the 8th. And he informed us thereafter that he felt it had been a constructive meeting. He felt that the parties were speaking reliably. We had no knowledge of whether or not they represented a large cross-section of truckers, but they appeared to be dealing in good faith with the city manager and the PLT team. It's also our understanding from the city manager that the PLT team had suggested that we engage with the truck convoy representatives on their willingness to initially move some trucks out of the residential district as a sign of goodwill. My understanding is that the city manager did explore that concept with the representatives early on. That was shared with us post facto. On or around February 10th, the mayor received a call from Dean French saying that he was willing to play a goodwill role as an ambassador between the two parties. He appeared to be seeking no gain or personal benefit. We knew him from his time as Chief of Staff to Premier Ford. I had what I could call a professional, courteous, and friendly relationship with him. We felt he was a straight shooter in our dealings with him in the past. And so the mayor asked me to call him back and see whether or not there was any potential for any kind of an agreement that would help relieve the extraordinary stress that our residents were under in the residential districts.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that the purpose of your discussions, and we'll focus on your discussions with Mr. French, as we've already heard Steve Kay's testimony, the purpose of those discussions was to find a solution that would kind of relieve some of the stresses on the residents of the downtown core. Is that correct?
The context of the moment, and just to back up a bit, we have never in 11 years and 11 months since the mayor's election in 2010 been involved in negotiations with any group in the context of a demonstration. That's extraordinary. And we would not have involved ourselves had the PLT team not approached the city manager and sought the city and the mayor's involvement in such a dialogue. It's extraordinary. We would normally not do it. The context was we're into about day 9 or 10 of what was initially going to be a demonstration has become an occupation of our residential districts. Residents, shut-ins, residents from all walks of life are feeling threatened in their personal safety and security, and the mayor was living that every single day. He took it home every single day. He was working 15, 18 hours a day. Yes, he was looking for any solution that might help us alleviate the pressure on our residents and what they were going through. And for us, it appeared that there was no downside for us to undertake this dialogue, as there was no end in sight. There appeared to be no, cogent, multi-jurisdictional plan to bring this thing to an end. And so if we were able to get one truck out of the residential district, it would be a small victory. That wasn't our goal, of course, but the intent was to alleviate the pressure short term. And we were told by various parties, including the city manager, including Steve Bell, including Kim Ayotte, that the short-term goal was to bring the temperature down with the demonstrators since the relationship had broken down with the PLT team, and bringing them into a small perimeter would also help the OPS and the combined forces potentially one day bring the demonstration under greater control, if not to a halt.
What group of combo organizers did you understand that Mr. French was representing or speaking on behalf of?
Generally speaking, we did not have a clear sense of how the groups were organized into his dialogue that he offered to lead. We only understood that he would only speak on behalf of moderate groups. He had no interest whatsoever in representing the fringes. He told us, I'm a plane ride away. I can leave as quickly as I've arrived. I want to help. Obviously, we had no interest whatsoever in engaging in a dialogue that might include some of the factions that were hurting Ottawa residents on a day-to-day basis.
So was your understanding that some of the factions were not included in this negotiation?
Quite possibly, and it was something that Dean had said to me in the course of the 3 or 4 days during which we dialogued, on a number of occasions, and he restated his desire to do something that would help. That's how it started. That was his message to the mayor. It was no more specific than that.
And what exactly was being discussed in those 3 days? I think it was February 10th to February 12th. what was being negotiated?
As you know, we're already 10 days into the crisis, with horns blaring and, heavy trucks spewing diesel into a number of residential streets in the core, at Rideau and Sussex, at Coventry and Overbrook Forbes. Our goal from the get-go was to get a sense of their willingness to recognize through Mr. French that they were hurting local communities. And if there was no agreement on that notion, then there was nothing to discuss. We wanted to, get to a point very, very quickly of understanding of whether or not he could get the key organizers to recognize that they never intended to hurt, ordinary people in residential districts. And that became apparent quite quickly in our first few discussions. And we laid out a couple of ideas. Some of them had come directly from the PLT team. Because again, as you would know, and as I mentioned to you earlier, I cannot recall us ever being involved in a discussion with a group of demonstrators directly. It would not happen. And so we sought to establish some parameters, and they included, a sense from them of their willingness to remove a large number of trucks from the residential district, and we set out a number, 75%, below which we felt we would not be providing any relief to the residents who were under essentially, what they viewed as siege and what we concurred with as being a siege of their day-to-day life. So it had to be a big number. We wanted to see rapid progress on the removal of trucks because we would find out very, very quickly if this was a stunt or if it was a bluff to try to, gain more time, and we found out that it wasn't a stunt. We believe that, we set out those parameters of roughly 75%, rapid movement towards, removing the trucks from the residential district. And we rapidly came to, an understanding in principle. I wrote something up. I sent it to Dean, which was going to be the mayor's opening position around this is what we need for us to have a dialogue and to commit to a potential meeting, a listening meeting with Mayor Watson. If they could meet those conditions, then we would consider granting a meeting.
And is what you wrote up what eventually became the letter that went out on the 12th? Okay.
Correct.
And so Mr. French had a role in kind of providing feedback on that
Well,
letter?
it was very, very, it was very, very succinct. This is what we believe we can, bring forward that would lead to a dramatic improvement in the day-to-day lives of our residents. And they agreed with us that they thought that that would be an appropriate starting point. And they brought it back to the other party.
In those discussions, did you agree upon, and this is, I know there's a subsequent February 13th meeting that Mr. Kay has testified about, but did you and Mr. French agree on where the trucks would be moving to?
No, it was a rather fluid situation. I'm wondering if we can bring back the mayor's letter, if at all possible.
Yeah.
Because you'll notice that we describe a broad perimeter, that's an aspiration, but in the 2 or 3 days in which we were dialoguing about the potential of removing trucks, it appeared, we were told that some were heading to Vankleek Hill, some were heading potentially west to Arnprior. Apparently some demonstrators wanted to go home with their kids, family, etc. And so we started getting bogged down in who would go where. And when we realized that that was futile because we had no clear understanding of what proportion of trucks would end up going where, the general dialogue, after I consulted with the city manager's office and with Kim Ayotte, I had a discussion with them because this was, again, at the urging of the PLT team. They asked that we engage in this dialogue, and they recommended that we talk about reducing the number of trucks in the residential district. We set forth a framework that would have them go into a smaller perimeter. I consulted with Mr. Ayotte. I think I remember him saying that there was room for, a significant number of large trucks as long as they parked in a more compact fashion in that broad perimeter of Elgin, Wellington, and west of that. And obviously, we're in the middle of the pandemic. Most of those buildings were empty at that point in time. We expected that if there were significant operational concerns, the city would have raised that with us in the last stretch of those discussions in the last 48 hours, as the city was liaising with OPS and other police forces. And so, no, there was no explicit, it wasn't like the handshake was not predicated on every single truck will go to Wellington, because then if they'd moved trucks to Vankleekale or Arnprior, then it would have been seen as being outside of the agreement. We tried to not get too bogged down in that.
Sorry, you said you would have expected that the city would have raised concerns. I'm assuming you meant OPS.
No, because we had no direct dealings with OPS on the scope and the nature of this goodwill arrangement to try to get more trucks outside of the residential precincts. Our liaison, as it is normally, our liaison on almost every single city matter is through the city manager's office. And the city manager liaises with, various groups that they have a role in on which we don't sit.
Okay. And when you say that you understood that some protesters want to move into the outskirts of the town, or some wanted to go home, is that what you had heard from Mr. French, or
Correct.
did that come from?
Yes.
That was Mr. French.
Yes.
We can pull up that document OTT 406964. Was this? We'll go into this in more detail, but was this agreement meant to achieve a permanent resolution to the protest?
It wasn't.
Okay.
We had no illusions around that. It was a temporary solution aimed at taking down the temperature and reestablishing a contact between the city and the truck convoy representatives and members.
And was it ever raised that there would be some kind of protection for the trucks that limited themselves to Wellington Street, for example?
Absolutely not. And I recall raising with Dean the fact that he had to be fully cognizant in his discussions with truck convoy representatives that we were having no discussions whatsoever with any agency about enforcement, anything that could happen inside or outside the zone, if we had no capacity to direct any of these activities and to either anticipate them or constrain them. And so they had to be cognizant of the fact that they could subject themselves to action at any moment. It could happen 5 minutes after they start moving trucks. We had no control over that.
And my understanding from what you said just earlier is that OPS was not consulted on your discussions with Mr. French. Is that right?
Not through us. No, not through us.
And neither was the Parliamentary Protection Service?
Not through us.
Okay. Was it through someone else?
My understanding is that once OPS had been briefed on the matter, it was their responsibility to brief their partners.
And we'll get to that later. Okay, so looking then, this is the letter that was issued by the mayor's office setting out the parameters of that agreement with Mr. French, correct?
Yes, and I just want to draw your attention to the fact that paragraph 4 says that they will restrict their presence to a perimeter. We did not say that they would move all of their trucks into the Wellington perimeter, and that's an important point. We had no ability to anticipate which trucks would be going where.
When did the mayor start having input with respect to this letter?
The mayor gave me a broad mandate to engage with Mr. French to see if they were serious, if Mr. French could reliably and credibly speak for a significant number of truckers, and if we could come to a kind of a framework within 48 hours. I picked up the phone within, I think, an hour of him bringing us the message, given the state of urgency that was being felt throughout the city, especially the impacted zones. And that day, I briefed the mayor verbally on the fact that I believed that we could get Mr. French to bring a credible proposal to the other side that included moving a significant number of trucks outside of the residential district, and if they did that in a short period of time, that it would likely lead to the mayor granting a listening meeting, which typically it's extremely rare that the mayor doesn't grant a meeting to a group that's requesting it, and that includes people we don't agree with.
Okay, so in terms of, you've mentioned this 75% number, and you've pointed to the fourth paragraph. That's why I'm writing to ask you that you remove the convoy and truck from all our residential neighborhoods and restrict your presence to Wellington, essentially. And then if we just move down a little bit, it kind of details the conditions to meeting the mayor in a bit more detail. I don't see the 75% in the letter itself, so maybe if you can explain how it fits in.
There is going to be an extraordinary level of scrutiny and criticism of this effort to remove trucks from the residential district. Obviously, we could not, put the mayor in a position where, they move 25% of trucks and they claim that we promised to grant them a victory, that we promised to grant them a meeting with the mayor. And so a bar was set that was, extremely high. They knew what the bar was. That was the basis of the, the good faith arrangement, and we expected them to live up to it.
So that was communicated verbally, is that what you're saying? Okay.
Correct.
And the last paragraph that we can see on the screen says, references the departure of over 400 trucks from residential areas. That was your understanding at the time of how many trucks were in that?
It was the number that was given to us by Mr. Ayotte, and it combined all the trucks that they knew about throughout the city, including Coventry, the Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton Stadium.
So it was an ambitious undertaking to try to move these?
It was, and up until that point, we had not seen any relief. There was no relief in sight for residents in terms of what they were, the turmoil they were being subjected to.
And you've already said that the protesters weren't necessarily one unified kind of group, and that some of the fringe elements were not represented in your discussions with Mr. French, correct?
We believed from what we read, what we saw on social media, that there were various factions, and we believed that Dean was dealing with the broad, moderate center of those factions.
So is it fair to say that it was an ambitious goal to kind of satisfy the conditions set out in this letter?
Yes, it was. And we felt, given the fact that we were into day 10 of the demonstration with collapse and public confidence in our city and in our police service being witnessed across the city, council's confidence was collapsing, the public's confidence was collapsing. We felt we had nothing to lose in trying to remove the trucks from the residential district in a cooperative fashion.
Did the protesters provide any kind of assurances, or through Mr. French, on being able to liaise with some of those fringe elements and convince some of them to also vacate the residential areas?
I have no knowledge of that.
No. Okay. I expect that we'll hear from Inspector Drummond that the PLT had negotiated similar kind of agreements to move trucks in the previous days, and that convoy leadership had not been able to execute on those deals. Were you aware of any of that?
We're not privy to that.
None of that had been brought to your
Not aware
attention.
of that.
But you felt here that essentially there was nothing to lose in kind of making this deal.
And Mr. French was a credible individual we dealt with in the past, and when we'd had dealings with him on the floods, et cetera, on other issues, if he sought a meeting with the mayor on item X and the premier was going to discuss item Y, it usually happened in the sequence and with the content that he'd committed to Again, we felt it was reliable, trustworthy, and excluding the politics and the ideology, it was our best chance at that moment to try to see some progress, which again, we would not have initiated without the PLT's engagement with the city manager.
Was part of the agreement with Mr. French that some vehicles, some additional vehicles would be moving on to Wellington Street?
It was clear to us that some of them would be going onto Wellington Street, yes. And that the city had provided us with the opinion that it was feasible and that it was a lesser harm to remove these trucks from the residential district and bring them into a large thoroughfare, which was, except for Parliament, largely vacant at that point in time. It was imperfect, but it was better than the status quo for our residents.
Would you agree that that's not explicitly set out in the letter?
It is not.
And the timeline from this move was, for this move, was 24 to 72 hours.
That they would, start showing goodwill towards a very, very significant shift of vehicles.
Can we pull up OTT 406965? So this is Tamara Leach's letter of acceptance, same date, February 12th, essentially accepting the mayor's offer. It says, third paragraph, we have made a plan to consolidate our protest efforts around Parliament Hill. Is that reflective of your agreement with Mr. French?
I can't really opine on that because that's what they felt they needed to put in the letter to get buy-in from their truckers. That's my understanding of it. It's part of their PR campaign.
Sorry. You mentioned Mr. French was consulted on the wording of your letter. Were you consulted on the wording of this letter?
We saw their letter and we thought that it met most of our aspirations around the removal of trucks from the residential district.
And you had been advised, as you said previously, by Mr. Ayotte that there was additional room for those trucks to move on to Wellington. And he was your only source of information when it came to that?
I would say primary. I can't remember if there were other sources, but it would have been through the senior management.
Okay. You provided Mike Jones, Chief of Staff to Minister Menachino, with a copy of the mayor's letter shortly before making the letter public, right? About an hour before. Is that correct?
Yes, as a courtesy.
But apart from that, the federal officials were not consulted on this.
I have no knowledge of that. They should have been. They would have been through the, once that information, we assume PLT had shared it with OPS. PLT were not acting on their own. They had to engage with the decision-making structure, and hence they would have some kind of mechanism to inform other forces of that potential agreement as they approached us to engage with the truck representatives.
We understand that the PLT met with Steve Kay on around February 8th. Were they involved after that first meeting, once kind of you took over in your discussions with Mr. French?
They had to be because the OPS was involved in the Sunday night meeting where they went through the details of how this thing could unfold. And hence, OPS had delegated individuals to take part in that meeting to help decide how it was going to unfold.
And that the Sunday night meeting you're referring to is on the 13th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you specifically aware of any PLT engagement in between the 8th and the 13th? Okay. Let's pull up document OTT 3005. Sorry, I missed another 5. 30055. And let's go to page 13. So these are your texts with Mr. Jones, Chief of Staff to Minister Menachino. And here you're this is around the time where you had provided him with notice of this arrangement with the protesters. And so in the third, in the blue bubbles are you, correct?
Can you scroll back to a date, please? My apologies.
We could just go up. Just keep going up.
Wow.
There we go. So that's the 13th in the afternoon. That would have been around the time you provided him with the draft letter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can go back to page 13. And am I correct that your words are in the blue bubbles on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so you say here in the second blue bubble, but why don't you tell me who you thought we should be meeting with when you made that suggestion when we spoke on Friday? And we can, if we just go down to the next page, and if we can zoom in on the bottom bubble there. Sorry, go up a bit. This one, which starts the second one. So you said that the suggestion had been made that the city could be meeting with some of the more moderate elements. So could you just explain what this is referring to? It seems like you had had a previous discussion with Mr. Jones about potential meetings with protesters.
You would have to back up to the call from the text message on the afternoon of Friday. We have to back up some more, where I first raise my reaction. We'd have to find it. Sorry, you have to back up.
Yeah, if we could back up. The very first text that Friday afternoon?
There's another no at the end of the day on Friday, where includes the word nauseating, I think.
So this is Sunday, so we have to go, I guess, quite a ways back here. Okay.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
The final, the penultimate bullet.
Okay, so could you maybe just explain for us?
In the 4 to 5:30 p.m. Time frame, I sent that to Mike, responding to a call that we had about 30, 45 minutes before this exchange, where I had reflected on what I believe he had shared with me, which sounded something along the lines of, why don't you guys meet with them? And it would take the pressure down, etc. And, we had a number of things we were discussing, and within a few minutes of hanging up, I sent this note saying, sometimes you've got 100 things on the go, you're not always thinking on your feet. And I sent that note with the crystal clear recollection of that call 15 minutes ago saying, I hope you know that it is distressing for us to hear the suggestion that we should be meeting with them when you will not. Basically, that was my intervention, and he, on one or two occasions, came back saying, I never said that. I don't remember saying that. And that's his recollection. You'll have to ask him.
Okay. So your recollection is that on February 11th, Mr. Jones suggested that the city should itself be meeting with protesters?
Correct.
And at that time, you were, in fact, already engaging with Mr. French?
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell him that at the time?
I don't recall. I don't know if I did.
And why was this suggestion made by Mr. Jones? What was the context of that conversation in which he made that statement?
We had been engaged in a rather feisty exchange around what the city was being told in terms of the number of RCMP officers that were being made available to OPS. And we felt that there was a dramatic disconnect between what we were being told and what OPS was relaying to myself and the mayor through the chair, through the city manager, et cetera, around the number of officers that we were seeing on the ground. And, you know, Twitter, social media, media outlets, et cetera, we're saying we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing additional officers. We're not seeing additional mobilization. And so our data, what was being provided to us, was completely inconsistent with what OPS was relaying to us. And you'll note that in a very, very lengthy and detailed exchange with the chair of OPSB, you know, we're having an exchange about the numbers, asking them if it's taking too long to swear people in, which was a suggestion coming from Mike, that there could be, you know, various delays. We understood that. But we would go back to OPS and say, well, you know, what are you seeing? How many officers are you getting? Are you seeing this surge of, you know, 250 officers? And the answer was no. It was and it wasn't 10 shy of 250. It was 200 shy. It was 180 shy. It was a very, very large discrepancy, which, as you can see in our exchange, even Mr. Jones says, I can't reconcile it. I'll go back to my people and ask them why those people are not on the ground yet.
And we'll look more closely at some of those exchanges a bit later. So was it a response to the city's frustration over those resource issues that statement was made? That, well, if you want to relieve some pressure, why don't you meet with them?
No, I don't believe they were related, but I can't remember.
Okay. Okay. If we can go to document 698, OTT 6985. So this is just a copy of the email, again, same time, afternoon of February 13th, when a copy of the agreement is sent to both council members and then members of the OPS. So if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that it was sent. If you go down a little bit more. So here, so we see the email from Matthew Gravel, and that's forwarding the letter to the councillors, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then just above, we see your email forwarding it to Steve Kay, and then just above that, I believe is Steve Kay sending it to various members of OPS. Is that correct?
It must be.
Okay. And is that the first time OPS was seeing kind of the terms of the agreement?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
What had been relayed to them by the team, I cannot imagine that OPS would not have been aware of the broad outline of this agreement, because they had liaison people in at least 2 of the meetings with the city staff where the movement of trucks outside of the residential precincts had been discussed at their suggestion and at their behest. They proposed that we undertake this dialogue. I can't see how they would not be aware of it.
There was actually, sorry to take you a little bit back in time, but there was a meeting around noon on February 13th. If we go to document OTT 30059, these are the transcription of the notes of Kim Ayotte. We'll go to page 12 once it's opened up. Already there. So you see here, Sunday, 2022, 13th, meeting regarding protest. So this was around noon, as I understand, and here the OPS was given a certain briefing on the terms of the agreement. Were you present at that meeting?
I was.
You were, okay. If we go to page 13, it says at the top there, 50 holdout truckers, plus now they all need to participate. Do you know what that means?
I do not.
No. Further down, it says major backlash if that RCMP or $ from the feds. Do you remember that being brought up in the conversation? Okay.
May I, backing up, may I, in relation to the letter, the chief was briefed on this agreement by the mayor directly at this meeting.
At this meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then in the letter, he raised a concern around language in one paragraph.
And I think by that time, the letter had already been,
Yes,
that the letter had already been
had
sent.
been issued.
So let's go to, I just have one more I want your thoughts on at page 15. Sorry, at the
Sorry, Mayor.
top of page 15? Oh, okay, sorry, just a bit higher. So it says Steve K, mayor's concerns, and you see the third one is where are the truckers going? So do you have, can you speak to that? What exactly was the
My
concern?
recollection of that is that we raised that issue I raised that issue in discussions with Dean French, that we could not be in a position where if trucks were moved out of the precinct, technically out of the residential districts, technically honoring their commitment, then they would be backfilled by other trucks, or we would see some of those trucks move into other residential districts, thereby technically honoring the agreement, but, you know, violating the intent. Those were issues that the mayor wanted to make sure were covered, that we wouldn't be, you know, tricked into an agreement that would end up hurting residents elsewhere in the city. And that's why those, you know, rather explicit conditions were in the letter exchange.
And was your understanding that the exact terms of where the trucks were going to be moving, that was to be worked out at the Sunday evening
Yes.
meeting with Steve K?
Absolutely, in which we had no involvement in either planning or attending.
We expect to hear from Chief Slowly that he did not know that more vehicles would be moving on to Wellington, and that would have been contrary to what he was told was happening. What is your response to that?
You'll have to ask him. I have no idea what his intelligence from his PLT and other troops was.
You were present at this meeting, and you sent him the letter.
Sorry, and the letter was explicit in terms of the intent. The mayor mentioned it verbally as well. And he raised no significant concerns around the redistribution of trucks.
So is your understanding then that Chief Slowly would have been advised that the trucks were to move on to,
100%.
that some trucks were moving on to Wellington?
Absolutely, 100%. It was crystal clear in that meeting.
Okay, let's move to OTT 25453.
We have a moment and. Can you step out, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Okay, so if you can just scroll through this document so Mr. Alpin can get a sense of it. Maybe start at the bottom and scroll up. So my understanding is that this is some messaging that was prepared for the mayor shortly after the agreement went public. You recognize this?
I do.
And at the top, it just a little bit higher. Here we have a response from the mayor, just down a bit, saying, should we add something about fines? I assume that's supposed to say, et cetera. Do you know what that's about?
I don't. I think it was the mayor trying to, reflect to residents that we had other tools.
And just above, Matthew Gravel answers, it was Serge's position that we do not promote that unless asked.
That refers to what I mentioned earlier on. There was significant fluidity around the smaller footprint into which vehicles could be moved. And it was our understanding that the city did not want to see more trucks on the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway west of, let's say, Bay, where you would start to bleed into the residential district. And it was intended in the letter as a broad perimeter, was intended to be fluid in nature. And we immediately, within an hour or two of issuing the letter, we got a call from the local councillor saying, does this mean we'll see a lot more trucks on the parkway? And the answer was no. In the letter, if you read it again, I think literally it shows from Elgin to the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. Obviously, it wasn't intended to bring trucks out to the Chaudière Falls. That's how far you could go. You could go very, very far. You could go to Champlain Bridge on the Sir Jam. So the intent was to create a perimeter where SJAM started. That's where we would see, trucks would go there, but not much further. And that, again, was on the recommendation of city staff.
And so that was what we didn't want to promote, kind of.
We didn't want to promote that because there was confusion around that aspect. It was fluid. We didn't know how many trucks were leaving the precinct to go somewhere else. But the mayor had been quite firm that he didn't want to see more trucks back in residential districts. It was to honor the broad framework of the goodwill arrangement with the truckers.
Now, according to your witness statement, you say that 102 vehicles, including about 40 heavy trucks, were moved on the morning of February 14th. What do you know about where these vehicles went?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, I know some of them went onto Wellington. We know that for a fact, and they were accommodated.
Okay.
We don't know if others chose to go home, et cetera. And when I engaged with Mr. Ayotte to have a sense of whether or not we had a handle on it, he informed me that it was an extremely fluid count, that at one point in time, his understanding is that we were only counting big rigs, small delivery trucks, et cetera, were either leaving the precinct, being removed and not being counted because they were not, the worst offenders in terms of noise and fumes, et cetera. So it's my understanding that we did not have a tight count on the number of trucks being moved.
Okay. And your understanding, again, according to the witness statement, is that the movement of trucks ended the afternoon of February 14th. Who advised you of that?
I believe it would be the city manager or Kim Ayotte, or both.
And do you know what the reason for that?
I do not.
Okay. You weren't advised, the mayor's office was not advised of for what reason that movement?
We were told that OPS had stopped the movement of trucks. And in fairness, we had understood at the start of the day that, there were significant communications challenges on the ground, and that there's a point in time at which many trucks were ready to move and they were not being allowed to move, et cetera. It was very fluid.
So the OPS put a stop to it, but you're not sure why. Is that accurate?
I do not know why.
Okay. Going to document OTT 7120. So here we have an email exchange between the mayor's office and the Parliamentary Protective Services office, I guess. So if we just go down a little bit. Down a bit more. Down a bit more. Okay. Oh, one more, sorry. So James's worked for the mayor's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he received, you recall this exchange?
I do.
He received a request for an urgent call for the mayor to have a call with acting director.
Correct.
Larry Brookson, yes. And if we go up a little bit, we see that James responds that the mayor would be happy to speak to him now. And then if we go further up, one more. He further responds a little while later, sorry that there's been a change of plans. Do you know why the Parliamentary Protective Service was trying to reach the mayor's office?
Yes.
And what reason is that?
They wanted to share their concerns around the fact that they did not like the idea of seeing more trucks move into the Wellington precinct. and they further shared the information that there could be theoretically a bomb in one of the trucks.
And the PPS had not been consulted by the city in coming to this agreement, correct?
If an agency had to consult them, it would have been OPS.
Okay. And so you're not aware of any of them being consulted any way? You're saying had they been consulted, it would have been through the OPS, but you don't have knowledge of that?
I do not.
Okay. And so can you explain why the mayor was, I guess, why there was a change of plans here that he would no longer take this call?
Overruled the staff recommendation to organize that call because it is extraordinary for the mayor to deal directly with any other head of a security agency other than the chief of police of the city of Ottawa. It is not within our historical practices to have the head of the RCMP, the head of the OPP call the mayor and berate them about an agreement with a civilian. It's never happened in our history and hopefully would not happen under our history. We understand that he was unhappy. We referred him to the city manager. It is my understanding that he was eventually put in touch with someone within the command structure to have a dialogue about his concerns.
The OPS command structure?
Correct.
Do you remember during that discussion that we touched on around noon on February 13th with the OPS, was there any discussion of reaching out to the Parliamentary Protective Service to advise them?
Sorry, can you restate the time frame?
So we looked at Kim Ayout's notes of that February 13th meeting at about noon before the agreement went out. Do you recall in that meeting with OPS any discussion of advising Parliamentary Protective Services of this deal?
I do not, but it is my understanding that the PLT team would have a responsibility to report up within its structure, and then someone would make the decision on which police forces need to be informed of the OPS's actions in relation to negotiating movement of trucks.
And in fact, I mean, that meeting wasn't with PLT, it was with senior OPS leadership.
Sorry, we're not talking about the same meeting then. My point was on either of the meetings where PLT agents were present with the city manager and or city staff, they would, I assume, exit that meeting and brief up on what they had agreed to, what they were working on, because that agreement was a result of their engagement with the city manager and the mayor's office to try to get us to engage with the protesters. And if I may restate, if I have not clearly, when the city manager was first approached, we were told that PLT was looking for either the city manager and or the mayor to engage with the demonstrators to try to take the pressure down and the temperature down. And we declined because we had no, we just didn't feel comfortable enough to engage. That's why we, supported the city manager in his decision to have an exploratory meeting.
Why not direct them to speak to OPS?
Sorry, who is them?
In responding to this email chain, why not direct PPS?
Because we typically do not send other police agencies to other police agencies. It's not our job. Our liaison is typically with the city manager's office, who is serving on at least 2 critical task forces where police forces were present, including the long acronym organization that had the OPP on it, the RCMP. My understanding is that PPS was represented on that group as well, for the city manager.
NCRCC?
Correct.
Is that what you're referring to? Okay. So we expect to hear from Mr. Drummond that the OPS put an end to the movement of vehicles to Wellington for 2 reasons. 1, because there was no more room on Wellington, and 2, because the Emergencies Act was invoked and the police needed time to consider the emergencies orders. Did you hear, so starting with the first, had you heard anything about there being, no more room on Wellington?
No.
Had you heard to the contrary, that there was still room on Wellington?
No, but I had heard from city staff that there was enough, paraphernalia and hot tubs and things that could be moved and displaced, that there was enough room to move a large number of trucks into the precinct. That was their analysis, and maybe it, if they made a mistake, I don't know. We trusted their judgment that there was significant room.
And had you heard anything about the movement of trucks being stopped because of the invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
We read about it. We speculated, like others, that might have been a significant driver of that.
But it was just speculation?
Yes.
So when was the last time you communicated with Dean French about the convoy?
Sometime on the weekend of the 12th. Okay. He told me he was, getting on a plane, going back home. He was available. He was reachable. If he needed to come back, he'd come back quickly.
Essentially when the deal was completed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't remember if it was the Saturday or the Sunday, and we were working 18-hour days and fielding tons of meeting requests and calls, etc.
When did you first start communicating with Keith Wilson then?
Broadly speaking, Mr. French suggested to me that they had a legal representative. I had never spoken to him before. I didn't know who he was. He asked me to deal with him if we needed to exchange any emails. And Mr. Wilson, my recollection of it is that he engaged sometime over the course of the weekend of the 12th, 13th, when the broad, brush outline of an agreement was in place.
So let's go to document HRF 1465. So this is an email exchange between yourself and Mr. Wilson the evening of February 14th. If you scroll down just a little bit, okay. So here at 6:05, you write to Keith saying, is a touch base call possible this evening between 8:30 and 9? And then if you scroll up, if we scroll back up, there's just acceptance there. Do you recall what I assume, did you have this call with Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what that call was about?
Broadly speaking, I think it was, again, getting a sense of, did they believe they would honor the deal? Would we be providing relief to the people of Ottawa who are under a state of siege?
So
did you feel they had the organizational ability to get the trucks to collaborate?
And what was the response to that?
My best recollection is that he said it was a door-to-door effort. They would knock on every door. They would speak to every trucker. They would let them know that they believed that this is a good thing, that it would take the temperature down. And we would see the results in the morning if they were successful or not.
Was there a sense that it would be a significant challenge to get all the trucks moving out of the residential areas?
I don't know.
If we can go to HRF 1466.
Sorry, if I may back up respectfully. We already understood it to be a huge organizational and logistical challenge because, as you know, some of the streets had vehicles backed up 4 or 5 blocks deep with the cabs facing forward. If you can't get the first cab to move, then you can't get the second cab to move, et cetera, et cetera. So it required a level of collaboration and logistical coordination that we could not begin to fathom, but obviously it required a very high level of collaboration. I think we've provided photos that show 4 or 5 city streets that were cleared at least 3 or 4 blocks deep. So they appear to have some ability to deliver at least partially on their commitment.
Okay. Let's go to HRF 1466. So these are some texts between yourself and Mr. Wilson. We can go to page 3.
I know my mom's not happy about that photo.
So there's a series of texts here where Mr. Wilson reaches out to you about the city obtaining an injunction and some concerns around that. What do you recall?
I liaised. Well, initially, again, as Mr. French was kind of like out of the picture on a day-to-day basis, he shared this notion that the city was surprising them with an injunction. And I went back to the city manager and verified with him whether or not that issue had been raised in any of the meetings with the truck convoy representatives. And Mr. Kanlak has told me that that was not a surprise, that the representatives for the truck convoy, including legal reps, were at least one of the meetings where the city had warned that this initiative was underway and that it would continue. And I shared that information back with Mr. Wilson. He did not appear to challenge it.
Okay, so that effort being the city itself going out to obtain an injunction.
Correct. And I mean, I think the remainder of the exchange will show that I relayed to him, you know, what the city manager had relayed to me about that meeting, and he appeared to accept that that's how the meeting had unfolded, because the city manager named specific individuals who were briefed at the meeting on the prospect of an injunction.
So if we can just go down. Go down. Go down. So this is this passage of the text that you're referring to.
And also because I was not present at the meeting, I asked him to have an exchange directly with the city manager so that they could compare notes on what had been said about the injunction. I was just an intermediary.
And are you aware of whether they had that subsequent exchange?
I believe they did, but I'm not 100% certain.
So the concern was just that notice of the injunction had not been provided to the protesters, which didn't align with the information you had.
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to, if we can, sorry, keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going. Okay, so here at 9:15 p.m. on February 15th, you receive a text from Mr. Wilson that says the truckers want to move 40-plus trucks tomorrow starting in the morning. They have the room on Wellington to fit. And your understanding of the room on Wellington is not contrary to this.
We had not been told that there wasn't enough room for that movement.
And he continues, that would just about clear almost all of the residential areas. Do you know whether that was accurate?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Okay, we can take that off the screen. So I want to talk about some of your communications with federal and provincial officials. In your interview summary, you state that the mayor was initially hesitant to contact federal and provincial governments to request additional resources, but that the OPS eventually indicated that political pressure would be necessary to obtain the resources. What's your understanding of the reasons that the OPS put forward to ask for that political pressure to be applied?
The chair of OPSB conveyed to me in a very, very direct, insistent manner that the OPS was unsuccessful in its attempts to secure additional resources from either the OPP or the RCMP, and she implored us to engage and to write to both the Prime Minister and the Premier asking for additional resources. As I've mentioned earlier, I've served Mayor Watson for 11 years, and 11 months, or the totality of his current mandate as post-amalgamation mayor. We have never made a request to a politician, or an elected official, a minister, a solicitor general for police officers. We've made requests for funding, which are within council's mandate, but the mayor has never been engaged in seeking support from another level of government for a specific number of additional bodies. I shared that with the chair. They provided me with a draft of what a letter they thought should go to the Premier and the Prime Minister and the Premier. We redrafted it. I recommended to the Mayor that it not be sent. We had a good discussion around it, and after I shared with the Mayor the fact that the Chair had said that the OPS would not be securing these resources without our involvement, that they were unsuccessful. In other words, I have to presume that they were being told, no, you're not getting these additional bodies. Then she sent us a draft. We rewrote it. I sent it to her. She sent us a draft, I think at 9 a.m. on February 7th. It should be in the record. I think I've seen it. At 12 o'clock, we sent her a new draft that identified both, I think, Minister Mendicino and or Blair and the Premier of Ontario and the Solicitor General as the people we'd be writing to, providing a broader context for the scope and scale of the crisis that residents were being subjected to, seeking, an additional number of bodies, which that number was provided to us by the OPS, and the Mayor relented and agreed to sign those two letters. We sent them out that day.
So those are the letters dated February 7th, correct? And so your understanding is that prior to that date, there had been requests being made by the OPS for additional resources.
That's what was conveyed to me, and I think you can see that in some of the exchanges between myself and Chair Deans, but I can't remember exactly where in those exchanges.
Do you know how long those resource requests had been ongoing?
I don't.
Okay. And did she provide to you an explanation for why those requests had been unsuccessful?
She did not.
But it was felt at that time that it was no longer sufficient to be making those requests at the police-to-police level and that it had to be escalated.
We cannot ascertain that the request was made police to police. We were only told that the OPS was unsuccessful in getting additional, people and bodies provided to the tripartite effort by the other two agencies. And the numbers that we were seeing, that were referred to in previous exchanges, seemed to corroborate the fact that no significant additional resources were coming to the effort in the first 10 days of the crisis.
Let's look at OTT 7429. This is a email exchange with the PMO where you request initially to speak to his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. If we can scroll down all the way to the bottom to the first exchange, and it's you want to speak regarding Ottawa's request for additional enforcement support, as we see there. Why did you feel it was necessary at that time, so this is 2 days after making the request, to engage directly with the PMO?
Two things were happening. The discrepancy in the numbers being provided to OPS relative to the numbers that OPS was seeing on the ground, and what we felt to be friendly fire coming from, various political voices federally saying it's up to the city to step up and do their job, roughly, which we can find that text if you want. But, I wanted to convey to the Prime Minister's office that we needed their help. The numbers were inconsistent. We wanted them to know that we were being told about the numbers was inconsistent. And I conveyed that, and I believe that there was a change in tone, roughly the next day. I think maybe someone realized this will have to be a team effort. We need them. It's clear that we need them to help end the insurgency and the demonstration. And I guess everyone came around to the conclusion that it would be better to try to take a collaborative approach and maybe try to reduce some of the finger pointing. You have this many, we have this many, we think you have this many, no, we think you're only giving us this many. And then people being out there saying, we think the city is going to be able to end it by themselves. They have the authority and the capacity to do it.
So we'll go through some more of these exchanges because there is some more of that as time goes on for a few more days. Let's go to OTT 20712. So these are text messages with Zita Estravas. What is her role?
Chief of Staff to Minister Blair.
So these, so if we can go to page 15, these are texts from the 11th of February. And if you can just scroll down. Oh, so it's the last one. We'll look at the last bubble there. So, so you say, can you please ask the Chief of Police if this has not been provided to him, be given a line of sight on the additional bodies, and if we can continue to the next page. On the additional bodies he will get today, the additional bodies he'll get tomorrow, and the same line of sight for Sunday. Let me know when we can debrief. And actually just, if we could just go up to the first page again. So where were you obtaining, well, first, why were you asking for the chief to be given line of sight on the additional bodies he was getting?
Because the mayor was being reassured that we would be getting additional support from the RCMP. And when the information was being provided to us by OPS that there were no significant additional bodies being provided, it was maybe in the 60 to 80 range, and the number that we were being given was 250. I mean, we were really happy to hear that number. It sounded like a very significant increase, and we wanted to make sure that it was not just being relayed to us politically, as we have no role whatsoever in the onboarding of these police officers and swearing in, et cetera, that had to be conveyed directly to the Chief of Police to be, for them to be able to use that information and operationalize it.
Did someone ask you to make this type of request from Minister Blair's?
I'd have to go back to the timing of when we were being told that we were getting 250, because I was in a concurrent discussion with Mike having a debate around the numbers, which there's clearly a discrepancy and not a disagreement. It's simply their number wasn't consistent with what OPS was telling us. And that ask was simply, if you have a clear number, can you give it to OPS?
We'll go to your text with Mike in just a moment. I want to ask you first, though, where generally were you obtaining your information on the OPS numbers? How were you getting that?
It would have been given to the mayor as part of his regular briefings with OPS and the city manager. And those were scheduled. They're in the agenda. We see documentation from those meetings.
So those would have been briefings with OPS leadership?
Correct.
Including Chief Slowly, presumably?
And sometimes it was the chair of the board. Sometimes it was, a lower ranked individual within the OPS would provide us with a briefing that they believed the resources were not forthcoming. But typically it was the chief telling us those numbers are not being provided, without getting into a lot of detail. And again, you'll see in my exchange with Chair Deans that she's answering questions and saying, we're not seeing those additional bodies at this point in time.
You obviously had no direct line of sight on the numbers yourself.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so let's go to document OTT 30055. These are your texts with Mike Jones, who again is Chief of Staff to Minister Mendicino, correct?
Yes.
And so here, you introduce yourself because it's Mrs. Stravas who directed you to Mike, correct? And so you say, hi, Mike, can you give me a quick shout before 3 p.m. trying to help our Chief of Police get through his board meeting at 3. This is Serge Arpin. So again, where was this request coming from to help the Chief of Police get through the board meeting at 3?
February 11th, we're now 4 days out from the issuance of the letter to the Prime Minister and the Federal Minister and to the Premier of Ontario and Solicitor Jones, and we still have no line of sight on additional bodies. And so that's in continuity with that broad effort to try to get a sense of, are we getting troop reinforcements? Are we getting additional support to put an end to the daily, suffering that our residents are being subjected to? It was our daily, we get up in the morning, do we have more people to help with this crisis? As the chief was telling us, I don't have the resources. The chair of the board was telling us we're not able to secure additional resources.
And so was there a request by Chief Slowly to help him prepare for the OPSB meeting?
Not that I recall. My recollection is we had a discussion with the chair of the board who was saying, anything you can give us to help. Okay. Are we seeing any progress? She was asking us about whether or not there would be any motions that would be detrimental to herself or the chief, and sharing with us how urgent the situation was of getting more resources to help with the management of the truck convoy.
Okay. So the answer you receive here at the bottom of this page says RCMP confirms they have committed approximately 250 members, which is what you just relayed to us. And here's the breakdown for the weekend. And so we see the numbers deployed and then the numbers still on standby. And you would agree that most there are on standby still?
It's a big number for sure.
And do you have, what was your understanding of why there was a majority of those officers were still on standby?
My understanding is that we were told by OPS that 50 had been assigned to the Governor General's residence for additional protection. 50 had been assigned to the Prime Minister's cottage. Roughly 50 had been assigned to additional protection of the parliamentary precinct within the East-West Bloc, Langevin, et cetera, that area, but not available to OPS. And hence, it perpetuated that discrepancy in the numbers. And those numbers were being shared with the public. The public was being told we had 250 additional RCMP officers on the ground managing the truck convoy.
And so your understanding of these officers on standby is that they would have been still assigned with the RCMP to protect federal assets? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there was a discrepancy between the global number that was being told to the public and the specific number that OPS was telling us was available to them. And it was in the 25 to 30 per shift range.
We can go to the next page and we can zoom that in. And here it continues. So what the minister told the mayor that we would be getting an additional 250 on top of the 150 is not factual. That is roughly the same number than at the start of the insurrection. We'll try to connect with OPS to clarify. There appears to be no line of sight, an actual increase, unless you know more about tomorrow. So your assessment then is that there had been no actual increase in RCMP resources since the beginning of the occupation?
Can we back up the date, please? Sorry. My assessment based on what the OPS was providing us, the city manager, Kemayot, et cetera, is that there was no meaningful increase in the number of RCMP being deployed. And there might have been a lot of reasons for that lag, and we weren't aware of those.
And then you continue, not looking to jam you up, just need to know if a progressive buildup is underway per minister's last exchange with the mayor. The numbers suggest no increase. So can you describe what had been promised to the mayor by the minister, and is this Minister Mendicino?
I can't recall that.
Okay, and what was the promise that had been made?
An additional 250 over the course of the next few days.
If we go to the bottom of this page, there are 187 on operational readiness, but haven't been given a shift. And then you say we'll have to find out if they've been sworn in. So I understand one of the concerns that had been raised was whether these officers that had been assigned were being sworn in on a timely basis. Is that correct?
It is correct to say that we were told that that could be one of the concerns, one of the lags.
And were you able to confirm whether there was any backup in swearing in RCMP officers?
The chair of OPSB told me that they were swearing them in as quickly as they were being filed, but I can't corroborate that independently.
Right, and if we can go, I'll just bring up that, that exchange, OTT 24082, and it's at page 3. So we'll see in this, these are your WhatsApp exchanges with Chair Deans of the OPSB, is that correct?
It appears to be, yes.
So at so page 3 at 323. So you asked, does a board meeting have to be called every time you need to swear in new officers? She responds, no, that she has delegated authority to approve and have them sworn in. And you asked, are you aware of any backlogs in approval? Skipping forward to her response, backlogs in approval, you mean for swearing in officers? No, not at all. And if we jump down, 2:58:09 p.m., you say, asking again, are there any backlogs? So this was the next day. In terms of swearing in RCMP, she responds that she left a message for Blair Dunker. Who's Blair Dunker?
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't dealt with him.
Okay. I believe she's the CAO of the OPS. And at 3:35:59, Chair Deans states, I've followed up with your specific question. So far, Blair has told me that officers are being sworn in twice daily at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., and she is not aware of any backlog. So that's the information that you received from the chair of the OPSB.
Correct.
Were you aware of any backlog? I understand these appointments need to be approved by the Ontario Solicitor General's office. Were you aware of any backlog at that end?
No, it was never brought to my attention.
That question was never raised?
No.
If we can go back to the text exchange with Mr. Jones at 30055 at page 4. You state it's worse than what you and in the thought.
You and I, sorry.
Pardon me?
It was meant to say you and I thought.
It's 40 officers available to the OPS as of today. It's 20 per shift. The 185 you referred to are committed to protect federal properties and assets. Who provided you with that information?
It would have to come from OPS. We have no line of sight on that unless it's provided by OPS or senior management.
You don't know specifically who provided that number?
No. But it's a very, very specific number, hence it had to be provided to us by a knowledgeable source.
If we can go to page 5. So this is February 12th at 1:12 p.m. Mr. Jones says, RCMP says we've sent over 3 shifts of 70 each. You respond, they are lying to you flat out. What led you to make that statement?
Extraordinary frustration of having to tell the mayor that our residents are now into day 14 or 13 of the demonstration, and we're not seeing any meaningful progress in terms of additional bodies on the ground assisting OPS with the operation. And that was our daily reality of not being able to report any progress back to the people of Ottawa in a time where they were under extraordinary duress.
You continue can you take a call with the city manager because the facts are not in dispute? What did you mean by that? Because it seems to me when I read these texts that the facts are in dispute of exactly what numbers were on the ground.
Right. I think the intention there was to say, you know, there's always spin that's happening in political offices some of the time. And if he doesn't believe what I'm hearing, maybe he should speak directly to the city manager who's getting these daily reports from OPS in terms of, you know, was our number right? Was their number right? Maybe, you know, maybe the commission will shed light on that. But we were being told by a combination of OPS, city manager, Kim Ayotte, et cetera, that we were not seeing those additional bodies on the ground available to us. And it is possible that there were lags. Steve was a former chief of police. He explained to us that, you know, people coming from other jurisdictions might need 2-3 days to travel, et cetera, et cetera. There were reasons for lags. But in between the time that we were told you're getting an additional 250, you know, 4 or 5 days had elapsed and we were seeing no additional people. And obviously the frustration of residents was also boiling into, you know, the mayor was wearing it, he was feeling it, he was hurt by it personally, seeing our residents suffer greatly, hearing from shut-ins, seniors, people trying to get to their homes, et cetera. He was extremely unhappy, and obviously we were under tremendous pressure to try to get additional police officers to come and help the OPS.
We can go down a little bit more. You say you can tell him, is him referring to the minister? If you can go up a little bit, sorry, for context.
I can only assume that that's what I meant.
So you can tell him that he's being lied to by the RCMP. Those boots are not under OPS command. Would you agree with me that you were quite confident in the information you were receiving at that point to go so
100%.
far as to make that kind of a statement?
Yes. Because we had broad reports from, you know, miscellaneous stakeholders, media, et cetera, our people on the ground, and OPS, which, you know, is a pretty good proxy for how many additional officers are coming into a shift. If they're not coming into a shift, I think OPS would know that.
If we can go to page 6. Oh, we are at page 6. Go down a bit more. And here, there's kind of a further report that's provided to you, and you state that that report's not factual. Those are not the numbers available to OPSB. And the response you receive is, I don't know how we reconcile our numbers. And so, were you ever able to reconcile these numbers?
We were not. But he also acknowledges that he felt that there was a discrepancy and he felt it was frustrating as well. We were both extremely frustrated.
If we can go to page 7. So, sorry, let's just go up a little bit. I just want to see the date again that we're on. If you can just go up to the next timestamp, thank you. So that's on February 12th, and let's go back down to page 7. Here he says, also hearing Chief Slowly has not yet signed off on plan from the integrated planning cell. You can get if you can get a status update on that. Was this the first time you were hearing this, that this was an issue?
That's correct.
And this was now February 12th. What, as part of this exchange, what was your understanding then for the lack of additional deployment by the RCMP? Did you come to understand what was holding things up?
My perception at the time was, and I noted it in words that I would like to change today if I could, but I can't, that I believed that it may have played a role in holding up the release of officers. It sounded like, to a lay person, that the absence of that agreement might have been holding things up. Had we known earlier, we would have sat down with the city manager, with Kim, with the chief of police to get an understanding of what we were told for the first time 13, 14 days into the crisis, that there was no agreement on an integrated planning structure. It was extraordinarily frustrating for us to hear that. Because we're there, normally we try to help, we're there to try to fix things and get things resolved. And obviously we don't have all the inputs if we don't have the entire picture of that command structure not coming together until almost 2 weeks after the start of the demonstration.
So there's two things that you've mentioned there and that are in the text messages. There's one being that Chief Slowly has not yet signed off on a plan from the integrated plan and cell. And the second being, which you say, it took 10 days for us to be told that you could not get agreement on a command structure. So were those two separate issues, or am I misreading the text?
In my opinion, I was responding to his text with my loose understanding of it. Because with no sign off on a plan, I assume we're in quicksand.
Did you or the mayor's office check in with the OPS on this issue after these texts?
I believe we did.
And what was the response you received?
I can't recall.
That would have been in a meeting. How would that follow-up have been done?
I'd have to go back at the dates. I mean, there's no world in which we would not have shared that concern. I recall sharing it with the city manager. I assume that he took it up with Kim, with OPS, et cetera, because without that alignment, it would be hard to see the teams collaborating on the ground.
Do you recall whether OPS acknowledged the problem or denied the problem?
I do not.
Do you remember whether it was addressed? Whether that problem was addressed?
I do not.
Okay.
And sorry, in that period of time, the chair of the OPSB was sending me text messages about, am I seeing motions about me? Am I seeing motions about Peter? I would say that we were at the height of the implosion of confidence in our city and in the OPS. We're close to that. I guess you could call it a crescendo of collapsing confidence in all of us.
Let's go to page 9. So this is February 13th. So in the third bubble on the left, Mr. Jones says, was glad to hear Slowly was able to confirm the resources we've been sending through, and you respond, yes, very positive. I'm trying to get your support, but, oh, sorry, so this second half, I think, pertains to the deal with the protesters. Yes. But can you maybe explain this short exchange on Slowly being able to confirm the resources on the 13th? Do you recall that exchange? No.
But he's stating that there's been, in a previous conversation, I've asked them to make sure that OPS knows directly what the minister's office was telling us in terms of numbers. It would give the OPS an opportunity to, validate those numbers. And this seems to suggest that they established a more direct line of communication to share that information, as that is what Mike is reporting, and I had no reason to challenge it.
And so are you aware, because this was one day later, are you aware at this time that resources actually started coming through at this point, or not necessarily?
I am not.
Okay.
My reaction is, if Peter Slowly has confirmed that they're getting additional resources, that sounds very positive. We were in the midst of finalizing, securing support for the movement of the trucks outside of the residential district. That was our main focus at that point in time, and there was no significant buildup of additional resources from either level of government at that point in time. Maybe the OPS will contradict that with numbers, and that would be great that we see those numbers.
So in your witness statement, you say that major RCMP resources began arriving on February 16th or 17th. Do you have any insight into what changed between February 13th and 16th that led to that influx of resources?
I do not.
You're not aware if there was an agreement on, signing off on a plan?
I do not.
You're not aware if it was Chief Slowly's resignation that led to that change?
If it had a role in it, we were not privy to that. We did see, after an interim chief had been named, we started seeing a pickup in pace of organization, daily briefings to residents. Interim Chief Bell made a statement saying this will be the last weekend that our residents do not have control over their city. So we started to see, obviously, you wouldn't be making those types of statements if you didn't, you weren't starting to feel an influx of resources to support those, the tripartite effort. But we saw, I can't say that it's causal, but we saw a definitive increase in the perceived level of organization after there was a change of leadership.
Okay. And you're not aware of any change in resourcing being attributable to the invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
I can't say that it did not contribute to it. I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you. Let's go to OTT 20712. These are your texts with Zita Astrabas. And I'd like to go to page 17. We can go down a little bit. Down a bit more, sorry. So here you state, and this was on, this is on February 15th. You state we had just gotten off a very successful call between the mayor and Chief Slowly, and grateful in the change in tone since yesterday. I'm just wondering if you recall what that's about.
I don't. And I don't. Can you back up a bit, please, to see what date that's on? I don't know if there's a time on that, because normally on that date, I don't think he was still chief of police, so I don't know how that makes sense.
It
might be
would have been, I
timestamp
believe, a
error.
bit later that afternoon, but that's okay. If we can go to ONT 311. So I want to talk a little bit about your engagement with the province. There's a meeting that, kind of a tripartite meeting at the DM level, which Steve Kay attends. And if we go down, you see there in bold, so this is on February 6th that this meeting occurs, which is the day that the mayor declared a municipal state of emergency. And the statement there in bold that Steve Kay makes is, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the city of Ottawa at 4:30. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Did you have discussions with the mayor about this decision to declare a local emergency?
I did.
And do you agree that with this statement that this was the expressed intent?
I do not.
No? What was the intent in your view?
The intent was to be seen as doing something that reflected the feeling that residents felt we were failing them on so many fronts. And we had, members of council, the advice from the city manager to enact the state of emergency, even though we knew it gave exceptionally limited powers to the city in terms of fast-tracking procurement, et cetera. It was largely symbolic, but the mayor felt it was his call. He felt that we should be making that statement. I personally do not recall him telling me that the intent was to put pressure on the province to exercise powers to resolve this. I don't recall that simply. Doesn't mean he did not receive that advice. I might not have been in the room when he received it.
What was your view at that time, that it was necessary to put pressure on the province?
Sorry, can you back up on the date, please?
This is February 6th.
Right. The next day, we agreed to send the letter to the Premier, and I had robust exchanges with the Premier's Chief of Staff on that, which we can talk about later. But we were intending to continue to let them know that we needed additional help, and the letter was extremely useful. They took note of the declaration of local state of emergency, and it may or may not have played a role in their decision-making. I don't know. I have no way of gauging that.
So you mentioned that you had a call, I think, with the Premier's Chief of Staff on February 7th. That's in your witness statement. There's a mention in your witness statement that part of that on this issue of the need for resources, it was mentioned that resources were also necessary to respond to the blockade in Windsor that had just begun. What's your recollection of that conversation? How did
it was simply stated, matter-of-factly, we're managing a lot of stuff. It was not a rank ordering. It was simply, we have to manage this, we have to manage Ottawa. And at the outset, I believe that until we issued that letter, I think that did play a key role in helping them understand the severity of the Ottawa situation. It was not a small, localized demonstration against the Government of Canada. It was having a huge impact on the quality of life of tens of thousands of residents.
Did Mr. Wallace, the Premier's Chief of Staff, say anything about how they would prioritize resources between Ottawa and Windsor?
He did not. He simply said he would relay, he had relayed the mayor's ask for additional OPP officers to the head of the OPP. And that the Premier was favorable and supportive.
Okay. In your witness statement, you mentioned that Mr. Wallace also expressed concerns in the OPS's leadership. Was this on the February 7th call?
I can't recall. We had more than one call, and they were not all documented.
Okay. Do you have a sense of about the timing, approximately when this would have occurred?
In the February, within 24 to 48 hours of sending that letter, he did say to me that the province was concerned about giving additional resources to the city under the current leadership structure.
And what specifically, when you talk about under the current leadership structure, what was meant by that?
I don't know what was meant by that. He left it vague, and he did refer to leadership at the top. We're concerned. We don't know if we'll get the results. We don't know if we can trust the organization. It was a broad-based expression of lack of confidence.
Because I guess one of the issues that has come up is kind of the integration of command structures, and another issue that has come up is Chief Slowly's leadership himself. And so, do you have a sense of whether those comments went to one of those issues, both of those issues?
I believe that the Premier's office conveyed a more general concern with the Chief's leadership, which we did not share at that point in time.
No specific concerns?
Well, the mayor had said on a number of occasions that he had full confidence in the chief of police, and our dealings with him up until that point had been, forthright and professional and constructive. And the only thing that changed that is the ongoing response led the mayor to, also lose confidence in the response as it evolved.
Sorry, I meant did Mr. Wallace identify any specific concerns?
No, he did not.
No.
No.
And I believe the response that you received, and this is again in your text with Zita, but I won't bring you there. There was a response from the province to the request to participate in trilateral calls that they would not participate. Did you ever receive an explanation for that refusal?
The mayor pointed out to me that both the Solicitor General and the Premier had told him that they felt that this was a political table and that it would not be a constructive use of their time. So they agreed to disagree on that.
Okay. So let's go to OTT 10527. So these are text messages between Councillor Luloff and Zita, the Chief of Staff for Minister Blair. He notes in this exchange that he, at this point on February 12th, has the votes to pass a motion requesting the invocation of the National Defense Act, aid to civil power. Were you aware of this proposed motion before City Council?
I was aware of something along those lines, but this is the first time I see this text message with this level of specificity. But he had mentioned to me he was working on a motion. I mentioned it to the mayor, so I was aware.
And he says there, I'm going to move it on Monday at a special meeting of council. So that would have been, I believe, on the 14th. So you were aware of this. Did the mayor's office, or did the mayor support this motion?
The way it was framed to us at the time, it appeared to be framed as a call to the Canadian military to engage, to help end the conflict. It might have been a miscommunication. We had a back and forth over it, but it ended up not being debated before the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
So it became no longer relevant
Correct.
at that point. And you've already mentioned, and I can take you to OTT 24082. I'll go to page 4 of that document. These are your texts with Councillor Deans. So at 5:39, you say, we will have to work hard to defeat a motion asking Peter to resign on Monday. As of today, I don't believe we have the votes, even though council cannot remove him, only your board. So your understanding is that a motion to asking him to resign would also be put before City Council on that February 14th, correct?
I believed that there was a significant risk that such a motion would be coming forward, and it could include calls for the chair's resignation, calls for the chief to step down, etc. Can you scroll down a bit more, please, or ask? I'm looking for a comment from a member of council that I relayed to the board chair that said something along the lines of, you know, if we don't start seeing better briefings on the numbers out there.
Right.
I'm
It's
looking
just
for it, sir.
above the original.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think it's at 6:52. Is that the text you're referring, or the message you're referring to?
No.
So I would like to ask you about that, though, you say this is what we're up against, we'll have to discuss tomorrow, and then in quotes, if Peter is too stupid to announce daily the number of OPP, RCMP, OPS.
That's it. Sorry. I'm sorry, it's that quote.
Okay. It is his own funeral. Where had you heard this comment?
A member of council had forwarded that to me.
Okay. And why, Why did you want to work with Councillor Deans to defeat this motion?
Because the mayor felt that it would be the mayor felt that it would go against our efforts to end the demonstration, to have a change of leadership midway through the demonstration.
And is it to avoid this motion that the council meeting on that was scheduled for the 14th was delayed until the 16th?
No, I believe it was delayed because OPS was planning a special meeting, and we wanted to be able to hold the council meeting after we had council members had a better and more comprehensive briefing from the OPS on what was unfolding.
And so this sentiment
Sorry, there's another reason as well. On that day, we had not one additional iota of hope or information that we could give to the people of Ottawa in terms of efforts to end the demonstration in a collaborative fashion. And we hoped that waiting for the OPS meeting would provide us with more information on the plans that the OPS had to end the truck convoy demonstration as they had charge of the operation.
Okay. So I want to take you then to OTT 17368. So if we can go down. Okay, so below this, there's a number of redactions. My understanding is because there's an exchange of legal advice, I'm not interested in what that says. But if we go up above these redactions, so, and I feel free to ask to scroll down if you would like kind of to situate yourself. But if we just go down a little bit, Councillor Fleury emails you February 5th and asks you to speak to him about presumably whatever's discussed under. Do you recall that conversation?
I would have to say vaguely.
Okay. And I'd like to go up, I'll ask you about that, but if you go up, you forward this on to the mayor and say, is there anything at all out of this hot mess that can be salvaged? The city cannot implement a bylaw that would violate charter rights. We will liaise with clerk and legal on this. And then James Armbruster, which again is with your office, correct? Responds, why don't we just declare a state of emergency? So that the sense I'm getting is that there was other options being discussed, and I'm just wondering what those other options were.
My recollection of the motion, which I cannot refer to, is that Councillor Fleury was under a huge amount of personal and emotional stress in terms of the attacks, verbal and perceived risks against himself, his wife, and his family members. And he had put together a long list of things that he was hoping the city would do. An example of that is that we would ban certain posters and signs that demonstrators were using. I gave that practical example of, I think that was an illustration of why I felt the motion was a hot mess, and there was very little in it that the city could use. James gave his own advice, having been involved in the pandemic response as our liaison to Ottawa Public Health. He gave his own advice on a separate item. I don't recall if it was in Councillor Fleury's motion or not, but we ended up working with clerk and consulting them on what, if any, aspects of this motion could be salvaged, as we were trying to work collaboratively with him on his concerns.
And so instead, the mayor's declared that municipal emergency, which was mentioned as an option by James. Is that
I
correct?
don't think it was instead. I think it was one of the measures that was
Okay.
being contemplated. It wasn't an either or, a choice.
Just want to quickly, we expect to hear from Jason LaFace, a protester, that he had a call with the mayor, possibly someone at the mayor's office, shortly before the convoy's arrival, and that he would have promised to keep emergency lanes open. Are you aware of any call with anyone related to the convoy prior to their arrival?
I have no recollection of the mayor taking a call from a protester at all.
Nor anyone in the mayor's office?
No, I have no recollection of that.
OTT 20710. Let's go to the bottom of page 15. That's OTT, okay. Yes. So the bottom of page 15. Here it's the text on February 9th at 8:11 a.m. You were having a discussion, my understanding is, with Councillor Deans about postponing one of the motions she might have been bringing forward. But I'm interested in the statement you say in the last bubble there's a very significant chance we will still be into the demonstration in late February. I'm wondering what led you to make that assessment.
I would say desperation of context. We were seeing no progress at that point in time. It was not an informed opinion. It was a statement of, if all things remain equal, the lack of collaboration, the numbers of police officers not increasing significantly on the ground, I wrote, there's a very significant chance. It was just my opinion.
In your witness statement, you talk about the meeting that you and the mayor had with Councillor Deans on the morning of February 16th. The morning, later that day, she was removed from the OPSB. I'd like to go to OTT 8842. So this is a draft, well, it looks like a draft letter to me, open letter to the residents of Ottawa, why council acted to restore confidence in the Ottawa Police Services Board. You recognize this document?
I do.
Did you author this document?
I did.
And who generated the content of the document? Was it you or was it the mayor or collaboration?
Primarily, it would have been me.
Sorry.
Myself.
Yourself. And can you explain what its purpose was?
Its purpose was, as the mayor was no longer running, he'd announced on December 10th that he was not going to be a candidate for mayor in 2022. And we were concerned that the complexity of the governance issues that were facing the City of Ottawa and council around the leadership of the OPSB would be lost in a barrage of election-style or electorally motivated accusations and counter-accusations, et cetera, et cetera. We wanted to prepare a more comprehensive overview of why the mayor supported this decision and the motion to change the leadership of the board. And at the end of the day, the mayor decided against issuing this open letter.
Okay. And why did he decide against it?
He felt that that the narrative was too meandering.
Okay.
It was too long. It was too complicated. It would just simply add fuel to the fire instead of, help us move on with tackling the demonstration itself.
And so would you say that this letter captures your perspective on the reasons why Councillor Deans was removed from the OPSB?
No, it captures my office's and my team's perception of our liaison with council members in the hours after they had been informed that the OPSB had hired a third chief of police in 24 hours without informing council, which was a standard practice at the city. Never had a chief of police had been selected by the OPSB since pre-amalgamation Ottawa without council being advised that a selection process was underway. And so this reflects the dialogue that we had with members of council over the course of 24, 48 hours, both from the time that they found out that a chief of police was being named to the time that, 4 or 5 days later when it was a huge public debate around, why the person was removed. It's very controversial. And this was an attempt to provide the governance perspective from a high level.
Okay, so I think we already have your perspective on why that happened in your witness statement. We covered that during your interview, but I do have kind of a few specific questions. If we can go to the top of page 2, and then I'm going to wrap up. Right. Sorry, let's go up a bit more. Okay. So you, well, I'm going to say you, but I understand that it's your office. At the same meeting, and you're referring, I take it, to an OPSB meeting on February 15th, the day prior, after Chief Slowly had resigned, correct?
Yes.
OPS board were asked to give the chair a mandate to negotiate a contractual arrangement with a firm located in Waterloo. Under this contractual arrangement, a consulting services firm would be asked to manage the OPS effectively February 21 or 22. And this is the part I'm interested in. No votes were taken and no authority was delegated that would allow the chair to finalize an arrangement. Board members believed that they had mandated the chair to undertake a search for an external chief of police. Board members insist on the fact that the board chair did not seek delegated authority to execute a contract for a new chief of police. How did you reach this assessment of kind of the lack of a mandate?
In individual discussions with board members who wanted to share their views on what was unfolding as they were being called by media outlets, criticized, etc.
So you had discussions with a number of other OPSB members who relayed this information to you about that meeting?
Correct.
And I'm raising this because I expect that Councillor Deans, who's testifying in a few days, may disagree with those statements. You yourself didn't have any direct insight into the workings of the board, and so you weren't privy to that meeting and exactly what mandate she was provided. Correct. Okay. I think my time is up, so I think those are all my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I think we deserve a short break. Well, I'll make it 15 minutes if that's agreeable, and we can come back at 5:20. And it looks like we're going to go quite a bit later, assuming the cross-examination goes as provided and assuming our witness is able to hold up.
And Commissioner.
So we should plan on staying till quite late. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you, merci. So the first up, I believe, are the convoy organizers.
Good evening, sir.
Sir.
I'm Brendan Miller. I'm legal counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the entity that's representing the protesters who were here in January and February of 2022. I just have a few questions for you. I'm actually going to be quite quick. And first, thank you for your very detailed and forthright testimony already today. First question is just with respect to this agreement that had been set up between the protesters and truckers to relocate. I understand that the relocation was supposed to be of all vehicles from everywhere except Wellington. Is that correct?
No, it is not. The broad intent was to have vehicles leave the residential districts, and hence the priority was those districts south of Wellington, at the corner of Sussex and Rideau, and to a lesser extent, Coventry.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that it's our understanding, from our clients at least, that it was simply to be Wellington in the end. That was it. Does that change what you've just said at all, that that was the intention?
It doesn't, because I mentioned that there is great fluidity in our discussions with Mr. French around the notion that some could be relocating outside of Ottawa to separate areas, a farmer's field in Van Cleek Hill off the 417, et cetera. So we had no idea where they were going, but we expected the vast majority to relocate north of Wellington, where we were told it would be an easier perimeter to manage.
Right. And I also understand then that the mayor's vision for how this would work out as well, and some of the protesters and truckers, was that all trucks, other than the ones on Wellington, would be moved out of town, and that the protesters would just shuttle in buses from their camps outside of town on a go forward.
We were told that that was an option, and we don't know if we have no insight into whether or not the organizers were able to pull that off.
Right. And you agree, and from your statement, that it was the police that prevented the deal from being executed in the end, correct?
My opinion is that it is a broader context of circumstances, and that the invocation of the act created a new legal framework around Parliament Hill in that red zone, and that the authorities decided to take a step back and see what was the impact of the invocation of the act.
Right. But it's fair to say that Mr. Wilson, in your dealings with him, he never indicated to you that the protesters and truckers ever intended to renege on the deal.
That is correct.
Thank you. Those are my only questions, and have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, if I could call on the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arpin. Sir. My name is David Michikowski. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Mr. Arpin, you were involved, you told us, in the negotiations that led to an agreement with the convoy, correct?
Yes.
And would it be accurate to characterize the protesters as a cobbled together group of disparate individuals and hard to know who's in charge? Would you agree with that characterization?
I think that's a fair assessment.
And if I can ask, please, that you turn up document OTT 355, please. And that was the exchange of emails that we previously saw.
Text messages, sorry.
That text messages, I apologize. In that text message exchange, I understand that you wanted to make it clear that you would not engage with the radical elements of the protest, correct?
That is correct.
And you understood that the Sussex and Rideau group would fit within that characterization of the radical element.
It had been portrayed to us in briefings by OPS and the city as a very challenging group.
And I think actually the Sussex and Rideau group was characterized by you as a criminal element. Agree with that?
It is possible, yes. I have said that, yes.
And so even if the truckers moved, it would be unlikely to clear up the Rideau-Sussex intersection, correct?
It would make it easier for the combined police forces to address issues at other locations with a smaller perimeter and a smaller drain on resources in the Wellington perimeter.
But the Rideau-Sussex group seemed intent on staying, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. And that was the access point for the Rideau Center, correct?
It had a significant bearing on the Rideau Center, but there were multiple other access points to the Rideau Center.
And the letter that was sent by Ms. Leach, I understand that she made it very clear that she did not, or her group, did not speak for all of the truckers, correct?
Yes.
And in particular, she said her group did not represent Farfada, the group at Rideau-Sussex, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall that from her correspondence. We would have to pull it up, or else I'll have to say I don't remember that she said that.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
It's consistent with my recollection of my discussions with Dean French, who on numerous occasions told me, I don't speak for Pat King, I don't speak for XYZ, I'm here to try to get the broad majority of individuals to take part in this goodwill effort to remove trucks from the residential district and provide relief to residents.
And those other individuals like Pat King and the others were on social media at the time taking positions that were not necessarily consistent with the group that you were negotiating with, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, even the group that you were negotiating with that was headed by Tamara Litch, I believe that Ms. Litch had put out two apparently contradictory tweets on the day after the agreement, correct?
Correct. I believe she cleared up the misunderstanding, but yes, that's correct.
Right. So those appear to create some confusion as well as to how this deal or whether this deal was going to work, correct?
I don't have the information to corroborate that.
My understanding is you did not meet with the protesters directly, correct?
That's correct.
And so you talked about the PLT coming to meet with Mr. Kanellakis. And I take it you don't know whether those were OPP PLT or OPS PLT?
I know 100% certainty that they were OPS because the city manager debriefed with the mayor and myself.
And indicated that they were OPS? Or did he indicate that they were PLT?
He specifically pointed out that they were PLT from OPS.
Okay. And my understanding is that the genesis of that meeting was that the protesters were refusing to engage with the PLT and were instead asking to meet with the city instead. Is that your understanding?
I do not have a line of sight on the reason for the breakdown in communications between the truck convoy representatives and the OPS. I believe that will come out in due course.
Was it your understanding that that's how that meeting came about?
No, my understanding is that there had been a breakdown in communications and the PLT was reaching out with a certain degree of urgency to have the mayor and or the city manager engage with the demonstrators with a view to helping them reestablish a rapport of some kind.
And so when the PLT came to that meeting, to engage. They did not come to that meeting with an agreement in principle that they were simply asking to be ratified. What they were asking for was a meeting to help start or continue discussions. Is that right?
They sought a meeting, as the city manager told me, to help them reestablish a rapport between the city and the demonstrators, which had broken down. We were told the relationship had broken down completely and communication was non-existent.
Thank you. Could I ask you, please, sorry, the letter, we can call it up. It's documents OTT 6948, which is the letter from Ms. Leach to the mayor. Sorry, I've given you the letter from the mayor to Ms. Leach. It is 6964, I believe. I apologize. It's the same one.
That's the same letter.
I won't ask a third time because I don't want to strike out. But if
Well, maybe the Commission Counsel can help you with the number.
I'm looking for I'll see if I can do it this way. The agreement, the letter from Ms. Leach referred to 400 trucks, correct?
I believe it did. I'd have to see it again.
Okay. Do you have that? Just a sec. I'll just show you the.
Councillor, I believe I found the document.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. If you'd be good enough, please to scroll down.
Sorry, if we could just read the number into the record.
So sorry, maybe I go back to the previous letter. Oh,
it's not there. Is
yeah, it's. I'm sorry, it's in the mayor's letter.
Okay.
So if we could go back to the previous one, I apologize.
Can you provide the number, Councillor?
Yes.
6964.
If you scroll down, yeah, on the second page, the second paragraph refers to the departure of the over 400 trucks from residential areas. And so the 400 trucks was the concern. It wasn't simply the vehicles that would move as well, but the real issue was those big trucks, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of moving the trucks, you'd agree with me that that was a very difficult task. And in fact, I think in a text message exchange with Ms. Deans, you suggested it would be like a Rubik's Cube to move
I did
those.
outline the perceived complexity that was being written about by various media outlets, and I agreed with that analysis. It was extremely complex.
Could we please have document OTT 20710? And if we go to page 13, I believe that what Ms. Deans suggested as the solution was, how about arresting the drivers, confiscating the keys, and have them driven out? And then if you be good enough to scroll down, or go to the next page, please. And so your description was, if you can pull that miracle off, matching drivers with keys, matching keys with vehicles, getting their cooperation to identify the first vehicle that needs to be removed on streets that are blockaded with trucks. I believe you'll have to start with the first vehicle, then the next, in that order. the logistical challenge of moving those trucks out is nothing short of a Rubik's Cube without their cooperation. The same applies if you start from the back, and it then goes on. I won't read the rest. That represented your views of how intractable the situation was, correct?
Yes, you raised the previous text without giving me an opportunity to comment on it. On the highly simplistic and shocking suggestion that we would simply arrest everyone and take their keys. That's why I responded with a slightly more nuanced advice to the chair.
And I think your point was it would be a very long operation without the collaboration of the individual big rig owners, correct?
Yes, which is why an agreement was necessary to secure that collaboration.
In that exchange that you had with Ms. Deans in her capacity as chair of the Ottawa Police Service Board, am I correct that another piece of advice you gave her was to minimize the number of OPSB board meetings because they suck up huge police resources?
I recall the context being one of the meetings appeared to be improvised, and they were contributing to a sense of demoralization within the general public. That was the context of that comment.
And so perhaps we could go to page 19, please. So what you said was, I would minimize the number of public board updates to maybe once a week as they suck up huge police resources and serve as a lightning rod to attack you, often for partisan reasons. Don't do it unless there is a clear and compelling need focused on major new developments. And so I take it you were aware of the concern about sucking up police resources in these meetings, correct?
Yes, and they shared that with us.
One of the people that you talked about having dealt with was Dean French and also Keith Wilson, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson was involved in negotiating on behalf of the truckers?
I don't know that.
I'm told, and we'll be seeing this through another witness later, but I'm told that Mr. Wilson described being on the ground on February 10th as negotiating in order to avoid a bloodbath. Would you agree with that characterization?
I don't have the information to comment on that.
At the end of the day, Mr. Arpin, you would agree with me that the combined forces of the OPP, the RCMP, and the OPS did an amazing job.
I do.
On clearing this up. Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. former Police Chief Slowly, counsel, please.
Thank you. I'm Tom Curry. Mr. Arpin, what were you've been the chief of staff of this mayor since 2010 when he was first elected, is that true?
Correct.
Prior to that, he was a minister of the provincial government, am I right?
Yes, he was.
Were you with him then?
I was not.
What were you doing before 2010? Did you have a background in, well, just tell us, please.
Geez. In a nutshell, I worked for Carleton University for 10 years in a community relations advancement fundraising function.
Okay.
And I served on various provincial political committees and organizations.
Understood. So, longtime resident of the city of Ottawa.
Correct.
Now, a couple of things, if I can. It was obvious to you and the mayor, I presume, by, you tell me the date, but by the first weekend of this protest, that you were dealing with something very different than what you had anticipated, right?
It was.
And was it also obvious to you that the resources that would be required to deal with the protest as it became an occupation far exceeded the resources available to the Ottawa Police Service.
I agree.
No one should ever imagine the opposite, and I presume no one ever did imagine the opposite.
I can't put myself in people's imagination, but I would concur with the depiction.
And the mayor, am I correct that the mayor always understood that what Chief Slowly had identified as the need in terms of resources, and you recall that he identified the number as, I think, 1,800 personnel, additional personnel. Am I correct that the mayor, in his conversations with you, endorsed that idea?
The mayor did not endorse the idea. He took it at face value because it came from the OPS being the chief of police, and they are in charge of the operation. They had the best knowledge on the resources required, and hence the mayor took the number and we inserted it in the letter. Understood. It was an action of trust.
Understood. Did he review it with any other members of the Ottawa Police Service?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And in the end, am I right that the number of personnel, additional personnel required to deal with the occupation, the ongoing occupation, was approximately 1,800 or maybe even higher, closer to 2,000?
I don't have the answer to that.
You do
it was
not
a large
know that?
number. I do not. It was not provided to us.
Okay. Now, a couple of things, if I can, just about the numbers of resources that were coming to Ottawa. We reviewed some of the messages that you were exchanging with your political counterparties provincially and federally, right?
Correct.
And I won't go back through it, but there was clearly an ongoing issue about whether the resources that had been represented as having been deployed here for the City of Ottawa's benefit had actually been deployed, right?
There's an ongoing discrepancy in the numbers.
And the numbers, so far as you are able to assist the commissioner, the numbers that you knew were correct were the numbers that were on the, if I can put it this way, the Ottawa side of that discussion. Correct?
I had no way to independently corroborate those numbers, but those are the numbers that were given to us by the people who were managing the operation. Hence, we had to trust those numbers.
Yes, but more than that, I appreciate that. You were told some information and you took that information at face value, but of course you were also told the opposite by the political staff at the minister of this or the minister of that, right? You had other sources of information available to you, as I understood it, which I thought you said corroborated the idea that the resources that were actually here to be deployed were not the numbers of resources that had been represented. Isn't that true?
I've lost the original proposition. I
Let me give it to you
apologize.
again. Or did you have it?
If the contention is that there is an ongoing discrepancy in what OPS was telling us, what the feds were telling us, and what the province was telling us, yes, that's my assessment.
Yes, but maybe put it this way, your conclusion was that what OPS was telling you was actually correct.
It felt closer to reality given the fact that we were walking the streets of Ottawa ourselves. We live here. You know, we're going down O'Connor, Bank, Metcalfe, et cetera. We're seeing no significant.
Right.
Social media are reporting on it. Media outlets are reporting on it. Community associations are hailing in saying, I've seen not an additional officer in the last 24 hours. We had anecdotal evidence coming in that suggested that the OPS assessment was closer to the fact at that point in time.
Understood. And that remained true, did it not, until the weekend, the last weekend, if I can put it that way, prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
The only thing I will say is that there is one point in time in which Minister Mendicino's office tells us that they are informing OPS of a sizable increase without providing specificity. And I conveyed to them, I thought that was good news if it was factual, and we asked them to convey it to OPS. My recollection is that there had been a small step up in resources.
Right. Not a large step up, a small step up.
Potentially, I recall 250, 300.
Right. You were never, no one in the Ottawa Police Service was going to mobilize a significant public order operation with an additional 250 on top of OPS, right?
I don't have the expertise to answer that, but it felt like a small number. It felt like they needed a bigger number to contain and manage it.
Right. And so by the time you get to assisting in the negotiation of a solution to remove vehicles from residential areas, there were no adequate resources, to your knowledge and to your observation, in this city to lead a public order operation, correct?
I agree with that, given the magnitude of the demonstration.
Right. And so you approach that issue, and just one quick thing about that, if I can. There was obviously, I think you may have used the word fluid, or maybe my friend used the word fluid. There was a certain degree of uncertainty about that operation of necessity, right?
I'm not sure what you want me to agree to, but the situation on the ground appeared extremely fluid.
You didn't know where the trucks were going at the time you negotiated the agreement. You knew they were leaving the residential area. Their final destination or final resting place was not documented initially, correct?
We understood completely that it was their aspiration to move into the parliamentary precinct. It was completely clear.
Yes. No, well, I understand that, but you also mentioned, didn't you, that they were going to something you called SJAM, which is the Sir John A. Macdonald Highway?
I concur that we had no certainty until the truck actually moved and it landed somewhere.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
And you had, there's some, and I don't have the time to take you to the document, you were talking about renting farmland, right?
I wasn't. The group was talking about having access to farmland,
right?
Some kind of a private parking lot somewhere outside of Ottawa.
And so when Chief Slowly says that no one told him the final resting place of all of the trucks was in the red zone, you, from your own observation or dialogue with him directly, have no reason to disagree with that, correct?
The only thing I would disagree with is that it was said quite plainly in the meeting of February 13th at noon that we understood that the goodwill construct was that they would be primarily moving from the residential district south of Wellington to north of Wellington.
That was what the PLT team had wished.
No, that was the result of our ongoing discussion with Dean French.
And you were present in the meeting where that was discussed? Or is that the mayor and chief?
Not the PLT meeting, if that's what you mean.
Right. Now, a couple of other things, if I can, please. The Chief Slowly, when he was hired, you would not have been involved in that hiring, am I right?
That is correct.
You met him after he was hired?
Correct.
And you found him, I think you told the commissioner, you found him all of your dealings with him to be professional, and he was a good chief.
All of our dealings with him were professional, constructive, and the mayor had full confidence in him until the chief decided to leave his position.
Understood. And one of the things Chief Slowly was brought here to Ottawa to undertake was a change in the way policing was done in Ottawa, correct?
It was one of the stated goals of the board.
And that had to do with the circumstances of tension between racialized communities and police service?
Miscellaneous items that the board wanted to focus on, including, loss of confidence in certain communities.
Right. Racialized communities?
For example.
For example. Other terms have been used, equity-seeking communities, correct?
That's a fair depiction.
And the force had been the subject, I understand, of a gender bias human rights finding. Were you here at the time when that was made?
I don't think I was.
the mayor had spoken at the funeral of a black man who had been, who died in police custody. Charges had resulted. You recall that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall the specifics of that.
Abdirahman Abdi.
Abdirahman Abdi.
Were you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the case in its entirety.
Right. Very challenging time for the OPS and presumably for the mayor.
Yes, for the city.
Were you aware that the OPS had in 2017 been the subject of a survey conducted by the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion?
Yes.
And the results of that were considered to raise a number of serious issues for the OPS.
Organizational challenges that they had to overcome.
All of which led to the hope that in the case of Chief Slowly, positive change could be implemented.
It's a fair assessment.
Now, a couple of other things, if I can, please. Were you present when Chair Deans of obviously Police Services Board, Chair Deans, described that she had asked then Deputy Chief Steve Bell whether he would do anything differently than Chief Slowly was doing in the period up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Are you aware of that?
Was I present at this specific dialogue? I'm aware that she said this.
Okay, good. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
And you're aware then you can tell the commissioner that what Deputy Chief Bell told the chair was that he would not do anything differently than what Chief Slowly was doing up until the time of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
My understanding, my limited understanding of that exchange is that he indicated that he would not, in a nutshell, he would not undermine his chief. In other words, you're asking him while he's under someone's command if he would do something differently.
Who do you have that understanding from?
From our exchange with Chair Deans when she described it to us. It is her version of events that she claimed that this individual would not turn on his chief when given the opportunity to do so.
Well, it's a little different than that, isn't it, Mr. Arpan? Isn't it simply this, that she asked Deputy Chief Bell whether he would pursue a different strategy?
I have to say, I'm sorry, I wasn't in that conversation, so I don't know. It's just hearsay now.
Well, there's a lot of that around here, but that's fine. The point is that you were interested. How did it come to your attention? How do you even know about it?
Because she raised it with us.
Right, and the reason she did, isn't it? Because any suggestion from anyone that all of this should be laid at the feet of Chief Slowly, she regarded as unfair.
It is possible, but she did not make that inference to us.
But you agree with me, though, that it would be unfair to suggest that what occurred here should be laid at the feet of Chief Slowly?
To lay the totality of the blame on one individual, I think, would be completely unfair.
Right. Councillor McKenney, you know Councillor McKenney.
I do.
A very active member of your council.
Yes.
And I understand a candidate for mayor.
You know that as well as everyone else.
And she told the commissioner and told your council, you were probably present, that she felt Chief Slowly was being scapegoated. Were you there for that?
Yes, I was.
And it would be unfair, as you've suggested, for anyone to form the conclusion, in your opinion, that one person's command led to any of these outcomes, right?
I don't have enough information to comment on Councillor McKenney's allegation that the chief was scapegoated.
Okay.
It's a very personal and deeply held opinion.
The council at one time along the way, and I'm not going to get the date, but you might remember it, considered a motion to request the federal government to invoke the Emergencies Act. Do you recall that?
Council, it did not, I don't think it made its way to council. There was a discussion around the possibility, and I think it was preempted by the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Well, you're thinking, maybe I can help your recollection. Do you recall that there was a motion brought? It did not advance because it was 7-7? Does this ring a bell?
I'd have to see it. I apologize.
Okay, I won't pull it up, but when the Emergencies Act was invoked, did you understand what additional powers were available to OPS members, OPP members, RCMP? Did you know what that meant?
The mayor and his team were briefed on it within
Emergencies Act. Chair Deans of the Police Services Board, until the issue arose of her seeking another outside police chief without what was considered to be the right authority, until that time, did Chair Deans enjoy the support of the mayor as chair of the Police Services Board?
We did not. The decision of council was not supported by an argument of lack of authority. It was supported by an argument of lack of moral authority. So can you restate the other point, please?
Yes, I'll take moral authority if you want to make it moral authority. Is that the issue over which the mayor lost confidence in Chair Deans?
It is because the chair told the mayor in a one-on-one conversation with people present that if he did not support the hiring of an external police chief in the midst of the occupation, that she would not sign the contract. And that led to the loss of confidence.
Right. Up until that time, should the commissioner understand that the mayor was confident in the composition of the Police Services Board?
Broadly speaking, we were working collaboratively to ensure, effective, competent liaison between the mayor's office and the board. As you can tell by the almost, every 5-10 minutes, there's something being exchanged, conveyed, of advice being given, even if it's not taken. But there was yes, the mayor still had confidence.
Right.
Up until that point.
And if I understood some of the text messages that you were exchanging with Councillor or Chair Deans, some of the council members had it in their minds that they should try to depose either the chair of the Police Services Board or the chief of police.
They were faced with the extraordinary outpouring of public anger and fear over the ongoing protracted demonstration, and hence they were responding by saying, we're not seeing progress, something has to change. That's how I interpret that.
Right. And you tried to dampen their enthusiasm for that because it was a matter they should stay out of, right?
When discussing it internally, we would talk about removing the chief of, fire services during a major, there's a fire, the house is burning, we're taking out people, and all of a sudden we take out the chief of fire services during the emergency. The mayor felt it would not assist in the attainment of the goal of ending the demonstration to remove the chief during the truck convoy demonstration.
Particularly without the resources needed.
That's a fair statement.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next, call on the Government of Canada.
I'm Andrea Gonzalez. I'm counsel for the Government of Canada, and I have just one short area of questioning for you. You have testified under questions from a couple of my friends as to some confusion at the time as to the number of RCMP resources that were deployed under OPS command, right?
Correct.
And in particular, there was a discrepancy, as you described it, between what the mayor's office was being told by OPS and Chief Slowly versus what you understood from federal officials, right?
That's correct.
Just to be clear, at the time, you were trying to get answers to make sense of information that on both sides you were receiving second or third hand, right?
Correct.
I think you said you had no direct line of sight into exactly what numbers were being provided or how they were being deployed.
That's fair.
And your evidence today is simply by way of explaining your questions, communications, actions, and frustrations at the time, right?
That's fair.
And to get clarity on the actual numbers beyond anecdotal observations, you'll agree with me that the commission really needs to hear from the individuals who were involved, from the agencies who were involved.
Absolutely.
And that would also apply to any reasons for any delay or lag.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the Ottawa Coalition.
Good evening now, Mr. Arpain. My name is Paul Champ. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I just have a few questions for you. The first thing I'd like to know, Mr. Arpain, is what were you told about why commercial trucks were allowed to enter downtown and park and get entrenched?
In our first briefing with the chief, as we were heading into, and city management, Steve Kay, et cetera, when the mayor challenged the assertion that the city had the authority to stop trucks from coming into the downtown core, The chief provided a very, very strong opinion that he had reviewed the matter internally, and he told the mayor that the OPS had determined that the charter rights would prevent the city from allowing the trucks to come in for this demonstration. Hence, the assumption was they had the right to come in.
And Mr. Appeng, you've given us testimony earlier today that the mayor and yourself had communications with people at the federal government level, ministers and their chiefs of staff, as well as at the provincial level in Solicitor Jones's office and Mr.
Could have a respectful and intelligent discussion with.
So in that first interaction, that first discussion with Mr. Kanellakos, you and the mayor left it open that if Mr. Kanellakos, after speaking with him, thought there was some constructive dialogue, that perhaps that was an avenue that could be explored at the mayor meeting.
Yes, and that he would report back, because my understanding is that the PLT
Hey everybody, welcome to the Rebel News Daily live stream. I'm your host, Sheila Gunreed, and I'm joined today by my co-host, William Diaz, and trucker Tom Morazzo. We've sort of shuffled our noon live stream or 10 a.m. Alberta time live stream to later on in the day because we are feverishly covering the Public Order Emergency Commission as it takes place in Ottawa for at least the next 6 weeks. We've transitioned a team of journalists to working in the nation's capital to bring you the other side of the story, much the same way we did during the convoy itself. Because you just can't trust the mainstream media. That is more evident than ever. They repeat the nonsense of some of these more hysterical witnesses verbatim, even though video evidence shows so much otherwise. Guys, I'll shut up right away, and I'll throw to you. But I want to let everybody know, if you want to get involved in the stream today, if you'd like to support the work that we do completely willingly, unlike what Justin Trudeau forces you to do with the mainstream media, might I suggest heading on over to Rumble or Odyssey, and you can leave us a paid chat. Paid chats at $5 or more. We'll do our best to address them on the stream if we have time. William and Tom, you guys were watching today. I was watching the thing from beginning to end. I think I started watching at 7 a.m. my time. It's still ongoing, if I am understanding correctly. Yeah, well, we all are. We have to. It's all hands on deck right now. What's the most incredible thing that you heard today? William, you, then Tom, because I'm full of incredible things I heard today.
Honestly, today, Sheila, was such an interesting day with the commission. We saw that, I think for the first time since the beginning, the people that were suspicious and that weren't sure if the commission was actually going to be independent got their answers today. We saw the commission actually going after the government, seeing, did the government do everything in the power to resolve the situation without using the never seen before Emergencies Act. And to me, that's what struck me the most today, is that we saw the commission actually seeking answers as to whether or not the city did everything they could to not have to use the Emergencies Act.
Yeah, it was weird. It felt like the grown-ups were around today. Last week, it didn't feel like there were any grown-ups there. It felt like a bunch of fragile people who are not emotionally resilient whatsoever, who, would die if you misgendered them. That's what last week felt like. Now it feels like we have the grown-ups and people who are, today we had the city manager, Steve Kanellakos, and Serge Arpen, grown-ups. They talked about the effect on the city. They were quite honest about their communications with the convoy and the convoy lawyers, but also with the feds. But anyways, I will ask Tom, you the same question. Did anything really stick out for you today or surprise you?
Well, I certainly think that the biggest thing that did stick out for me is, just like you said, Sheila, that it was the grown-ups that were in the room. And I have to admit, I was incredibly encouraged and pleased with the testimony that I saw coming from the two witnesses today, because it certainly is exactly in line with everything that we've been saying the entire time. And, from my point of view, it was really spectacular to me that the city of Ottawa, and people say that this is the biggest protest in Ottawa history ever, and yet nobody wanted to talk to us. Nobody wanted to talk to us. And if you listen to the testimony, it was all of these conversations going back and forth amongst the government, the various levels of government, but you didn't hear many people wanting to talk to us until you heard this morning where the Ottawa Police Services, the liaison team, contacted the city manager and said he wants to have they want to have a meeting with you. And, it's incredible to me that you've got all these Canadians, these tax-paying voter Canadians with charter rights in your city. And after 2 years, nobody wanted to hear from us. Nobody wanted to listen. They show up on your doorstep and you still don't want to talk to them. That, to me, is remarkable.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, we saw Justin Trudeau throughout the protest. He would never speak with you. Never. When James Topp held his press conference that I attended here in Ottawa, not a single Liberal member of Parliament went to his press conference. No, not a single one. Yet the city manager and the city of Ottawa was open to talking to. So I think it shows the level of respect Justin Trudeau versus Jim Watson, regardless what we think of him, regardless what we think of the city of Ottawa, had for the convoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of respect for Jim Watson, but it sounds like he has some level-headed people around him. And it is, I mean, isn't that the symptom of the whole convoy? Is that you had to go all the way to Ottawa because you didn't think anyone was listening to. And when you finally get there, they still won't listen to you. And the ones that do listen to you get it all wrong and they lie about you. It was interesting to hear the timeline of events unfold. And I think the timeline of events is going to be severely damaging for the Liberals, because to invoke the Emergencies Act, there has to be, you know, a very strict set of circumstances, and it has to fit into a box this big. And the convoy is all out here. Like, it's not even remotely in the box. And one of the things that came out today was really the things that the city of Ottawa were finding difficult to deal with. Those were basically resolving themselves by the 13th. And the Liberals knew that they were resolving themselves on the 13th because, as the kids say, receipts or it didn't happen, and they had receipts from Steve Kanellakos. His name is so Greek, it's so hard to say, and Serge Arban. They both communicated with the federal government, Bill Blair and old lion Marco Mendicino. They communicated to them that a deal had been struck with the truckers to move the trucks out of the residential areas. That was on the 13th. They had receipt of those emails. They both men testified that they sent people in those offices, in the minister's offices, copies of the communication, so they were well aware. And yet, still, the next day, the feds dropped the hammer.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we saw, Sheila, today was the self-willingness of the truckers to try to resolve the situation by themselves. You know, they were willing to move the trucks. That's what they wanted to do. But one of the reasons why they couldn't is because the police was blocking both sides of Wellington Street, both sides was blocking them from moving. And we also saw the truckers' lawyer, Keith Wilson, who's an incredible lawyer, I must say, that had extremely courteous exchanges with the city of Ottawa. You know, and everyone thought the truckers were domestic terrorists. They were aggressive people. They were violent people. We saw them, first of all, being willing to help the residents of Ottawa and move their trucks from Rideau to Wellington. And we saw their lawyer being extremely polite and nice in his exchanges, in his text message exchanges with the city of Ottawa. I don't know if we have some of the screenshots that we saw in the commission. It would be good if we could put them on the screen, but that was something interesting to see.
Yeah, Tom, I just want to ask you that. I'm sure, well, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that must be reflective of your experience on the ground. We had Steve Kanellakos saying that it was clear the truckers didn't want to cause any disruption in the residential streets, but that just ended up being where they were kettled. And then they started to move the trucks out. And then all of a sudden we see a change in leadership with the Ottawa police, and then the police helping move, that stopped. So basically the truckers were kettled in these residential areas through no fault of their own.
Yes. And this was a repetitive issue that we were facing with the city, really with the Ottawa police quite consistently. We would, at various levels, different groups within the convoy, different sections or streets would try to have this dialogue or negotiate safety issues or safety concerns with the police. And, you know, for example, a really important thing that came up today that I heard, they were talking about these emergency safety lanes. And we worked really hard to make sure that there was always access to emergency services vehicles. And I remember getting to the corner there, right near the Byward Market, in that one difficult intersection. I was talking to one of the truckers and I said, listen, you know, you've got your trucks are on 3 different lanes abreast. We need to move one of those and open up a guaranteed safety lane. And he said, no, what they've done, and they did it 2 times, is they sat in their trucks and they listened for emergency sirens. And if they hear a siren, they basically move the vehicle out of the way so that the emergency vehicles can get through. And he reassured me that twice on 2 separate occasions, they actually had to do this to allow emergency services vehicles to get through. So this talk about, safety and all that stuff, this was a fundamental goal of all of us that were trying to coordinate the public safety aspect of this. We had also routinely communicated this very important point to the Ottawa Police Services. So they knew, the city knew through the police that we were constantly trying to be safe and responsible for the city residents of Ottawa. We also had a lot of occasions where there was slips and falls on the ice, and the truckers were there to actually provide first aid, call the ambulance, and make sure that that resident was attended to. So we've got lots of examples of that where that actually took place. And in fact, a lot of the stuff that we heard today about interruptions to, garbage collection, the fire trucks, that's all completely false. Because, at one point we created garbage collection points to make it easier for the garbage trucks to come and collect the trash. Like, we went out of our way to try to relieve a lot of the pressure on the city, and it became very, very clear to us the evening or the day after we watched the first police services board meeting, where they were talking with Diane Dean, was still the police services board chair. And we watched the things that she was saying to then Chief Peter Slawley. And we were kind of horrified with what we were hearing. And that's the night that we fundamentally realized we need to take the pressure off of the city. And if the city doesn't feel the pressure, they can't put it back on the politicians, who are then going to put that pressure onto the police. So we were trying to avoid this. And this is kind of an original sort of genesis of how we ended up getting the meeting with Steve Kay. Was towards those efforts. We were trying our best to work with the city, but they were very reluctant to talk to us, except Steve, recognizing the opportunity that he had. And like you said, he was the grown-up. He recognized the opportunity he had, and he took advantage of it. And I think we were getting the ball rolling.
I think you were. And, there's some testimony here that in hindsight, you hear it, and then afterwards you sort of digest it and put it all together. At the beginning of the day, we heard from Steve Kay, as you call him, Steve Kanellakos. It's fun to say it once you figure out how to say it, by the way. He testified in his communications with Peter Slawley that Slawley was saying, we need more cops because we can't get the truckers out without more cops. We need help directing traffic, and it's a big major police operation to remove all these trucks from downtown. We don't have enough cops. And so later on in the testimony, when we start hearing from Serge Arpin and his communications with the feds on trying to get more RCMP police resources into town, they only sent 60 additional RCMP officers when the city was begging for more cops so that they could get the trucks out. It wasn't just for enforcement purposes, to write tickets, to shoot people with bean bags. That's really not what they were asking for, at least maybe 50%. I don't know about Steve Bell, but they needed additional cops to get everybody out of town, and the feds weren't sending them. So it was Marco Mendicino and Bill Blair who were in effect inhibiting the removal of these trucks. And then still on the 14th, they cracked down on everybody because the trucks aren't out.
Yeah. I think, Sheila, if there's one argument to be made for the use of the Emergencies Act, and I don't think there is any, but if there was one to be made, is the fact that the city the federal government did not provide enough resources to the city to help deal with the protests. I think if there's one argument to be made, I think that's it.
You don't get to invoke the Emergencies Act because Bill Blair and Marco Mendicino are bad at their jobs.
100%. I don't think it's a good argument, but I'm saying if there is one argument, I don't think it's a good one at all. I don't think there's any good argument. But I think if there was one good argument that I would see a lawyer make, is that they needed the Emergencies Act. A lawyer like Paul Champ, we know him. A lawyer like Paul Chem, I think that's one good argument that he could make to why.
Well, I'd like to raise one important issue regarding Bill Blair. Let's remember that he was the chief of police in 2010 during the G8G20 summit when that city got ripped apart. And he was the police chief of jurisdiction over that entire operation. And we're still seeing court cases dealing with that from 12 years ago. So, clearly he didn't really learn many new lessons from his experience 12 years ago. And now he's even in a higher position authority.
Yeah, was he not kettling peaceful protesters back then?
Yes, he was. Yes.
He just did it now with trucks instead.
Well, he brings the violence, right? That's what he's accustomed to.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Olivia, do we have an ad break? And then we'll go into some of these clips and we'll take a look at some of these clips of the day. Instead of us just talking about what happened, let's show everybody what happened. And we've got the guys to help me analyze.
Yes.
It's the values. You look at Western values in Western society, and these are values we could all relate to, but they're old world values of grit and community and perseverance.
It's a place where you can make a living with your back and your hands and a little bit of hard work. And it's a place of opportunity. And I think as Albertans, we're fiercely protective of that.
The world's energy crisis has been grabbing newspaper headlines. In a nutshell, we're running short of petroleum resources and the prices are zooming upwards.
My colleagues in the government and I have come reluctantly to believe that the price of oil in Canada must go up.
This was Alberta. Origin of the Alberta separatist movement begins with the election of Pierre Trudeau as Prime Minister.
It was a deliberate and malicious targeting of the West, which suited Pierre Trudeau just fine, just like it suits Justin Trudeau just fine.
Sunny ways, my friends.
Blackface. There is an actual hostile government towards Alberta.
Why did your dad give everyone in Western Canada the middle finger?
Really, in politics, you do have to make big decisions, and whenever you make big decisions, there's going to be people who agree with it and people who don't disagree with it.
Plenty of people want to leave this country.
It's not the kind of idea you'd expect to hear from someone who wants to win power and hold power. It is a radical idea.
And you would normalize the discussion. And so maybe Alberta wouldn't have to go, because maybe the rest of the country and the rest of the world would say, whoa, don't go. Will you accept these changes instead? That's what happened for Quebec.
There's no maple leafs west of the Manitoba border. Why do we have a maple leaf by unilateral decision on Canadian flags?
Think of how the American colonists were in 1775. That's how a lot of Albertans are today.
Great, yeah. It'll be such a great movie, Sheila.
That's going to be really great.
It is. And we have 20 tickets left for our most recent Edmonton showing. So you can, if you're interested, and I think you should be, because I'll be there, K2, our filmmaker, will be there. Ezra will be there to answer questions. The tickets are available at albertadocumentary.com. So now that that's all tidied up, let's get into some of the clips from today. This one was fascinating, and it's not actually from the Trucker Commission. It's Doug Ford saying that he is standing shoulder to shoulder, I think the phrase he said, with Trudeau over the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I'm not sure I'd want to hitch my horse to that wagon at this point in testimony, but Doug Ford did it. Let's roll that clip.
If you can think back to February, do you think that the federal government was justified in using the Emergencies Act to lift the occupation of downtown Ottawa?
Well, we have some of the top officials with the OPP testifying, and yes, I stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. These folks were camping out, everything from whirlpools, disrupting downtown, disrupting the lives of the people of Ottawa. We've worked collaboratively with the mayor and the Prime Minister over at the borders. They were holding up $1 billion of trade every single day, getting across our borders. We were getting phone calls from Governors, it's unacceptable. Myself and I know the Prime Minister believe in free speech. And if you want to protest, protest. If you want to come down to Queen's Park and do cartwheels, but if you disrupt the lives of the people of Ottawa every single day, disrupt the lives, the economic flow across our borders, I have zero tolerance for it. Thank you.
Doug Ford, it fascinates me so much that this man calls himself a conservative, but sides with Trudeau on every possible single issue. He sides with Trudeau here in terms of the use of the emergencies. Like he doesn't push back against it. Justin Trudeau basically campaigned with Doug Ford while Doug Ford was campaigning recently. And also he talked about the Coutts blockade. The Coutts blockade was sorted out before the Emergencies Act were invoked.
Yep. I just think I'm not sure like that happened this morning sort of as testimony was kicking off. I wonder if Doug Ford feels that way now after today's disastrous testimony. Yeah, he shouldn't. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. Well, I take exception to a lot of the things that he had said in there, but that's typical Doug Ford. He always has seemed to have campaigned as a conservative, but he's always governed as a liberal anyway. But what's concerning to me is the statement, they bring up the bridge in Windsor. And the reality is I've got a very good friend who was there and was arrested in Windsor. And he assured me, he's a fellow veteran, he assured me they had one of the lanes open. So to say that the bridge was completely shut down and interrupting billions of dollars, well, what is the ride can interrupted in the lives? And what is the federal policies of this government in their failure to open up the borders and then compound that by what they've done to the truckers in this country in order to further interrupt international trade? So, these people in their hypocrisy, they just have no boundaries whatsoever.
Don't expect Doug Ford to go against the narrative of the Arrive Can Act, though. It's Justin Trudeau's favorite tool ever created since he was in power. Doug Ford's never going to speak badly against that.
No.
There was at one point where I think it was the lawyer for Peter Slowly, who did a great job of sort of defending his client from any criticism that he was too hard on the protesters, because Slowly said at one point in I think it was an email or a text message exchange that, he didn't have the right to stop people from heading downtown, that they had charter rights and they can go downtown. They could go into the downtown core. And it wasn't, he didn't or shouldn't use that authority as police chief to stop people. But it's interesting because Doug Ford's government is guilty of quite a bit of misinformation regarding the protests, and not just the nature of the protests, but also but also how much help they said they sent. I think Minister Sylvia Jones in Doug Ford's government told the media at one point there were 1,500 OPP officers deployed to Ottawa. Could you imagine saying 1,500? That's like a small Alberta town of cops just deployed there. And Steve Kay, he said, yeah, no, that was inaccurate. And so it looked like this Ottawa city officials, the good ones, were dealing with misinformation coming from both the feds, but also from Doug Ford, Trudeau's dancing partner.
No, 100%, Sheila. I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, from my point of view too, listening to the testimony, and I listened to all that, their integrated emergency center that they kept talking about, and the different police of jurisdiction, the different capabilities that they had to handle this particular situation. The level of intelligence that they were able to gather that we could not. So, for example, they owned the CCTV cameras. They had UAVs up in the air.
That's true.
So they had a much better opportunity to get a full account of where everyone was located with trucks and what they were doing. And yet, a simple conversation with any one of us probably would have yielded an incredibly different dynamic to that entire situation. And yet, they had no interest in actually talking. And
especially since the truckers were so open to talk with city officials and federal government.
They were there to talk. They drove across the country to talk to somebody.
That was the whole point.
Yeah. And so this is, when you look at it, Twitter was lighting up today, and I think a few people came after me and said a bunch of, unkind things, which I'm pretty used to.
Happens all the time.
But the question you have to ask is, after 2 years, like Doug Ford said it today in that clip that you showed, well, come to Queen's Park and do cartwheels. Well, guess what? Thousands of people went to the worldwide rallies in Toronto, and every weekend people went. And you know what Doug Ford did? Nothing. He didn't want to talk.
Called them
he
names.
never engaged.
He called them names.
Yeah, yahoos and stuff like that, right? So, when you're talking about the adults, let's be clear. We're not talking about, the leadership at the executive levels of government in this country. And I'd say federal, provincial, and I hate to say it, but local government. Because I'm not a big fan of Jim Watson either, because he has acted in bad faith several times.
Yeah.
And again, he got caught during Rolling Thunder in acting in bad faith. And, we published all the evidence through V4F on our Twitter. These people that are elected officials, they're not elected to be kings and queens or lords and dukes.
Right.
They're elected to represent the wishes of the people and to have a dialogue when we have a grievance. And they don't seem to get that. And this is the point of why the convoy finally said, enough is enough. Yeah. You called us heroes in the past, then you sanctioned us with these unreasonable mandates. So guess what? We're going to go to Protest Central. And I say Protest Central because we heard on Friday that they have approximately, on average, 99 protests per year in the city of Ottawa. And that one, the Councillor Fleury there, has been a councillor for 12 years. So he's lived through 1,200 protests. Right. And I find it really disingenuous to hear that they were not prepared for any level of protest that could handle this in terms of their integrated operations center. And so it's amusing and terrifying at the same time to watch the level of infighting that we're witnessing in the actual, in the room between government officials. And if you see our lawyer, Brendan Miller, he didn't really spend a lot of time crossing this afternoon because
he was precise.
Didn't have to. It's like, I just sat here with the popcorn and I enjoyed you guys rip each other apart. Thank you very much for doing our job, which is what we've been saying the entire time. So Brendan's job, I think, today was pretty easy. And I want to, I'd like to credit the two witnesses today. They seemed like very thoughtful, honest, very responsible. People that were doing their job, which is to serve their communities. But the challenge here is that it wasn't just a community issue. This is a Canada-wide issue. This is not a left or a right. This isn't vax, unvax. This is a Canada issue. And the question really becomes, Justice McLean, and in line with what the police chief, Peter Slawley, was saying, is that he didn't have a charter right to stop us from doing it, which was further reinforced by Justice McLean during the Horn injunction when he said, we have a right to be here, which stopped the local government and the police from confiscating our vehicles and going after people. So, we're seeing at that mid-level within the city, the law enforcement, the city manager, and the chief of staff to the mayor, they got it. They understood the situation we're in. The only criticism that I would have is that they failed to reach out and ever talk to us in a meaningful way until we pushed the issue. We pushed the issue, and finally we started to get the ball rolling. And it was, I believe, through our own efforts that we got the dialogue started with the city and started to get a deal, which was later then spoken about in the testimony today.
Yeah, the police liaison team, if you were truly the terrorists they say that you are, I'm sort of sure that the police wouldn't be negotiating with terrorists. I think that's a hard, fast rule. But, they said for the first time ever, we were negotiating with protesters, demonstrators, something they'd never done before. And I think that was a testament to the behavior and the conduct of the protesters to show, like, look, you need us to move trucks, we're going to move trucks. Now let's talk a little bit more. And so when he said, never before have we done anything like this, I think that that's on the truckers that you guys were acting well. not
And,
necessarily.
and I want to reinforce that was very productive. Like those discussions were very productive from our perspective. We were willing to do everything we could to continue to be safe, responsible, and to relieve the pressure on the citizens of Ottawa and the council and the police themselves. But at every turn, we were seeing that the leadership starting at the very top was putting pressure downwards to derail the efforts of the city themselves. And honestly, I looked at Chief Slawley, and there was a lot of times we recognized very early that he had hardly any room to maneuver whatsoever, and that the pressure, he was getting hit on every side. And there's no doubt in my mind he didn't resign. He fell on his sword on behalf of other incompetence, unfortunately.
And Sheila, I just want to say, you say that the government won't negotiate with terrorists. I think you forget Omar Khadr, who received $10 million.
It wasn't a negotiation. They just gave him the money. There was no negotiation there. Like, what do you want? Okay, let's give it to you.
I think it's even worse.
Just staying on Doug Ford before we move ahead to some of the other stuff, because we're quickly running out of time. Doug Ford actually praised the police for doing an incredible job during the Emergencies Act. I'm not sure I would praise the actions of individual officers who were particularly aggressive with protesters, but there were some good cops involved in all of this, particularly, I think, Peter Slowly. Let's show that clip, and then we'll have a talk about it.
How come, Premier Ford, you're not testifying at this inquiry? Were you asked? Did you decline?
Good question.
I have not been asked. Again, I want to repeat what I said earlier. We have top officials from the OPP that were running the operation with conjunction with municipal police agencies and the RCMP. Our police did an incredible job. They were very peaceful. They moved forward. And I am so proud to stand here and back our police right across this country and right across this province. I'll always support our police. They're professional, they're polite, and they ended up getting the job done. Thank you.
No, I think that's your standard politician's response about police. If you're from the right, you usually are supportive of the police, and if you're from the left, you want to defund them, although I'm becoming more open to hearing those arguments these days. But I thought it was weird that the Emergencies Act is invoked because of actions that are happening in Ontario, and the Premier of the province isn't called to testify. I just think that's frankly bizarre and stinks of a bit of a cover-up.
Yeah, I also had the same thought until I spoke to Keith Wilson, the lawyer for the convoy, and he told me basically that he doesn't think it's such a big deal that Doug Ford isn't testifying because his government can say what they believe through their lawyer, and there is a government lawyer there is an Ontario government lawyer who did speak in the preliminary matters on the first day of the commission to talk about the Ontario's view of the convoy and the Emergencies Act.
I don't think he would have much to add, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
He wasn't there. He was armchair quarterbacking the entire thing from back in Toronto. Had very little input from what I saw. And if you look at the testimony today, from what I heard, they didn't seem to be overly interested initially in even getting involved. So I don't know. I don't know that he would personally add any value. What I'm hoping to eventually hear, and I don't know if I will or not, but there are other members of his government I'd like to hear from, but I'll hold off on that comment so I don't get my hand slapped by Keith Wilson for talking about strategy of any kind. But, I do have objections to what he just said in that statement today again about the professionalism of the police. I would agree. I have several friends of mine that are police officers, and they are on the side of the Canadians. They are on the side. These are police officers that were also forced into making economically coercive decisions where they weren't they didn't take the inoculation for a virus. They took it for unemployment, but yet they've never given out COVID tickets, or they've never targeted people like some of the other officers have. So we have to be very, very careful that we're able to distinguish between a police officer that will be sanctioned if he speaks out in support of anything. And you're seeing, I think Helen Brood is one of the police officers who is they're targeting, and Peterborough went after, or sorry, Durham, Ontario went after some of their police officers, right? People are being charged in Ottawa for donating $50. On the OPS, there's a police officer, I think she donated $50 to the convoy. She's being charged under the Police Services Act. So, the message is, if you support this in any way, shape, or form, you risk your employment. So, naturally the police are afraid to come forward. But, the willingness to see some of those police officers do the things that they did. And for me, I think it's reprehensible what they did to the public at large. But I really do get quite frustrated when I hear about what they did to the veterans standing on the steps of the National War Memorial. When they beat veterans wearing their medals, their berets, they're clearly veterans, clearly identifiable as veterans. And you're seeing police get kneed in the ribs, or veterans getting kneed in the ribs, butt stroked on the ground.
Hit with the guns as well.
Zap strapped, put in lineups, even though they have injuries from the war. And then they take those veterans and they drive them out into the country and drop them off on the side of the road in the wintertime, minus 25. That, what do they mean when they say thank you for your service? When it's convenient? And I will be here in Ottawa on November 11th, and I will be at the National War Memorial unless I'm testifying. And I'm going to look a lot of these people right in the eye when I'm standing there. And we have rolling thunder, and I think we've made our peace with what happened. But I think this is going to be an interesting time this year, November 11th. And I encourage the public to, participate in Remembrance Day ceremonies across this country, and to really question what do we mean as Canadians anymore? What do we mean when we say thank you for your service? If you saw the CBC article that came out today, the CDS, the Chief of Defence Staff for the military, is asking for the people of Canada to start enrolling in the military. It's like, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your mind? You've kicked out thousands of soldiers who honorably served because they would not allow the government to violate the Nuremberg codes, which says you don't experiment on soldiers, and informed consent or bodily autonomy. And yet, we learned nothing in the military about methylquine, the malaria drug, and other things we've done. And yet they're making a plea for you to sacrifice your sons and daughters to join the military. So what? They could go and risk their lives in the Ukraine? I'm sorry, but I fundamentally find that to be absolutely stunningly bizarre.
No, 100%.
That you would kick, 1,000 soldiers is approximately $800 million worth of training, taxpayer-funded training. I know of a helicopter pilot who flew for CANSOFCOM, who was 21 years into his service and had 4 more years to go, was kicked out 5F from the military for not taking a vaccination he didn't want to take because the clinical trials are not over, and he forfeited a long-term or a lifelong pension and medical benefits for life because he's 4 years short of it. I've heard a story of a woman who was 7 months short of getting her 25-year pension, being kicked out of the military. And now your government has shown a willingness to beat veterans on the steps who are exercising their peaceful right to protest, which is what the soldiers are there to do, to defend the charter, the constitution of this country and the people of Canada, our way of life. And now you're asking for them to join the military to serve. But if you ask me, that's just a little bit more than I think veterans are willing to where I'm going with this, Sheila. I can see it on your face.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You're asking more than they're willing to give, right?
Yeah.
So enough is enough. Enough is enough, I think.
I think there's a real crisis in policing in the military that is going to be on our door very, very quickly. When not only have you kicked out the conscientious objectors,
yes,
but you've also discouraged everybody else who remained behind, who begrudgingly, as you say, inoculated themselves against unemployment, but not a disease. And so they look at this thing that they signed up to do as not what it was presented to them as.
Yes.
You know, they joined the military to defend freedom. They joined the police to make sure that people's Canadian rights are protected and they can live safely, free of coercion maybe. And those guys are going to take early retirement. They're just going to say, you know what? I'm just going to time out. I'm tapping out. I'm done. And you know who that leaves behind? The worst people.
Yes.
The go along to get along people. Instead of promoting the people who are conscientious objectors, those are the people you want in management, right? They're the people who are not subject to peer pressure. They have a good moral compass. They'll do the right thing, even if it's unpopular. Normally, those are the people you want in the upper echelons of management.
Usually.
They've all been tossed. They've all been tossed out. And so upon us in our institutions, bad things are coming.
In my 25 years in the military, though, that was kind of typical the entire time anyway. It was, you know, you had the great ones that would leave, get out of the way, and the not so great ones that never made tough decisions always kind of percolated to the top and they took senior leadership positions. Obviously, there's exceptions. I mean, there's some phenomenal leaders out there, both senior NCOs and officers. But by and large, but the argument you make about the bad ones percolating to the top, this is what I've been saying all this time. The good police that have been internally advocating for all of us, I don't want them to quit. I want them to stay. I want them to fight for promotions. I want them to percolate to the top and make the real change to inside, you know, what's happening in the internal politics of policing. And maybe if the good ones, I mean, in this country, it would have, in my estimation, would have taken 2 chiefs of police in this entire country to stand up and push back and fight against these mandates that the politicians were pushing. Because they had the law on their side the entire time. They just refused to exercise it. And they chose their careers and their own internal politics over their police. And the police at the rank and file police know it. They all know it. And they don't respect the leadership of the police departments. They just don't respect their leaders in the policing departments. That's the feedback I'm constantly getting. So if you want to change the culture, then you have to, you know, you're going to have to show your moral courage and your resilience, and you're going to have to stay and be a police and affect the change from the inside and fight tooth and nail. And we're seeing the unions have been completely inert in terms of supporting everybody in this country, not only the police. But I think the police should start, you know, really pushing back and unifying and start climbing the ranks.
Let's bump ahead because I could talk about the failures of policing and our public institutions all day. But we're supposed to be talking about the testimony today. Let's talk about the Ottawa City Manager, Steve Kanellakos. Speaking of conscientious objectors, Freedom Convoy trucks were not towed by contract tow truck drivers who are contracted with the city for a bunch of different reasons. So let's hear those reasons, because one of them is conscience.
You mentioned that some of the tow trucks companies refused to tow vehicles that were associated with the convoy, or they were not willing to tow. What's your understanding of why they were refusing to tow?
Well, there are several reasons. The first was their own safety. I think they felt that trying to tow a vehicle without the site being secured in amongst protesters, you could imagine, you know, it could be quite conflictual when you're trying to take someone's truck and people are still around the truck. So they were concerned about that. They were concerned about the damage potentially to their own vehicle should things get out of hand, and it's a cost to their business. Some were concerned that they do business with truckers and trucking companies, and that this would damage them reputationally and they would lose business. Some were sympathizers or supported the protests and didn't feel that they were going to offer their services to do it. Those were generally the reasons.
You mentioned that some of the tow
My
trucks
not?
companies refuse to
Pretty
tow
cool.
vehicles.
So is this hoodie I got on, and you could have it on too if you check out our special website at rebelnewsstore.com. That's where you can see Freedom Focus hoodies that we have for you, beanies, cell phone cases, you name it, all while supporting our journalism, where we fight to bring you the other side of the story, as opposed to, being forced by the Trudeau government to fund leftist media out of your taxes. The truth is, without you and your generosity, there is no Rebel News. So again, if you like the reports that we bring you and that we also fight for freedoms in Canada, please consider doing some shopping, picking up some swag at rebelnewsstore.com. We appreciate your support.
What do you hope the findings, the outcome of the Emergencies Act inquiry will be?
I think what a lot of people are concluding, that it was absolutely unnecessary to invoke that. I think it further stoked an already divided situation. And we talk about the polarization in this country and people's frustration and confidence in the federal government. I think I've seen limited clips of it so far, but I don't think they're building the case here. There were other tools available that I think could have de-escalated a situation much better. A lot of things the Prime Minister could have done in the first place, but the fact we were here and the fact that he even thought that needed to be evoked was frustrating in itself.
What do you hope the outcome of the Emergencies Act inquiry will be? What do you hope the findings will be?
Well, we have to get transparency for Canadians. The government has been trying to obstruct the truth, obstruct this process, and so that's really the bottom line. We've heard from Ontario's police force that the use of the act was not necessary for them to be able to do their job, which is a criteria for it to have been invoked. So that tells the tale right there that what we've been saying all along, that the government did not properly invoke this act. And so we're hoping for transparency. It's unfortunate, but very consistent with what this government's done in the past, that it took the commissioner to have some cabinet competences waived instead of the government being transparent and providing that to the commission, which is the basic thing that Canadians would expect when we have a situation where Canadians' bank accounts were frozen and so many civil liberties and basic freedoms that we expect as Canadians were violated by the government.
Our goal from the get-go was to get a sense of their willingness to recognize through Mr. French that they were hurting local communities. And if there was no agreement on that notion, then there was nothing to discuss. We wanted to, get to a point very, very quickly of understanding of whether or not he could get the key organizers to recognize that they never intended to hurt ordinary people in residential districts. And that became apparent quite quickly in our first few discussions. And so we sought to establish some parameters, and they included, a sense from them of their willingness to remove a large number of trucks from the residential district. And we set out a number, 75%, below which we felt we would not be providing any relief to the residents who were under essentially, what they viewed as siege and what we concurred with as being a siege of their day-to-day life. So it had to be a big number. We wanted to see rapid progress on the removal of trucks because we would find out very, very quickly if this was a stunt or if it was a bluff to try to, gain more time, and we found out that it wasn't a stunt.
Well, isn't that interesting? That's the chief of staff for Jim Watson, Serge Arpan, saying that the truckers were not bluffing. It wasn't a stunt. They wanted to get those trucks out of the residential streets, and the truckers agreed. And it was actually the Ottawa police, after the change in leadership from Peter Slowly to Steve Bell, that stopped the truckers from moving out. That and the lack of staff provided by the federal government. So that was happening on the 13th in the lead up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So if one of the criteria is that this could not be dealt with any other way, it was already being dealt with. And Justin Trudeau just wanted to teach everybody a big, ugly lesson about who's boss. And I think at the end of the day, it's probably going to blow up in Justin Trudeau's face after we hear all the testimony at the Public Order Emergencies Commission. Well, everybody, that's the show for tonight. It was a very long day watching testimony. It'll be a very long day tomorrow, but I think Canadians are being informed by what's happening here. It's all laid bare, and sunlight is the best disinfectant. And we'll be back again tomorrow at the same time, 4 o'clock Mountain, 6 p.m. Eastern, wherein we will digest the day's events. Thanks, everybody. And as David Menzies always says, stay sane.
And you agree, and from your statement, that it was the police that prevented the deal from being executed in the end, correct?
My opinion is that it is a broader context of circumstances, and that the invocation of the Act created new, a new legal framework around Parliament Hill in that red zone, and that the authorities decided to take a step back and see what was the impact of the invocation of the Act.
Right, but it's fair to say that Mr. Wilson, in your dealings with him, he never indicated to you that the protesters and truckers ever intended to renege on the deal.
That is correct.
Thank you. Those are my only questions, and have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
And you agree, and from your statement, that it was the police that prevented the deal from being executed in the end, correct?
My opinion is that it is a broader context of circumstances, and that the invocation of the Act created new, a new legal framework